Jake, welcome to the show, man. We are live. We are at our sort of maximum impact, making maximized life conference. I'm excited
Yeah,
to
man.
be here. I know you are. How you feeling today?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing really good. I'm excited to hear everybody. We've got a tremendous lineup. We're going to start with Brian Gibbs here in about 15 minutes this morning, and then we're rolling right into Sherry James and Anthony Perez, and then we've got a whole afternoon full of awesome people. Just a great load, and it's all about people making impact. It's all about people making a difference, and we're so grateful for all of them, right? Because they spend time with us here, they spend time with our audience, and everybody gets such good insights and things to be able to implement from every event that we do. We always get such good feedback out of this, so I'm super stoked about today too. So what are you looking? What are you? Well, let's go two ways here. What are you looking to bring today, and what are you looking to get today?
Well, I'm bringing facilitator energy, man. I mean, listen, there's no better way to learn than for other people that are out there doing it. And the entrepreneurs that we have on today, the human beings that we have, the transformation they made, the journey, the path, the results they get for their clients. It all services around maximizing your life. And if you're watching this and you don't necessarily like whatever somebody's offering or talking about, look at them as a person. Look at the transformation. Look at the journey. There's always a light bulb, right? All of us that are sort of these solopreneurs, small business entrepreneur types have a calling, and then we start down a road. And once we get that road, then we're elevating and elevating and elevating and elevating. That's what I want everyone to learn about today. I want everyone to learn how to maximize, study from these people that are doing great things, and keep charging forward. Now, when I'm talking about that, what do you think?
I I agree. It's I do. I agree. I would love to have like a rebuttal to that and say, well, I
Yeah,
want to plus one you there. But the
irrefutable.
reality is I do. I agree with where you're at. I agree with where your headspace is at. I'm I'm just in a space right, and I guess, to talk to you guys a little bit about it. I'm oop, did I get a weird vibe there? That was strange.
Yeah, country internet.
No, all good. So to let everybody know, my internet blew over this morning. That's where I live. So I had to rebuild my Starlink platform because we have hurricane force winds today in Wyoming. Welcome to live streams, man. These are always fun to play with. I know Mike loves to pick on my country internet. He just absolutely so that's a direct hit on Elon Musk. But that's probably due to the installer, which I'll own that one. So that said, right? What I'm looking to get at it today is something similar that I did last week. I had the opportunity to spend some time with one individual in our that's actually part of Battleground. I actually spent some time with him directly, and I was more of a voyeur in the space that he was in. Right, we were filming
Yeah,
and doing some directing and stuff, and I learned so much. And what I realized is because I was not able to respond, I wasn't able to reply, I wasn't able to have comment during what was going on. All I could do was learn. All I could do was absorb in that moment. So like there's times today that yes, I'm also facilitating and I get to interview some of my favorite people, and I won't be able to be present like I will like here in a minute when Mike's interviewing Brian. I'm going to learn something new from Brian that I never knew before because I get to just watch it. I get to be present in that moment. And I realized that this last week of how important it is to truly just be present, to actively listen. We talk about this all the time on our show and on our podcast. And yet, how frequently are we applying that knowledge? And I got the opportunity to do it this week, and it was a brilliant reminder to be able to do just that and be really actively present and listening where it was. So I'm really looking forward to applying and practicing that skill today. Because a lot of times I don't. I'll be honest with you. A lot of times, if you're coaching, you're present, but in a different way. but this is a different kind of presence. So I would challenge the audience to do that. And I mean, throw a yes in the comment box if that's, if that resonates with you. We absolutely want to see that. We want you guys to comment all day. Everybody plug in, comment, like, share, tell us where you're from. Say your big ahas, be engaged with the speakers every time you can. Sherry's a yes. Make sure you're engaging all day. Share it with 5 people that you know that this might benefit. And this is going to be evergreen content. This goes out. It'll stay on our YouTube page. It'll be on our Facebook pages. As a member of the guild and being part of what we do, you can absolutely access this all the time. It's not a one and done. Like, if you guys can't be here all day, cool. You got a life that you're doing other stuff. Awesome. Go back and watch the recordings. Engage with the speakers. Reach out to them on wherever they said to reach out to them, and find out more about them, learn more about them, and do what they're doing. So that was a lot of commercial this morning, wasn't it, Mike?
Yeah, I was like, all right, guy, I'm following you.
He just lets me go some days.
What am I supposed to do here? All right, so appreciate that, man. You and your internet. I still think it's funny that your internet blew over.
It literally blew over. I'm not kidding you when I say that.
Bracket or brace? How come you have nothing?
On a post dug 2 foot into the ground. Literally took the whole post and went and just folded it over. So that kind of day. And I'm like, that's the stuff that's supposed to happen in January. Is it not May? Are we not in spring where the flowers and the green? And apparently not today.
Why don't you build like a pyramid or something instead of?
I don't know. Yeah, there's a half story for you. Years ago, this is way off topic. And here's a part where listening to mentors and role models that have done the thing before. This is the moral of this story. Listen to the people that know. So years ago, I had a neighbor at a different house that we had in real wind country. Like it was nasty, nasty stuff. And he built this house directly broadside to the wind with this big, beautiful deck. And I'm like, dude, you're never going to sit on that deck. It is way too windy up here. What are you thinking? Don't do it. Did it anyway. He's like, oh, we've lived. So then he built the biggest wind fence I've ever seen in my life. If anybody has been through Wyoming and seen the snow fences down the sides of the roads that keeps the snow from drifting into the highways, he built a 25-foot high wind wall, a giant fence made out of 2x6s and telephone poles to try and block the wind. So this amazing view that he had, he built a wall. He built a wall to stop the wind from blowing there. So like, what would have prevented that? You could have maybe listened to the folks that have lived there before, and everybody said, don't do that. Bob, don't do the thing, man. Don't face your house that way. You're gonna regret it. And chose not to listen to those that have been there before. And now he has a 25-foot wall blocking a beautiful western view so that the moral of the story, guys, is, Mike's like, what are we doing? The moral of this is mentors and role models. Everybody today has been where you are, going where you're going, and or has already been there. Listen to what they have to say, dig in and go, all right, well, they've already done that, so I don't need to stubbornly march down that road and build a 25-foot wall to do it a different way. If it worked, why wouldn't you just copy the plan? Use the mentors and role models that you guys are going to hear today. Copy the plans of what they're going to be. The only other thing so we got a couple things we want to talk about real quick. And I know Mike's like, what else could we possibly be talking about today? Lots of things that we're going to be talking about today. That's what we're talking about today. One is Michael and I decided that like our offer, and it's going to be available all day, as well as moving into the next couple days, we have reduced the price of the annual membership to the Guild dramatically. For all of our faithful members and all of our faithful people that are here, we will give you lifetime, and everybody that's current member, you're going to get lifetime access to the Guild, $19 a month. And that is all of the tools, all of the resources, all the early releases, all the extra episodes, the extra interviews, and all the tools, the books, the worksheets, the workbooks, all the stuff and all the things. Plus, you're going to get access to monthly mentorship calls with Michael and I. We're never going to increase the price of that on you. $19 a month. That's where it's going to stay for you forever. And that's the offer that we're going to throw out there today, because we just want to make impact, right?
Yeah,
At the
scan the
same
QR
time,
code.
right. And at the same time, we've got to actually have a little bit of profit to be able to keep doing all the stuff and things. So we've got to be able to be philanthropic. We got to pay our charities. Like that's mandatory. That's not a question for Mike and I. We've got to be able to donate. And that's what does that. That helps us create that bigger impact deeper. The other thing you're going to hear us talk about a little bit later is the new release of the book. So we have a new book coming out this year, probably middle of July. Working Titles, the KLT Formula. More on that. This is a year's worth of culmination and work that we've put together of everything that we do into a very specific formula to monetize the business you're in. So this is it. Like I'm really excited about it. There's some cool things that we did in there. Release is going to be mid-July, but you're going to hear us talk a little bit more about that today. What else do we need to cover today, Mike?
All right. So, the guild, right? What is a guild? A guild is somewhere you can reinvent yourself. And we put together, through our years of coaching and our years of knowing people, enough stuff that you can sit in the comfort of your own home and help guide your business, help guide your programs, help guide your life with all the tools we provide. And these kinds of things have been aggregated over years. We're always adding and we're subtracting to these things, right? So you're the entrepreneur, you're out there, you're feeling a little bit by yourself, or you've joined a couple of other communities that may or may not be fulfilling what you thought they were. This community that we've created, the Guild, is a community where we're active, and Jake and I are front and center, and we bring people to you that are new, that have fresh, innovative ideas. We have guest speakers all the time. We have this environment and ecosystem that we've created to maximize the entrepreneur's thrive. And that is really what we are forging in the Guild. So I highly recommend checking it out. Obviously, I'm slightly biased, but the QR code is below me here, over here, right? It is right below me. Just scan it or go to total-disruption.com and let's go. All right. So now let's
We're there, man. We're ready to get going with speakers. So like first up today, Brian Gibbs. Mike's going to spend a little bit of time with Brian this morning, and Brian has been gracious enough. He's on a tour right now, out speaking to the rest of the world, and he's spending a little bit of time with us virtually this morning. Super grateful for his time. I'm going to say this a lot today, and there's something I want you guys to get out of it. So Brian comes to us via Anthony Perez. So Anthony Perez, one of our friends, you'll see him on the show later. Anthony introduced Brian to us as not only a resource, but just somebody he thought we needed to know from a connection standpoint. So that's where Brian comes to us from. You're going to hear me say that a lot today, of who introduced us to who. And there's something I want you guys to get. We're going to play a little bit of Guess What Jake's Thinking today around why that is. So with no further lily gilding from Jake, let's bring on Brian Gibbs, and we'll get rid of Dr. Jake for a while. And Mike and Brian, man, have a great time.
All right, Brian, welcome to the show here.
Hey,
it's great to have you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And it's great to be here. Just like Jake was saying, I'm in Northwest Washington right now. I head over to Edmonton, Alberta here in a couple of days. I spoke with a really cool, dynamic group of small business owners last night here in Blaine, Washington. So, yeah. So I'm traveling and playing from a laptop instead of my normal studio. So, yeah, it's been good.
Perfect, man. Well, again, thank you for taking the time for this. I can't wait to dive in.
I appreciate it.
You're in the AI space. Before we kind of go in and just, give us a little tidbit, like what in the AI space, what do you do in the AI space? Let's cover that for the audience. And then I've got a bunch of questions to ask you. So I don't want to take up too much time with this one, but I've got just, man, I can't wait to dive into some of these questions.
Yeah, cool.
What do you do in the AI space?
Well, I work with small businesses to help them figure out how to integrate AI into what they're currently doing.
Okay.
Without really interrupting what they're doing. So many small businesses, and this was really common with the group last night. They hear about AI, they see all these cool, flashy tools, and the tools in the AI space are changing literally daily, sometimes
Okay.
hourly. And small business owners, as you know, are really attracted to shiny objects. So what I try to do is divert them from those shiny objects, concentrate on what needs to be used for their specific situations. So that's what I do. I consult with businesses on that, and help them figure out the best ways to integrate it.
Yeah. So let me ask you something. I know AI seems to be the buzzword, and
Absolutely.
but those that like yourself that are in AI have been way into AI. Can you tell me what was the turning point to become an elite AI consultant? Like, did you just see the writing on the wall? Like, where's the passion there, and what's going on with that?
Sure. Yeah. No. It really it came 100% on accident. Like honestly, like so many things do. I've been in the online marketing space before we called it online marketing. I started building websites and doing all that stuff in the late '90s.
Wow.
And as the story goes for AI, yeah. So I've been around it. I mean, it's not like this. I happened to discover and oh my gosh, but I was traveling at Christmas a few years ago when like the U.S. travel world basically shut down, and ended up back in San Antonio. I had a 3 hour layover in Las Vegas, and then I ended up going home. So it was just a cool round trip for the day, and came across a couple of YouTube videos talking about this new thing called ChatGPT. And I just went down the rabbit hole because it already fit into what I was doing. I'm thinking, this makes my world simpler, and spent hours upon days. And I think I've put in my 10,000 hours already, well over 10,000 hours just following. And now I build stuff and work with businesses and whatnot. So that's how I got into it. And now I'm so deep into it that, kind of like with the web design stuff, I'm now an innovator and coaching and consulting and stuff like that. So yeah, that's how it started. Really, it was purely by accident.
Right. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you basically saw this thing and you're like, wow, this is cool. I want to be in this. And then you
Yeah,
just went all in, and then you started saying, okay, and be part of being an innovator that you are. You said, okay, now I'm going to help businesses integrate this. So that has definitely, that has to be a perspective shift. So you say late '90s. So for over 20 years, you've been working with businesses, right?
yes,
And how has your perspective shifted with the AI integration? In other words, when we hear this, like let's get into some meat here. When we hear the AI integration, it's almost like my brain goes at one point, is my AI going to start talking to your AI, and where do we all fit in? You know?
absolutely. It's doing that right now. In fact, I got an email this morning that one of the platforms that I use actually has a new agent feature, and
Okay.
agents actually can go out and autonomously do work for you. So you can give it tasks, for example, that it
Okay.
can go and do on your behalf. I've got things making phone calls for me literally right now
Where
that
were
are
you?
taking
Where were you
appointments.
2 years ago? We needed you.
Sorry.
Jake and I needed you 2 years ago. We were going down a path with a company that I would call it, they were bolting AIs together to try to do that. And we paid money. We failed miserably for outbound sales calls. Oh, it
Sure.
was just terrible. But think about it. That was like a year and a half ago. You're now there's an eight. This is, I'm going to echo back what you said real quick, not to cut you off, but you were saying it changes hourly, daily, weekly, and it literally, we saw it. We knew what it could possibly be, but it just wasn't there yet. And it kept breaking, and no one knew how to fix it. And now you're talking about AI agents that can go out and do the work for you. That's
Yeah.
fascinating.
Yeah. So when I started with websites, it was a hard sell. It was a lot of convincing businesses to start using websites, and then we had the dot bomb, the dot com crash, and all of that stuff.
Oh,
Um, now we talk about Moore's law a lot. Moore's law is a conversation in AI all the time, and what Moore's law is how long it takes for the capacity of a transistor or a computer chip to update and be all better. Well, Moore's law, as far as AI is concerned, it used to take years, and now it's honestly days. So it's almost perpendicular. Um, so 2 years ago, what you wanted didn't exist, but now we've gone through so many changes just with ChatGPT that ChatGPT in 2022, when I started using it, is archaic compared to what we have now.
seriously?
Oh yeah, it's completely archaic. It's like if you went back to 2022 and used ChatGPT of then, you'd look at it and go, "Wow, this is really bad," because it changes that much.
Really?
Uh, I think, and I truly believe this. In 5 years, where we are today, we won't. We don't even know what's coming in 5 years. We won't recognize today in 5 years. This will seem like the dark ages as far as AI is concerned.
No way.
So to what you were saying before with the with doing your outbound calls, you can now ask AI to build things for you that you need, and it will build it for you. I'm not a coder, but there's a tool that I use. Yesterday, for example, going and speaking with this group, I needed a tool, so I went into one of mine and said, "Build this thing," and it built it in about 20 minutes. At my event last night, one of the attendees had been working for months on building a website, and we did one in less than 10 minutes for her.
Stop it.
Yeah,
No
yeah,
way.
it's nuts. It's nuts.
So, Brian, I think what we're gonna have to do one of these days is put on a workshop with you for.
Love to.
We're gonna have to do that and get people into it. So let me ask you something. We're talking business here. Let's get a little bit like more narrow for
Sure.
just for context. What what types of small businesses come to you for this sort of AI help, and what are they struggling with? I realize it probably is a list that is beyond the amount of time we have to talk today. But if
Yeah.
you could maybe give one or two or three examples, I would that would really help out the audience. Just get some context to better hear your conversation.
Yeah, sure. So the types of businesses that come to me, they've already been in business for a while. They're pretty well established. They just, like you mentioned, they see the writing on the wall. They understand that, hey, if I'm going to stay viable, I need to start using AI in some capacity. And one of the conversations we have a lot is this going to take away my employees' jobs? That's a huge concern of businesses.
Right.
And what I help them understand is no, it's not. It's just going to enhance what your people are already doing, and actually letting them do what they do that you hired them for originally better and more efficiently. So those are really the types of business they're doing. A couple $1 million a year, nothing huge, but nothing small. Have a little bit of money to invest and to really spend a few months figuring out, not them figuring out, but us figuring out where this all fits in, and building things if necessary, and introducing them to concepts that we all used to think were really hard. Just like the example I just used with building a website. I used to spend a month building a site, and now I can build the core of a site in honestly minutes, and then spend a couple of hours fixing that and making it exactly what we want. And you can have a world-class website now in less than a day. Taking
Wow.
orders. I mean, it can have a shopping cart. It can do all of that in less than a day. So that's what I do, and that's where I work with these businesses where they're thinking, okay, well, I need a sales funnel. I'm trying to attract this specific client. Oh my God, I don't want to build a sales funnel. We go in, figure out the best type of sales funnel for that specific customer, and help them integrate a sales funnel, for example. I mean, that's just one tiny thing. So that's what I do. That's who I work with. Those are the types of businesses that I generally work with.
So I would say some ideal people. I mean, there's probably a lot systems and processes and stuff.
Yeah.
But when we talk about, and I'll just tell you this from a coaching perspective, sales and sales funnels are the lifeblood of business.
Yeah.
And a tactical strategy where they can be very overwhelming, and the idea of a sales funnel can be very overwhelming. The old school dial for dollars is a sales funnel. It's not an effective one, but it does work. And when you have no budget, that's great. Find some numbers and call people. Ask them for the sale. Right? It's a sales funnel. It's not a streamlined sales funnel.
Yeah.
So I'm sure with AI, things can be very, very cost effective versus having this major build out. So. Speaking of AI, right? So, what are some misconceptions that businesses have about AI? There's so much going on out there where I feel like some people just think, oh, I'm going to AI everything and then sit back and everything's easy and everything's going to be perfect. And then Brian's going to come along and I'm not really going to have to work.
That's funny because it's true. In my chat yesterday, one of the things that I talked about is not using AI as a crutch. So many small businesses think, okay, I can start a business, I can be a one-man show. And yeah, you can be, absolutely. That is a real thing now, but there is still the human element. And a lot of people think, hey, AI can completely run my thing and do all of this. It took me 3 years to get AI to where it is now, to be able to go out and make my phone calls and answer my emails and do all of these things that it's doing while I'm here with you. But it took time and it took me. And one of the big things, and it drives me nuts, and it drives a lot of people nuts, because we read content now. One of the misconceptions is AI writes perfect content. But
Elizabethan English.
Yes, exactly. It writes good content, but we're still necessary to edit that content. Get rid of the dashes, get rid of the word delve. My God, delve. Who uses the word delve in normal daily conversation? I found one person, he says, I use that word all the time. Well, in that case, use it in your content. Go for it. But we still need to be involved in that. It's a tool. It's not a takeover. Okay.
Wow. That's a good quote. Somebody out there.
Yeah.
Jam that in the chat there. My producer with a doctorate degree.
Yeah. It's just a tool. And like all tools, all we need to do is know how to operate it to get the result that we want. I use the example a lot, and you may have heard it. It's a generic example. But when you buy a drill, what do you want? You don't really care about the drill. I don't care about how many amps and how fast the bit spins. I don't care about any of that. What I want is a whole. I want a result. So with AI, people don't care, but they seem to want to care about what tool they're using rather than what's the result this tool is going to bring me.
Right.
Okay. So doing like what I did and taking 2 weeks to go down that rabbit hole, businesses don't need to do that at all, unless that's what they want to do. If you want to spend a few weeks going and learning all the AI stuff, go for it. But most people I come across, that's not the business that they're in. So, yeah.
All right. So let me ask you, what is a common thing that most businesses owners think can be automated? Like, let's go deep into that a little bit. Like, what besides what we already talked about? Okay, so now it took you 20 years to get to the first of 3 years to make your AI integratable, right? So yeah, it takes an expert 3 years, takes me a lifetime, right? So we've got that down. Now it's an agent. It can make some calls. It can do some things. Again, with some expert guidance, right?
Certainly.
What are some other things that can be automated or that can't be automated?
That's what can be automated. Pretty much anything now can be automated. There are tools that you can use to automate stuff, emails, outbound calls, email responders, um, content creation, product generation. I was on the phone with Sherry just before we hopped on here, and we were talking. I said, "Well, what can I produce for the group, for the viewers?" And she gave me a couple of suggestions, and I went in and I'm like, "Hey, let's build this thing really fast." I already had something, but I was able to kind of iterate it specifically for this event in a couple of minutes. The
Yeah, so
biggest
we
thing,
will be
the
putting that
biggest
up on
thing,
the chat.
yeah, the biggest thing with AI, and this is really key, not necessarily automating it, but understanding how to communicate with it. A lot of the businesses that I speak with, AI, it's trash. It's just like the old websites, Oh, those are horrible. I look at the websites I used to build, and I can't believe people paid me for them because they really were horrible. But they were the thing at the time. They were new. Okay. AI is that same thing. And if we just stick with ChatGPT without talking, because AI is so broad, I do video stuff with AI. I've got chat bots, I've got website things, all this stuff. But if we just stick with ChatGPT, because it's generic, it's like using the word Kleenex, you need to learn how to talk to it in a way that it understands. The acronym GIGO, GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. If you give it a bad prompt, if you talk to it in a way it's not good with, it's going to give you bad information. But if you train it and you prompt it in a formula or formulaic way so it understands what you want, it'll do a better job. So a lot of times I tell people to use the acronym COSTAR. It's content, output, what's your goal, style, let's see, type. So how do you want it to respond? Do you want it to give you a list? Do you want it to give you a bullet points, whatever? What's your audience and what's the result that you want? The biggest thing is starting with context. You need to give it some background in order for it to give you a result and fill in the other stuff. So, and then it will give you a real result. And that was one of the things that I did with the people last night is I went over that acronym with them. They changed some of the prompts that they'd used in the past. And they were like, "Oh my God, I can't believe this is what I've been looking for the whole time, but I've been spending weeks giving it one sentence prompts." You can give it a one sentence prompt if your one sentence prompt contains all of the elements that it needs to hear in order to give you a result.
Right. So there's a little bit of finesse. Now, let me ask you something on a little bit of the technical side. You hear this stuff about, are you, when you say these prompts, right? And you talk, is there an AI priming? Like if you're on ChatGPT, let's say, or maybe you have a list of a couple of other ones you recommend to people. Just
Yeah.
again, let's come across the finish line with a few ideas for people, right? What is AI priming a real thing? Because I've tried that sometimes, and I'm not so sure that it remembers what I'm talking about in terms of priming. Is that a real
It's
thing? What is that?
it's gotten a lot better. So staying in the ChatGPT world, it's got memory. So yeah, and you can turn memory off if you want to. If you want to have a conversation with it that doesn't go into memory, then you can do that. But it will remember conversations that you've had and understand your personality, understand what kind of outputs you like. So I've got a list of, just because it's old doesn't make it bad. I've got a list of advertisers and copywriters from the 60s. Some of the best, most innovative copywriters ever came back in that era. So
Yep.
I've got a list with their characteristics, their writing styles, and everything. I've also got a list of negative words and phrases that I don't want ChatGPT to ever use. Now, does it still use them? Sometimes it does, and then I call it out, and it's like, "Hey, my bad, my mistake." Um, but when I write things, I will say, pick a combination of these three advertisers or these three copywriters and do this task. It will find, based on the task that I want, it'll find a list of 2 or 3 complementary copywriters to combine to give me my content. So yeah, there is that, the priming part of it, where you can build a little bit of a base and give it some structure. ChatGPT has projects. You can actually separate those things. So I've got website projects, I've got SEO projects that they kind of stay within their own lane and are separated from other, excuse me, other projects, you know. So yeah, it's a thing, and it's gotten a lot better.
Everything's a thing, though. Everything's a thing. Everything's a thing. So
Everything's a thing.
to me, what I like about what you're talking about is, outside of any new idea, any new concept, even though AI is not new, the idea of how to use AI is new. I don't even know that we've tapped into 1/10 of the innovation that creative people can do once they decide to learn or bring someone like yourself in to teach them how to use AI. It's kind of like saying, if you just read the manual a little bit, you could use the thing a hell of a lot faster. Or if you had a mentor to show you what was going on, you could probably accelerate that much quicker in terms of what you're actually trying to do, right?
Yeah.
Reverse engineer from the task backwards and then develop. Like, I use that same, Jake and I actually use it when we do some of our copy for some of our emails and our ads. We do that very trick with a certain couple of copywriters, and it's very effective.
Yeah.
Because if it doesn't work based on open rates and whatever metrics we're using, we can adjust, right? We can adjust.
Yep.
We want to sound more masculine, a little more feminine. We want to talk to a certain audience. You know, it's definitely an eye opener. And as you brought up copywriters, and you know, one of the top copywriters, they always say, never start with a blank page. So even if you're not going to use ChatGPT or AI tools, in my opinion, it's just like giving you a primer to start the idea process with at rudimentary level, right? On a maximum level where you're talking about super sophisticated, that's some good stuff. So let me ask you something let's bring this back to a business conversation.
Yep.
How do you know if a business is even ready for AI?
I have a series of questions and a whole list of things. I actually built a tool specifically to do this. And I didn't create a QR code or anything, but it's briangibbs.com/AI readiness assessment. So if you go to that URL, there's actually a tool for it. But a lot of times what I've discovered with businesses that want to use AI to fix a problem, they're really not even ready for AI yet. They just need to clean up, do a little bit of housekeeping. They need to get better structure and better systems within what they're already doing. AI can make them better, but if they're not already in a position to do business, then they aren't gonna, it's not gonna help them. It's not a life preserver. One of the things that I talk to a lot with businesses is, who is your ideal client? Who's your ideal customer profile? And you mentioned that it's like, okay, I want to sound more masculine, more feminine, whatever. You can actually be that persona, but a lot of people don't even know who their real customer is. And you can use these tools to figure that out precisely, so you know how to market directly to that person. One thing I want to leave you with too, you mentioned finding clients, filling your funnel, filling your pipeline. You can actually use ChatGPT right now to go into LinkedIn or even onto Google to search all of the types of businesses you want to do business with. Take all that information, copy, paste it into ChatGPT and say, pull out names, pull out phone numbers, and pull out positions. And it will do that. Yeah, it will do that. And now you have a list of people to contact.
Wow.
I've got a newsletter on LinkedIn, and I took my newsletter subscriber list, put it into a CSV file, and I said, find the commonalities and how do I market to these individual commonalities. And it told me specifically how to market to 5 different groups that were most common in my newsletter group. So they weren't all the same. There were 5 different groups, and now I'm marketing to them differently, specific to those particular groups.
That's
important. That's crazy.
As we go and leave the sphere of the world, right? When we talk about these kinds of things, the more sophisticated marketers do just that.
Yeah.
So for those of you that don't understand what just happened, that was a massive nugget. We should have led with that and threw the rest out. Seriously, I mean, I could go on for another 2 hours with you here about it. So I'm glad that you covered that. How do we get a hold of you? You've got a little gift for the audience.
Yeah.
Sure we're pressed on time here. So Brian, I can't thank you enough.
That must be Jake's internet falling over.
That was exciting, wasn't it? Yeah.
Country internet, man.
Oh, that's too funny. If you can access that QR code, that'd be cool. And if not,
there's something somewhere. Somebody will do it. My producer with a PhD will do it.
Yeah, I know a lot of this stuff, but new platforms, I'm not always the smartest or the sharpest tool in the shed. So,
yeah.
But
we got BrianGibbs.com. Where else can we get a hold of you, man?
BrianGibbs.com is the best place. And then, we can figure out solutions to challenges. Click on a button anywhere on that page. It'll take you to the AI assessment, or it will take you to a place where you can actually schedule an appointment and we can chat. If you want to spend a full hour, it's about $200 to go in one-on-one and figure out specifically what you've got going on. That link I sent over, let's see, what is it? store.briangibbs.com/fix/my-workflow. I know that's a mouthful. I've got a $500.
Type that in the comments.
Let's see.
That way we can absolutely put it up for everybody. And load it up on Facebook, load it up on YouTube, all the places everybody's watching right now.
I'll get that in there. So, but ultimately, I just appreciate having the opportunity to come on here, share some stuff, hang out, learn some new things. I'm looking forward to the rest of the day as much as I can be in here and, learn from Sherry, learn from Anthony, both great people. And going back to what you said earlier, Jake, I'm in Washington based on a friend referral saying, hey, come up here. The local community needs some help understanding this stuff. Anthony put all of us together. I've had great conversations with you. I've got great conversations with Sherry. Mike, you and I will probably have some great conversations here in the future. So yeah, love the opportunity. So awesome. Appreciate you guys and appreciate the invitation and coming on and hanging out.
Totally, man. Well, be safe in your travels.
Thank
you so much. Brian Gibbs, everybody, reach out to him. Like, subscribe, do the thing on Facebook as we always do. We will see you next time, and we're going to get right into it. Dude, so good. Took so many notes. I'm typing in the comments, trying to get all that down. Yeah, we're going to have more conversations with Brian because I had to laugh, and I know Mike saw it because I was backstage in the green room, of all the things he's successfully doing now that Mike and I crashed and burned. I mean, burned it to the ground like it was made of tissue paper a year and a half ago. And it was so frustrating. But look how far it's come so fast. And Brian's like, oh, yeah, we can do that in 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes. No problem. Everything's easy. It's like, come on, guys.
Everything's easy. So, all right. Well, let's without further, I'm not going to gild the lily a lot today. I promise you. Mike's like, you're a liar. You're totally going to do it all day. I know it's the Jake show. And that's the problem. It needs to be the Mike show. We have constantly had this conversation, but sometimes I just
my internet works.
So, all right. So I get to spend a little bit of time with our friend Sherry James. Sherry James comes to us again from Anthony Perez, another person that was a great introduction that somebody said, man, I think you guys have just got great energy. And I really think that you should meet and have this conversation. And so we're super, super grateful to have Sherry James on with us today. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the
Sherry.
stage we're ever going to be on, Sherry.
Hi, thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm excited. As you guys know, it's Mental Health Awareness Month. So my calendar is a little busy, but I was so happy to be able to make time to join you guys. So
100%. We're so grateful to have you. You and I were able to have a great conversation here about 2 weeks ago. I guess we sat down and just had a great conversation about all the stuff and things, where you came from. And it's, I guess the easy button is, give us a little bit of your background. What brought you into this mental health space? And then I want to steal your really good your really good phrase, but I'm not going to do it. I'll let you say that one. It's so good. I love it. So what brought you into the space, Sherry?
awesome. Well, thank you so much. So I actually spent a lot of time in corporate America. Everyone always asks that, like, why are you in mental health? Well, because I was in corporate America for 30 years. So as a result, I ended up, I did keynote speaking. I started off with a small little company called AT&T. I'm sure you've never heard of it. But back then, way back in the 1900s, we used to actually have humans that trained other humans. Do you remember that? Do you remember when we had?
Yeah, they're like Dust Bowl days, as I recall. I remember it being different then. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was my first job with AT&T, and I had such a passion for teaching. I worked in training development. So we would develop the training. I would facilitate the training. We would do survey. I just loved it. I love teaching humans. Am I getting feedback? Can you hear that?
Just a hair, but I think you're okay.
Okay. All right. If you say I'm okay. Did that for a very long time, stayed in corporate, trained. Back in the day, we went from instructor led training to computer based training. And from computer based training, we utilized machine learning, and machine learning became AI, right? And what I learned is that I was talking about the leadership skills that I had, but I wasn't talking about the number one challenge in my life. And that was the fact that I had lost both of my parents to suicide. So I had raised all of these leaders up from internship throughout their career, but they didn't know truly about my life. And so I decided in 2018 to change that. And 2019, Phoenix Speaks was born. I know I don't live in Phoenix. It is because I akin myself to I liken myself to the Phoenix. That every 500 years, she just raises herself, she sets herself aflame and rises above the ashes. And I allow people to do others to do the same with our programming.
I love that. I'm trying to type the Phoenix Speaks link into the chat while we're right there, because it's important that everybody is able to connect with you. There we go. Want to make sure I got that in there, but I misspelled it, so I had to go back.
I do it all the time, so no worries.
Super, super easy to do. So, let's go back a little bit. Let's go back into that space of where you talked about people knew me, but they didn't know who I was.
Right.
They knew of me, they knew what I did, but they didn't really know what I was. Talk to me about the importance of that connection piece in this mental health space. We're all living in this, what everybody's coining now is the metaverse, right? We grabbed a new name instead of virtual world. This week we're calling it the metaverse. How are we connecting as human beings such that we are taking care of those basic Maslow needs? How's that working for you?
Well, I'm glad you asked, especially when you referenced Maslow. So I'm going to nerd out a little bit. So forgive me for that. So yeah, I agree. Like, we are utilizing technology so much more than we were before. When it comes to things like mental health, I believe that it is our opportunity to use technology to encourage conversations with humans. For example, one of our team members in Phoenix Speaks lives in Massachusetts. He is a peer support specialist. So he talks to other humans that have shared life experiences. So I'm not going to say how old I am, but I will tell you that I have a 35-year-old daughter and a 17-year-old son. And if I am struggling with parenting, I would like to find someone who has a similar situation to mine so that we can have a very good conversation and dialogue. It's not therapy, it's not medication, but it is a definite possible and successful modality to keep that humanity in what we do, right? Now, that being said, Brian and I have had a long conversation about utilization of AI. And this summer, we're actually doing an internship specifically to teach the next couple of generations how to use AI to research one book. And this book is called The Red Book by Carl Gustav Jung. Uh, yeah, and a lot of people don't even know this book exists. But Carl Jung, at the end of his life and doing all of these things for psychology, he actually wrote a book and said, "Hey, I realized that I had to go meet God. I had to go inside myself and meet myself." And I want to teach the next couple of generations how to do that. So utilizing AI to teach the next two generations to have conversations about their mental health proactively before suicide is even a thought. And so I'm super passionate about it. It's something that I didn't think this is what I would be doing at this part of my life. I thought I would still be in technology or project management, but I do see how all of the things that I've done, again, back to Brian's point, we've been doing AI stuff since before it was sexy, right? We've been doing it for a long time. So now knowing that the reason that I know those things, the reason I was in those positions was to prepare me for this time so that I could teach others how to use technology to communicate with other humans to manage their mental wealth.
Oh, see, and she dropped it right there. That's one of my here it is. Just pick that one up. I've heard it said before, right? It's but briefly in just that little sprinkling kind of way. But when you and I had the conversation about mental wealth, like you lean into it. You lean into it hard on your book, The Ripple Effect. You lean in it hard on your TV show. And I want to grab that, but I also want to go back a little bit.
Sure.
And I know I'm completely derailing the direction that you
It's
wanted to go.
I'm with you. Let's do it. I'm
Right.
good.
There's a little bit of a piece of I didn't think this is where I was going to be at this point in my life, and yet some things occurred, like a series of events. I don't know that it was one. Here we go now, marching down this road. A series of events. Now, some of us would believe that you were being led there, like you're being led to this place, to this higher purpose, to this space that you are super passionate. Like, talk to me. We did a little bit. You mentioned a few events that occurred that started steering the boat a little bit and shifting you that direction. Do you remember one particular event that really just like turned the boat? Now we're kind of marching down this road.
My divorce. Absolutely. My divorce put me in therapy where I had a particular issue. I went into therapy before we got divorced. And I found out some things about myself that I didn't know, right? That I didn't realize were very important to the way I led my teams, to the way that I manage my relationship with my husband and or my impact on my children. Right. And so going to therapy for the first time. Now, I'm going to tell you, Jake, the first time I went, I just wanted to go, this guy, let me tell you all the things about this guy. Right. And my therapist was like, okay, look, well, let's talk about you also. And let's talk about your past. And it was the first opportunity, it was that catalyst for me to kind of rip the Band-Aid off of, I had put that trauma in a box away. I'd wrapped it up very nicely and stuck it there and left it for all of those years. And so when I started to unravel who I really was at the core, I realized why I showed up the way I showed up. And it was good, but it wasn't good for me. I was very overtly giving. I spent more time helping others than I spent helping myself, and it was to the detriment. It was to my own detriment. So therapy helped. I started having conversations. I started to integrate mental health into my keynotes as I traveled and I spoke. And I thought people would like boo me off of the stage, and instead I had lines of people waiting to talk to me afterwards because they had either dealt with some kind of mental illness themselves or someone in their family. And sadly, in some cases, others had lost people to suicide as well. So that kept me going. And every day, I meet people like Anthony and Brian who help me augment our system. I believe AI stands for augmented innovation, personally.
Ooh, good one.
Like it's not, because artificial intelligence kind of reminds me of iRobot. It's kind of terrifying to some people. But yeah, so that is one of the catalysts. My divorce was one of the reasons that I had to start going inside, kind of the way Carl Jung did in the Red Book.
And and again, I mean, and that's a great book. If you haven't read it, pick that one up. Carl Jung, The Red Book. And you should pick up Sherry's book. Tell us a little bit about your book while we're right here.
Thanks. Great segue. So, so the name of my book is The Ripple Effect of Impact. It is an anthology that I was a part of, and in that book, in my chapter, I talked about kind of a chapter ending. So I talked about my father and my mother's deaths, but I wanted to kind of close that chapter and move forward and say from here on out, we're not going to talk about the past. We are going to impact the future. And so that's why we've got this internship that we're doing. We've now launched the Phoenix Speakers Academy, where we will teach the next generation how to communicate with other humans. So, yeah, so the book is available on Amazon, and please do pick it up. It's an amazing compilation of people who have done what they thought was just a drop, but then they step back and see what the ripple effect of their impact is. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and that's just one piece of it. And here, I want to steer back just a little bit, and then I want to talk about your TV show. And I know, like Mike and I know how much work TV shows are. Like we know because boy, howdy, you're like everybody's like, oh, I want to be a TV star, and then you get into it, and you're like, what on earth was I thinking here? There's a lot I didn't know. But I want to talk a little bit about that, and I want to steer back to there was a spot. All of a sudden, people were lined up outside, lines of people to hear your message. What I want the audience to understand about that and where Sherry's going is yes, she's a speaker. Yes, she's a TV host. Yes, she's an author, all of those things. Various ways to get the message out because we all receive it from a modality perspective in a different way. She has chosen to grab everything she can to have the greatest impact possible with her message. I had a coach years ago, his name, and I've referenced this a lot of times. His name is Terry Gurno. Great guy. Find him on Facebook. Super cool dude. One of the most impactful things he ever said to me was, the right question asked at the right time will change a person's life. And your message, is you owe it to the world to share your message. If it changes one person's life, it makes an impact. And I want the audience to look at where the overall story, I want you guys type a yes in the box, if this is resonating with you, that your message is, your message needs to be heard. Put a yes in there and just let everybody know because it does. It does. And this is mental health awareness month. Mm-hmm. And where Sherry is going, all right, I can change one life this way. And I can plus one and touch somebody else. And I can plus one and touch somebody else. So she's broadcasting Broadwave, her message, which at one point she didn't think she had because she wasn't paying attention to it. But look how powerful it is now. So I want to roll back and tell that, demonstrate to the audience what you're choosing to do. Now, tons of people are lined up, but it all comes down to if we can make an impact on one person. Right. One person at a time. I look at the book 1% Better. Mm-hmm. That's another great book that inspires me in a great way. So I've derailed this once again, but I want to get back around to our TV show. What provoked you? Because something provoked you, and now you're in it. And we all could have said, well, "I'm not doing this. This is brutal." But you're like, "Nope, I'm in it. We're going to do it, and this is why." What started the TV show?
Well, interestingly enough, I started Phoenix Speaks in 2019, and I started a nonprofit in October of 2020. I'm sorry, of 2019. And the name of the nonprofit is 2020 Lives Changed. How I knew that that lives were going to change in 2020, I have no idea. That's just a divine intervention, right? And I thought, what better way, because everyone was at home in 2020, what better way to talk about the impact of the pandemic on mental health than go onto Instagram Live and do videos? My son and I talked about the impact of the pandemic and how was it impacting it. We felt like we couldn't talk to other people, or people felt like they were being separated from humanity. And so that started the ball rolling on having this TV show. We actually started on Instagram. We had a show called Shelter in Place. We had one called With Your Mind in Mind. And then Phoenix Speaks decided, the board was like, we got to make this bigger. We got to bring other people in. So the Creating Mental Wealth program was born because even though we felt like we didn't have financial wealth, some people lost their jobs and weren't able to go out and work. And for example, all of my speaking gigs got canceled in 2020. But I was the most wealthy in 2020 that I've ever been in my life when it comes to my mental wealth. So I started teaching other people how to talk about things like mental wealth deposits. This call is a mental wealth deposit. Sometimes the fact that they choose to cut the grass outside when I'm unalive, that's a mental wealth withdrawal. That's not, they have some kind of weird timing system and they're like, Sherry's going live right now. Right? That could be
Yep.
a
Fire up the engines.
but I have the opportunity to see it either way. Even if it's a withdrawal, I'm grateful that they're out there. I'm grateful that that's happening. I'm grateful that I even have a place to live in where that's an option. So, creating mental wealth as the product came first, and we taught people how to take a moment and go, hold on, this feels like a withdrawal. How do I make it into a deposit? How do I check in every morning to find out what my balance is? And more importantly, how do I write down those deposits so when I have a high withdrawal day, I can go back to my little book and go, wait a minute, I remember that day that I was on with Jake and he asked me some great questions. That was a mental wealth deposit. I'll use that again for today. So the TV show is just that. It's a 30-minute talk show where I bring in people from all walks of life. One of my guests is the ex-NBA star, John Sally. And I'm pretty sure he stole my concept for creating mental wealth. He told me he was going to do it on the show. So, I mean, can't
I
be
don't
upset.
know that still makes it all right. I'm going to steal your stuff. Yeah.
Right? I mean, yes, he's like, it's fine. But that's okay because the purpose of creating mental wealth and the show was to broaden the impact. We want more people to use it. We want more people to know how it works. And so I go into colleges and universities and companies and professional development organizations. And I'm like, hey guys, we're just going to start off. I'm going to let you know everybody here's wealthy. And here's how you get mental wealth, and here's how you keep it. So that's what the TV show is based on right now. It's just a talk show showing people that it is possible to be mentally wealthy, even in the midst of volatile economic times.
I love that. So this is totally not on our talk track topic, but I want to push this one out there a little bit. I had a friend of mine years ago talking actual financial space, right? He was talking about, I've been rich several times, but I've only been wealthy recently. Because, and his concept was rich could be taken away, wealth
Yes.
cannot.
Absolutely.
So as you're expounding on that more and you're talking about that more, I'm thinking about that concept of there are times that we are probably mentally rich, but maybe not mentally wealthy.
Right.
So I'll ask you the question: if you were going to separate the two, if you were going to define it, and this is a brand new thing that we're talking about. I'm just thinking about this, but I want to bring it to you. What would the difference between mentally rich and mentally wealthy be?
So I would say the control factor, right? So mentally rich is based on external circumstances. It's based on something outside of self. Someone else has control of that. Mental wealth, only I have control of my mental wealth. I refuse to allow withdrawals, right? I have zero consent for withdrawals. What my friends tease me that the reason I'm still single is because I have no TVs in my house, right? They're like, no man's going to want to be here with no TV. But a TV for me is a mental wealth withdrawal. It gives me negative information that I don't necessarily need if I'm trying to create content to uplift humanity, right? And so, yeah, I mean, I think mentally wealthy is it's just for me. No one needs to know how wealthy I am mentally. It's nobody's business. Versus mentally rich, people they want to show off. You want to be like, hey, I know a thing. I've been through a thing. Mental wealth requires me just to do a self-assessment every day and use the tools that have been given to me to make sure that I'm managing my own wealth, even though everything around me may seem to be falling apart. So, I mean, that's how I would separate the two.
I love the concept of individualizing things like a TV, whereas that seems fairly simple. That is what do I invest in that? Do I invest in this? Am I going to get the return I expect from a mental wealth perspective?
Yes.
Do I have the 80-inch TV and that tells me I'm mentally rich because I get to say, yay me? Or is it, I'm watching the wrong stuff. I'm putting the wrong information into my head. So I'm not getting the return on the investment that I really need to do for that mental wealth. I love that concept.
Yeah,
Like, I just absolutely love where you're headed with this. It's so good, man. Absolutely love it. So let's Mark, we had a plan originally, and you and I even tested it earlier for what we were going to do. And I guess we've completely gone off that rail.
It's okay. It's good. It's good. I'm for it.
So let's before we run short of time, and then we'll finish up with a couple things. We've got phoenixspeaksinc.com is the main way that everybody gets a hold of you. How else do they find you? What else do they need to know today to make sure they're putting the investment in their bank for their mental wealth with Sherry?
Thank you. Well, you can find me on my website, so at phoenixspeaksinc.com, which is showing here. Please do, though, find me on LinkedIn. We are doing such an amazing project this summer with these interns, and I want as many people to learn from it as possible. I want as many participants. So if you find me on LinkedIn and also the Phoenix Speaks page, you will find all the information, about the Decoding Jung I Am AI project. And it's really big. We're talking about maximizing your life. Let me tell you, this project is absolutely going to maximize your life. And so find me either there. You can find me on YouTube. But here's the thing. You have to put Sherry James PMP, because there are a lot of Sherry James, and a couple of them work in businesses that I don't necessarily want to promote.
May not promote mental wealth, and that might. It's probably going to be the wrong investment of time. Okay, fair enough.
Absolutely. So make sure you put the PMP in there so you can find us and find the work that we're doing.
Yep, and you guys can see that in her lower third right there, the Sherry James, PMP. Love that. All right, so let's in the last couple 3 minutes, we've talked a lot about this mental wealth concept. Mm-hmm. What's an actionable step that you'd want to give the audience today, everybody that's listening? It is all right, not even an actionable step. Mental Health Awareness Month. Yes. Know that is absolutely a thing this month, and there's a reason for it. Over my last 10 days, I absolutely understood why. A lot of my followers understand what's been going on in my universe, and it's been, I have worked hard to get everything in there in the last 10 days, and I'm really grateful for today. Really grateful for today that we were able to steer in and do what we're doing. What's something that actionable step or something the audience needs to be aware of that if we could make an impact on one person today, what would it be from you, Sherry?
So know that we never know another person's bank account. We don't know their mental wealth bank account balance. So just proactively make a deposit, right? We used to have this pay it forward thing that we did back in the day, right? But everybody could use a smile. Most people won't fight a smile. A smile is free. Send a text message to someone and say, hey, you know what? I was just thinking about you. I hope you have a great Friday. These are mental wealth deposits that don't cost us anything. They don't take a lot of time, but you have no idea. You can find a person at the deepest, darkest moment of their day, and that text message or that call or that smile could completely shift their bank account from being completely bankrupt to being a mental wealth billionaire.
You're 100% right. We never know what somebody else is going through. We never know what somebody else's story is in that moment. One of my favorites, and I use it in my coaching business all the time, is I tell people to go to a coffee shop. Actually, I tell them to go to a post office if they can find a post office on purpose. Because most everybody in the post office is kind of like, when they're walking there for whatever reason. Go open the door for people. Walk up. You have no reason to go to the post office other than open the door, make eye contact, like think of Geico Gecko, make eye contact, smile, and say hello.
Yeah.
That simple act can absolutely, towards Sherry's point, can change the trajectory. If somebody's in a dark mood, a smile can change the way they're seeing their day. A kind face, eye contact, a little bit of empathy, just I see you as a person can make all the difference in that person. And here's what it does for you. Sherry knows the science. Yeah. Like it does for you too. Mm-hmm. Like there's a specific thing, and I say it all the time, and it's one of my favorite things, is it's impossible to be grumpy and grateful in the same space. Can't do it. Cannot do it. So when you're feeling growly, what are you grateful for? That's one of my very simple little tricks that I use all the time for resetting the state, making that deposit. Is it a big deposit? Nope. But we can never go broke making a profit.
That's awesome. Oh, I love that. That was really good. I love that.
You can steal that. Since somebody else was stealing your stuff, you steal that, go use it. Write it down.
That was good. That
No,
was good.
love
Well,
it.
last thing, I just want to say one more thing, is that I know Anthony is coming up. Thank you so much to Anthony Perez for introducing me to you guys and for this platform. And I also want to thank him for his inspiration on starting the Phoenix Speakers Academy. And so I can't wait to hear from Anthony. He always has something to, make me grow and understand my deposit. So thanks for this time, and I'm excited to hear from Anthony.
Sherry, we're so grateful for you today. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your passion. Get her book, see her, check her out on stage. Look at Phoenix Inc. Phoenix Speaks. Wow. Phoenix Speaks Inc.com.
Oh my God, this
See,
guy.
Mike's laughing. I think it's Mike. I think I'm going to blame Mike. No, man, so good, Sherry. Thank you so much for spending time today. Anything we can do for you, please always reach out. We are always here for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, Mike. Good to see you again. It's been a long time.
too,
It's been
man.
like 25 minutes.
I know, it's crazy, right?
So, all right, man. I love Sherry. I love her passion. I love everything that she's doing around her mission, how she's connecting, what her influence is moving forward. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say I think that's why our next speaker is one of our good friends. We've known him a long time. He's doing a lot of things with us. That influence piece, I think that's probably that magnetic attraction piece that brought him to Sherry in the first place. She is an influential individual, and so is Anthony. And I think that's probably what brought those guys together.
Sherry. I don't mean to interrupt the Jake show, but let me say something about Sherry here. There's not enough professionals that are frontline, that are working and coming out talking like she's talking. We need more. The society, the world needs more people with Sherry's frontline experience, and then able to articulate and be able to come out and be able to talk to people about strategies and ideas that are real. And for the people that are anywhere near, mental health, anything, whether it's just a bad day or a really bad set of days, there's people out there that have these skills and these coping mechanisms and the true reps, that you can't replace. I don't care what title, doctor, what associate, PA, not doctor, like, your PhD, but I'm talking about medical. I don't care who is what. She's got the reps. She's got the heart. More people need to come out and share solutions with us, just like she did. That's the way we learn, right? We learn from the front lines. So speaking of a guy that was on the front lines, Anthony, our next speaker, I'm going to segue right into him. This guy, if you don't know how to create relationships, this dude is the master at successful strategic relationships, influence. The guy guides his own punch. He does the do, walks the walk, talks the talk, lifts the own weights, teaches people how to do it. The guy has so many facets. I don't even know that 25 minutes could even encapsulate. I could talk to Anthony all day, and I speak to Anthony a lot, so I don't ever get sick of the guy. So I'm bringing Anthony up. Ladies and gentlemen, Anthony Perez, welcome to Total Disruption. What's up, Anthony?
Good to see you, man.
Hey, how are you guys? You hear me okay?
Yep,
Yeah.
we got you. Mike
All
picks
right.
on my country internet, but sometimes Anthony fights it terrible too.
Oh, my video show's frozen, but as long as I'm good on your end, that's fantastic. So
You even if it was frozen, like I've seen a lot of frozen Anthony pictures, they're still good. Like he's one of those that
Stylish
just
guy.
he's just got the style, man. He just looks good. So it's whereas I get a frozen picture, not so much. All right, I'm gonna let you guys take it. Do the thing.
Beat it. All right, Anthony, welcome again. So
happy Friday.
happy Friday. It's Friday. All right. I know it's a day of the week. Ends in Y. That's great. I love Fridays, especially Fridays with you. So I got a couple questions for you. Right.
Yep.
So you're a speaker, you're a business owner, you're a coach, a trainer, you're all kinds of things. in the world of personal and professional development. And I love to touch on relationships and influence. And I know if anybody's heard you talk, they've heard you talk a lot about it. But when you talk about the impact and importance of influence in terms of relationships, and then influence in creating relationships, and then influence relationships, and then speaking, how that all ties together. I don't know what if you had in mind today to talk about, but I definitely want to go into deep dive on the influence component, and really, why do you feel influence is critical for success, especially in today's society?
Well, first off, I want to thank you and Jake for having the vision to create this platform for amazing people, all our guests. You've done this a number of times, and just talking about influence. Bringing great people together to share their perspective, to share their stories, their message, their lessons. The fact that Brian Gibbs, we met, and again, I believe in it's not win-win, it's win-win-win, right? And having Brian meeting with Sherry, they're people that, as Sherry was talking about, they're always making deposits into my life, and I think one thing is about reciprocating that. So to answer your question about influence and why it's important, I think it's really important today's society for a number of reasons, right? For me, like Brian said, it took a couple of years to figure out how to dial it into his program. Sherry shared that she thought this was her trajectory and realized, oh, this is what. And sometimes we have to go through the storm, right? Like my book, right? Professional Durability, Withstanding Storm of Change. Sometimes you have to go through a storm to realize what is expected of you. I heard a quote on a servant leadership book that it's not. We should stop asking what do we want. We should be more focused on what's expected of us, and then figuring out what's our God-given talent. What are we supposed to do? What's our superpower? So for me, for years, people are like, how do you connect with people? How do you do this? How'd you get this opportunity? And I just kind of, sometimes if you're not sure what your superpower is, it's that thing that you just kind of go, oh, shucks, I just didn't know, right? Sometimes those types of things are a little, it's your special gift and how you do it. It's Mental Health Awareness Month. I think influence is important in everything that we do in our personal and professional life, and I'll tell you why. I was a student of John Maxwell. I worked with the coaching company for a number of years when it first rolled out. But when I was out of the Navy transitioning in financial services, my mentors who were influential in my life, right, said, "Hey, you need to read this. You need to listen to this." Earl Nightingale, right? Think and Grow Rich. I did a lot of John Maxwell. And one thing that John teaches is that increase your influence, you increase your leadership. A lot of times people are like, well, that makes sense. I agree with that. But, some people aren't clear on how do you increase your influence. And I would challenge people not only to think about, not so focused on how, but who, right? I had a coach a couple of years ago. I was trying to get the book to the finish line. And we talked about this and, becoming a person of influence. And the question was, who's the number one person you need to influence every day? You, right? Influence is important, and it starts with you, because I was sharing with some of our folks on Total Disruption. I stumbled across Denzel Washington does these great motivational videos on YouTube. I forget what it's under, but
I love
and one I stumbled on about a lion, and the conversation that he was sharing was, lions don't argue with hyenas, and lions don't explain themselves to sheep, right? And a lot of us will agree with that. And as I shared with our contestants, and I've been sharing with people, there's a lot of truth to that. But here's the challenge. First off, you got to believe that you're a lion, right? I was talking with one of our contestants, Emily. We had a conversation that you're a lion. You got to believe it. But here's another key to this. and this is for me, this is for you, this is everybody. Even if you believe you're a lion, there's days that you just don't feel like a lion. Type yes if you could relate to that, right? I mean, there's days that you wake up, you're mentally fatigued, you're emotionally fatigued, you're physically fatigued. You know, I believe that if you don't feel your best, you can't give your best. You can't give your best to those you support and serve every day. You can't be on your A game. And when you don't feel your best and you don't feel like you're a lion, that conversation has to start here. That's why understanding how to influence yourself first is so critically important, because you have to believe in what you're doing. You have to believe you're a lion. You have to believe in your product. You have to believe in what it is you're doing, trying to change the world, one person at a time, people at a time, right? Like Sherry, she's just fantastic. Brian and Sherry, fantastic individuals, and they believe in what they're doing, in the way that they're doing it. And when you believe in what you're doing, you buy into what you're doing, and that confidence comes out. And that confidence is what influences others around you and allows them to be attracted to you, to be able to build those relationships. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. It's
So I think,
it's powerful. I mean, it's powerful. And if you just take a look at the triangle that you created today, just for some speakers, I mean, think about it. You know, first, second, third person, right? All your people, right? Like your friends, people that you have influenced, right? That you've created strategic relationships with. And as a part of the strategic relationship, you have a strategic relationship with us and a friend relationship, obviously, with all these people as well. I don't mean you're all business, right? But if you look at the power of influence, it's well respected. You know, hey, I recommend you speak on this stage. Hey, I recommend you have this speaker. It happened in real time. There's no better to me, no better definition of that, right? So when you're moving through this influence, how do you keep track of all this? Like, I mean, do you just have a gift? It's like you meet so many people. You know, I saw you once. You put together. I'm going to praise you again here. I love being good here to people that are good. You put together this like coffee meet thing once for people, like with a guest speaker at a place. You were on the news. The place was packed. It was in the spring, Colorado Springs. It was amazing. Like, how's this guy pulling this off? Not that I doubted it. It was just more like, wow. How do you keep track of all this, man?
First, let's start, keeping track. Yeah, we all have our systems. But I think what's more important is understand, like you said, how do you get 100 and some people in a room? How do you get somebody to buy into you, right? I pride myself on holding myself accountable. I have a culture statement. I've talked about it before. My Vince Lombardi quote: individual commitment to a group effort is what makes a team work, right? As an individual, as a leader, I try to be consistent in my personal and professional life. And I'm always evaluating how do I support and serve those every day, right? Those people that are important in my life, how do I support and serve them every day? And evaluate, what do I need to keep doing? What I'm saying is really, it's a call to action for me about accountability. Something that a lot of people say, yeah, man, accountability, until you're on the wrong side of the conversation. And I'm like, listen, we have to have a talk. And then it's like, oh, you're a micromanager, right? Accountability to your core beliefs, your ideals, your values. Accountability to making sure that I'm asking you, what can I do for you? I just had like 3 meetings with somebody, and we were just catching up, and we were talking, and they were telling me about this, that, and the other thing, and blah blah blah, and we kind of did the whole back and forth and catching up, and then I paused. I said, that's fantastic, man. So let me ask you something. How can I help you? Like who do you need to connect with? How can I help you, right? So you should be always on the lookout and how do you create value for the other person. I think sometimes with social media, and it's not new. It's been going on. I did a TED Talk on servant leadership, and I think back then, and I think 2016, I thought it was relevant then. I think it's more relevant now. People are still just more concerned about me, themselves. Let me tell you about what I could do. I don't care what you could do. You know, right. You gotta. How can I help you? Right? How can I help you build those relationships? Be consistent. Listen, I'm going to be honest. You know, and there's a lot of people that know me. I don't go along to get along. Right? I'm going to be upfront. I'm going to tell you like it is. At the same time, if I'm wrong, I'm going to own that. I'm going to, you know what? You know what? You're right. You know, you might share something with me, and I'm like, that hurt, and I'll reflect it. And I'll try that on. I believe that sometimes when you're having a conversation with people, you know, I believe I live by the idea: is it a me thing? Is it a you thing? Is it an us thing? Yes. 99% of the time, yes. It's your job to figure out. Humble yourself and go, you know what? That wasn't my intent. Hey, man, I'm sorry. Right? I had a conversation with somebody you and I know. All I said was, hey, man, I didn't get what I was supposed to receive. And they just jumped me. Like it was just unprofessional. It was just ridiculous. And then their team came back and said, you know what? You're right. We made a mistake. That person still hasn't said, hey, I'm sorry. Right? So embrace apologies, humble yourself. When you do those little things, it's like Hansel and Gretel, right? You leave little crumbs, right? Success leaves clues. And you're consistent in your values, you know, your influence grows. And when you have an opportunity to help somebody and you follow through, it creates a ripple effect. And because you might consider yourself an influential people. Brian and Sherry, I reached out to them, right? I could have been like, hey, I think this would be great. But if they don't buy into me and who I am, and I established a track record based on character, they're going to be like, yeah, that's great, Anthony. Okay. Right. But the fact that they listen and they follow through, we all have people in our lives, right? That they share something with you, whether you like it or not. You try it on and you go, you know what? Yeah. Or they say, I think this is an opportunity, and they take advantage of it.
So back to your story about the friend of ours that we know, and the person is totally off brand by not saying they're sorry, and they should, right? They are totally off brand, and it's just, to me, it when you actually are authentic, right? And you have somebody in your life, I feel like too many people are too, I'm going to say this on both halves of the coin, right? Too many people are a little too kind sometimes, and not enough, and not firm enough, right? And obviously sometimes people, when they make mistakes, they need to say they're sorry and apologize. But I believe, I like that go along to get along. Like, I'm the same way, man. I will tell somebody how it is. If I'm wrong, I'll own it, and I'll say, okay, how do we move forward? You know, no better, no worse. And I don't know that in today's world, that when it comes to being influential, people are comfortable in that space. How do you get comfortable in that space? Like, how do you get comfortable being able to firmly assert your position, right? And then if you're wrong, retract and then move on. Or if you're right and you've kind of, I don't want to consider the word won, but if you're right and you know the situation goes in your favor, how do you then get over the awkwardness of being correct about something and humble yourself in that situation so that it can function properly for the future? Right? I mean, it was kind of a long-winded statement, but I was trying to cover both halves. I don't know that we're expanding on that as a society enough right now. I don't know that we are.
Well, for me, you know, I always have like little Dick Vermeer. I saw an interview years ago, and he said something. My leadership style is, I believe, being compassionate while demanding expectations. I think that describes me well. I believe firmly. I give people the benefit of doubt till you prove me wrong.
Right?
And then, you know, a lot of folks, you know, that know me, they'll be like, hey, you know what? Anthony will tell you like it is. He's upfront and truthful. It goes back to, I believe that you can't hold somebody accountable unless you hold yourself accountable. right?
Right.
The challenge is this: one, you can't be afraid of if you believe in what you're trying to accomplish, right? I just came from a whole Urban Land Institute, right? And we talk about affordable housing and homeless things and things like that. There's a lot of times where it's influence is about persuasion, right? It's about communicating and persuading someone to see that, not agree. I don't need you to agree with me. I just need you to understand why I feel the way I feel. I need you to understand why people are feeling this way, right? And sometimes it's important that you advocate, that you make a stand. And I think, to your point, I remember giving a talk one time where I was doing something and I was showing a slide and I had a flag and I don't want to get into the weeds about it, but I was just showing images.
Oh no, did we lose Anthony? Oh, Anthony, come back. Where'd you go, buddy? What a great story. All right, I'm going to carry this conversation until Anthony gets back. This was now the Mike show. Thank goodness. I've always wanted my own helmet. Jake. Just when I thought I could have my moment in the sun. Riding on Anthony.
You can still have it.
Perez.
I'll interview you if you want. No,
man.
And it's we love Anthony. I didn't know what story he was about ready to tell, and I'm hoping he gets back on. Hope his internet comes back to life. Maybe his internet blew away today too. It's a legit thing.
People, man.
So
I don't know what's going on. Like
here's the fun of live.
West of the Mississippi, I have no idea what's going on.
Right. Yeah. This is just the fun of live, guys. This is how we do it. You just kind of roll with it. There's no rhyme or reason as to why. So I will tell you this while we're waiting. Hopefully Anthony makes it back in here in a minute. Anthony and I, Mike connected with Anthony at a different space too. Anthony and I met at one particular group event, right? We met at one particular space. We connected at a completely different event. We were at a Bill Walsh event.
Vegas.
I can't remember, in Vegas. We were in Vegas. And we were invited by our friend Michael Silvers, he was part of the Los Angeles Tribune. He is with the Los Angeles Tribune podcast network, which we are part of. And we're really grateful for all those things. But that's where Anthony and I connected. We spent time together. We got to know each other as people. We actually met in the foundation room in Mandalay Bay while talking to Mark Victor Hansen. And and that was super cool. Mark Victor Hansen has written a lot of books, including Chicken Soup for the Soul. You guys know that one. You would never know, if you didn't know who that guy was, you'd have no clue who he is. So you've got Anthony and I, who are, we're mid-height guys, right? I'll call it mid-height. We're both 5'6", 5'7" on a good tall day wearing our boots. Mark Victor Hansen is like 6'6". We look like fourth graders standing next to this guy, but he is such a cool, humble dude. And so is Anthony. He just came up and he's like, "Hi, I'm Mark." And, "Hi, I'm Anthony. Hi, I'm Jake." And we just had a really cool conversation where we were able to connect and create some of that influence. And here's what I want you to know about Anthony is that dude just oozes influence. And the reason why, because it's not about him. What I have found about Anthony is it's so much not about him. And that's true of everything that we've done. So like we're still waiting for him. I'm trying to like edify him the best I can. Like what can you say about Anthony, man?
So when Anthony was speaking in terms of influence, right? He was speaking at a show we were at, and oh, thank God, I can
There
get
he
rid of
is.
Jake.
There he is.
Get out of here, Jake.
Add Anthony back. Maybe.
All right, I'm bouncing.
There he is. There's an Anthony Perez. I'm going to get out then and give you guys another.
See you, buddy. All right, finally, we're back with AP. All right, good. So, AP, can you hear me? Are we really back with AP, or am I just going to talk to Anthony's image? So, while Anthony gets his internet dialed in and rolling, speaking of one time I saw Anthony on stage and talk about commanding the room, and he was during a speech, and a couple of people. This is a separate speaking story about Anthony. A couple of people were sort of drifting off, and he was like, "Hey, eyes on me," and the whole room kind of jumped out of their seat, and it was an amazing tactic for speaking where Anthony really really threw that command, but it worked, and that firmness really, it really worked. Anthony, you back with us, man? What's happening? Oh, he is now gone. All right, we'll try him one more time. There's something about the internet west of the Mississippi. I don't
I don't
know.
know. I must have been sharing some hot stuff because the phone's telling me it's overheating.
Yes, dude.
I've
That's awesome.
I don't. Any rate, my point is that influence comes from belief in yourself and buy-in. And that buy-in in yourself translates to confidence. And that's where the influence comes from. And when people see someone that believes in what they're about, and they show it consistently, their character is demonstrated every day. You could rely on them. You know how they're going to show up, whether you like it or not. You know where they stand, right? That's Sherry talks about mental wealth. That's mental wealth, right? Being that some person that you know where they stand. When you call someone and go, "This is my situation," you know what you're going to get, and whether it's something you don't like, you go, "Okay." We talk about the Speaker Academy, Sherry. I teach people about the 4 R's. Whether that's on stage, whether it's social media, or it's one-on-one, 4 R's, right? Are you a relatable person? Are you talking about things that are relevant to that person in front of you? Does your message resonate with people? And when you share things, does it make them pause to reflect and go, I didn't look at that like that. When you do those things consistently and create value for somebody, it increases your wealth. And that just goes back to why influence starts with you, right? I went through a little thing a couple years ago. I wasn't in a good place. A car spinning out of control and literally hearing the auditory, right? Saying, "Son, you're not in control of your life." And the car straightening out, that wakes you up real quick. And I immediately evaluated some things, made some changes in my life. But I also came to this little acronym I want to share with you as we wrap up, because it supports what Sherry was talking about, mental wealth, making deposits. Sometimes we got to stop and just give ourselves an IOU. And for me, with that, right? And for me, what that means is we need to look inward and evaluate what's really going on. What's really the issue here? Is it Mike or is it really me? What am I really upset about? What am I really frustrated about? And a lot of times it's us. We're not showing up the way we need to be. We need to look inward and figure out what's going on. You need to look outward for support. But more importantly, you got to take time. You got to look upward. And I think that's a problem for a lot of us. Whatever your belief is, you need to take time to look inward to see what's going on, look outward, talk about it, find some support, say, "Hey man, I'm stuck," right? But more importantly, you got to get up every day and look upward. When you're in a crossroad,
Cross something.
or crossword and you can't figure it out, you can look upward, but you look upward. Ask for guidance, right? Wisdom. You got to remind yourself, compassion. Remind yourself who you are, that you're a lion, and that, you know what? You need to be at your best. You got to give your best to those that you support and serve. And some days it's not easy. But that's where you have to influence yourself and get up every day and do the right things to get your mindset right.
I couldn't agree more. So we're gonna basically talk over the transition. What was the speaker story? Do you remember what you were gonna tell us? You got cut right off in the middle of the speaker story where you're on stage and there was a flag and somebody said something. I got to get back to it. I can't have the cliffhanger, man. I'm gonna call you on the phone like in a minute and be like, "What was the rest of the story?" So let's just have it live.
So I do a social intelligence and I show images and I say, "What do you see here?" And it was an American flag, right? And, not to get into the weeds, but a lot of people went, "Oh, American flag, it used to be a great thing." And now people have their own opinions of what it is, good or bad, right? And I explained what it was. It was a high school. They had a bunch of flags to celebrate 9/11, right? It wasn't political. It was a good thing. And people had this negative right? It's just schemas, right? Right? It just is what I see. A bias. So I went back to it after lunch and I asked, hey, we talked about the bias. And the one guy next said, I was going to say something, but I didn't. I said, well, why did you want to say something? Because I didn't really, I didn't want to, I don't want to be that person. And that's a problem. And I told him, you know what? That's a problem with society. You see something wrong, people just kind of, we can say whatever we want on social media. But going back to what you were saying, I don't know what it is, man. You see something wrong, people don't want to correct it. You're in you're in a meeting, in a board meeting, and you know what? Hey, man. Sometimes my point to him is sometimes you have to advocate. Sometimes they're waiting for that person. It takes one person to say something where other people go, yeah, me too. I feel that way. I needed somebody to start that conversation. And when you have influence and confidence and credibility and you're that person, it's not about trying to get into the room. It's not about trying to stay into the room. It's not even about getting to the table. It's when you get to the table, are you contributing? When you get to the table, are you sharing things? Are you advocating for people, what you believe in? Are you supporting those at the table that are kind of, right? It's just, we have to stop being so afraid, of standing up and sharing things that are important to us. If you don't agree, then, in a positive way. And I say all that because going back to influence and things, when you know how to communicate, when you know how to your influence is growing, you know how to communicate, you're able to access key decision makers. You could create strategic partnerships, you could make lasting impacts, you could do a lot of good in the community you support and serve every day. But it takes courage. So.
Thank you, Anthony. Those were amazing words as always. I just get so much out of talking to you all the time. And those 4 R's, man, when you said that, we were in another thing the other day. We were talking about the 4 R's and I was like, man, that I robbed that one too. I was like, I'm giving you credit, but I'm definitely making sure that when I speak and I communicate, I am doing the 4 R's. So now I've got it playing in the back of my head. And you just refreshed it. So thanks. And those of you that missed it, you'll have to catch it in a rerun. Anthony, where do we find you, man? What are you doing here? What are you promoting? And then we'll bring my producer with a PhD back on. What are you promoting? Where do we find you?
LinkedIn's the best way. We just launched out our new website. It will be going live. But more important, I'm very excited about our Influence Advantage program. It's an 8-week program. We walk you through and really help you in all areas, personally, professionally, inward, outward, helping people understand how to increase their influence and what the upside of it is. I'll really go above and beyond. But LinkedIn, you can reach out to me. Love to schedule a call with folks, see where they're at. Like I mentioned, my whole focus is to help people access key decision makers, create strategic partnerships, create new opportunities, and impact their community, make lasting impacts. So,
thank you, Anthony. As always, man, Anthony Perez on LinkedIn. You see him there. Replay this. I'm sure there's probably so many segments of it that
and look behind him on the back shelf. Professional Durability is on the back shelf. I'm pretty sure that's your book, isn't it, Anthony?
That is my book, Professional Durability: Withstanding a Storm of Change. You can find it on Amazon. If you want to learn a little bit about my perspective on servant leadership, you could check out our TED Talk and help it go to 200,000. So
make it happen.
Awesome.
Love it, man. Appreciate you, AP.
Thanks, AP.
Thanks, guys.
Love that guy. Love that guy.
Just gonna say the same thing. Awesome.
Yeah. So what are you taking so far from this morning? We'll wait for Christina to come on here, and we'll bring Dr. Christina Castagnini in. She's another friend of ours from the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. That's where I was able to connect with her through our friend Michael Silvers and Julianne McCors, Meyer / Julianne. Everybody knows her as Julianne.
All right. So the thing I think that we have gotten and ascertained out of everyone today so far is dive deep in what you believe, pull from within and project outward what you're trying to change. We saw it with AI, right? We saw it in emotional and mental health. We saw it with Anthony, right? We saw it in all of our speakers. Even when you and I have our talks, right? We brought on Total Disruption so that we can showcase people. Yes, Julianne, you heard your name. So when we showcase people, we bring their message, bring their essence out to the community, because there are so many awesome entrepreneurs doing so many things, especially in the speaker leadership space, the behind the scenes space, the front lines, people that are actually making change. And without platforms like Total Disruption, people can't find people like that, right? I know everyone's doing it, but it's our job to aggregate and help populate the message that everyone here is bringing through, right? That's our mission here, right? That's our thing. It's not just to self promote, our coaching program. It's to bring our audience and bring our listeners these messages so that they can also meet these agents of change. Because everybody you're talking to has influenced us in a certain capacity at some point in our existence, or has influenced someone that was influenced us, right? That's how we do things, right? Creating our strategic partnerships and how we create what we're trying to do and who we're trying to impact. Not just from a coaching perspective. It has nothing to do with dollars and cents. After a while, it's the mission. Like Anthony was saying, servants leadership. You can't serve if you don't serve. If we're not providing this information to people, we're not doing our job. Like, we can't sit on like our first three speakers. Why would we not put that information out there? Why would we not try to help empower people that are out there struggling? That, hey, look at us and say, these two guys are doing some regular stuff, man. These are regular street guys doing things. Yeah, they've achieved a lot, right? Books and podcasts and TV shows and grew businesses and have all these cool people that they're involved with. But that's not the point. The point is we're serving the community. And we're serving the community. We're sitting here putting on these conferences, doing these things so that everybody can get that baton and go out and live a little bit better life, find some answers, get some resources from real people.
No, totally agree. I know it's going to be live all day, man. There's just nothing we can do about it. Christina's here. Her avatar's in the green room, but she's not. I just texted her, so she should be coming on here any second. But I love what you said about that, man, of it's our responsibility. Because she has it as Pacific Standard Time instead of Mountain Standard Time.
Oh, great.
Aha, that may be part of it. So
everything should be in Eastern Time, dude.
Everything should be, and then we'd be really, really screwed up. So we're going to play this game a little bit.
No, we're not playing any games. What games?
Yeah, we are playing the game. So I'm going to ask if she can hop on now, but it might be the Mike show here for a few.
Thank God. I always wanted to have my own show.
I know. Otherwise,
I love my own show. So while you're doing that, and I want to deep dive into some of the transformations. Like, why don't we get my pad and paper out here? Why don't we just do our thing while we wait? And if she
we're going to pivot. Christina's not ready yet. Yeah, we're just going to pivot because you and I were going to talk after Christina anyway. So we will just talk now and we will jump her back in when she's available. So there you go. She's doing kid stuff in school. So we get that. Right. Kid stuff in school. So, all right, man, let's pivot. This is you and I for a little bit.
All right. Should we roll the intro again? So let's talk about overcoming challenges, right? When we talk through our coaching clients and when we go through these different experiences in life, I'd like to go a little bit deeper into overcoming challenges. And more specifically, when I touched on it with Anthony, when you have that conflict and you resolve the conflict and you move on from the conflict, how do you let that go? How do you release that from where you are? And then how do you then not keep that baggage with you, right? And as you're not keeping that baggage with you and you're releasing it out into space, how do you plug back in and shift that gear to do the next thing, right? To do the next thing and not carry that argument from earlier today into a thing. Because I know that you and I have, with a certain somebody we do business with, we have a lot of that transfer that happens to us, and we try not to take it with us, right? So we get beat up a lot behind the scenes by a few people, and we try not to bring that forward, right? So how do you have the conflict? How do you not carry it with you? I mean, what NLP techniques do you use, man? Like, I know you're big on gratitude, and I know you're big on these affirmations, and I use the pause. We talked about this on our show the other day, but I want to do a deep dive here in front of everybody. So let's go, man.
All
Like
right.
from an NLP standpoint, right, or from a coaching standpoint, I'm trying to
Okay.
get through it. How do I do it? Go.
Forgiveness. Forgiveness is an epic tool. There is I'm gonna float one out to you guys. Totally, this is not planned for where we're gonna go. In Hawaiian, it's called ho'oponopono. Swear to God, this is a real word. Ho'oponopono. That's the word. And it is a Hawaiian forgiveness ceremony that you run through. Now, depending on who you took your NLP through, depends on how this one goes. But it's one of my favorite parts of NLP. And I'm telling you the longer story so we can get back into this space. Is NLP is a body of ideas. Neurolinguistics programming is a body of ideas. So there's multiple different ways to do this, right? There's multiple different ways to do this. But the point of it is forgiveness. So now the way that you do this, I'll set it up. Maybe we even play this game a little bit, but you can do self-guided, you can do longer ones. Typically, it will take me about 5 minutes to do this. And it's really a self-guided meditative practice. I'm not saying now here, okay, I'm going to plus one this. Can I just call Mike and forgive him for something that he may not know he even did to irritate me? Yeah,
No,
that would probably be a good thing to do. I should
I'm
probably do that.
unforgivable.
Right. Yeah. There's those days. However, what we can do is we can forgive him mentally, which stops the conversation in our head. It stops the conversation. It resets. Instead of going through and having an argument with Mike for hours in my head and letting it take up free rent for fun, I can stop that state. I can forgive Mike. And there's a way to do it. And it's literally, there's a longer page to get there. But the words are this: Mike, I forgive you. Please forgive me too. Those are the words. However you get there, those are the words to say, whether you verbalize them and or mentally do it, write it down, whatever your thing is. I forgive you. Please forgive me too. There is an amazing mental release space that occurs in that. I guarantee everybody listening, put a yes in the chat, put a yes in the comments for everybody that is carrying around crap that you could simply just forgive them and move on. Now, a lot of people are like, well, it's unforgivable. I refuse to do that. It's on you, man. We've all done it. Have we not all done it? Yes, in the chat box, if we've all done it. Yes, we have. And man, what a spectacular waste of mental energy. What a spectacular waste of mental energy. So from a NLP standpoint, forgiveness, one of your most powerful tools for letting something go, not carrying the conversation forward of, well, he did something bad to me, 6 years ago. That's unforgivable. And I won't ever, it's a tool. It's an NLP tool, is that forgiveness piece. Now, if anybody would like the audio, the 7-minute lead meditation in that one, you should reach out to us. You can reach out to me on Facebook. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn. You can find us on total-disruption.com. You can put your email or your phone number in the comments, and I'll send it to you. I'll send you that lead meditation. That's not a problem, man. It's an easy process. I do it probably 3 or 4 times a week that I will sit down and go through the whole process just to let things go.
Wow.
Let them not sit.
Things I'm unearthing about you that I never knew. A Hawaiian meditation practice. That's awesome. So I guess you practice mini ceremonies, sort of, in a way. We'll call it a mini ceremony throughout the day. Because when we talk about maximizing your life, right? A lot of people can't let shit go. They just can't do it. And I run into a lot of people like on the other space that I'm in the sort of wellness, fitness, well-being space, that when you harbor those kinds of tensions, it stiffens up the body, right? It affects, and then the body affects the mind affects the body, and there's this chaotic loop. Now you can drink all the water you want, smoke all the dope you want, drink all the beer, drug all you want. Highly recommend all that
You're
stuff.
giving permission people to do a lot of things.
Good for you, man. I'm a yes man. Go right ahead. However, the non-external tool is the internal tool, right? There's the biggest component that I see most people that thrive. They have this ability to, almost like a lawyer, right? Let it bounce off of them. But there's got to be a way, right? You can't just have a wall of armor. I spent most of my childhood with a wall of armor up, angry, right? Anger was my defense mechanism. In a sort of a hostile environment, anger is your best bet. It keeps your perception up, keeps you sharp, and it keeps you ready to go. I'll tell you a quick anecdote with anger. Like you and your forgiveness, I had to turn my anger on. So I was in the midst of getting a cell phone fixed yesterday, and I'm walking around this little city in Delaware, and as I'm waiting, I'm just walking and I'm talking and working on the phone, and I'm on my earphones, and I'm in this parking lot, and I see this guy behind me, and I'm walking, and he's starting to gain ground on me a little bit. I see him out of the corner of my eye. So I'm in a wide space. It's an empty part of a parking lot, and I start to move to the right. He starts to move to the right. So I immediately cultivated my best angry, aggressive face, and I did a 180 on him. I spun around, I looked at his face, and he didn't realize he was subconsciously following me without even realizing it. He was a young kid with a book bag. He wasn't going to do anything to me. He was well dressed and he was rolling on. And he went into like this store he was going to anyway. It was the most bizarre encounter I've had in a long time. Broad daylight, man. It's like 12 in the afternoon. So, you have the ability to cultivate this forgiveness is the same way I can cultivate anger, right? It takes practice. I had years of it. It took me more practice to let it go than it did to actually, use it. But I like this forgiveness thing. I like it. I'm going to practice it. I think maybe you can send me that meditation. I'm not going to.
I would love to do that. And there are, so all right, since we're telling the stories of the weirdness from this last week, like I'll share where my last week was. And it was, last week required every tool in my tool belt, all of them, every tool in my tool belt. And there's literally years of work and effort in the neurolinguistics programming and mental health space. And I love where Sherry coined mental wealth earlier. Like, I just love that. And I'm going to constantly quote her on that. Maybe they can find this on your website. Why, yes, they can. Total-disruption.com, Julianne. So this last week was a challenge for me. We all have challenges. Everybody's got one. Mike had a challenge yesterday. He's had some different things come up, and we use the tools that are available to us to the best ability that we can. Now, I think that might be why Mike and I connect a little bit, because we both grew up with a suit of armor and just angry as kids. You won't find that in me much anymore. However, I had that moment here last week. I had a very angry moment, and anger in my world comes from fear. I am not afraid of much. I want to be really, really clear. I am not scared of very much. I play with bears. I play with snakes. I play with heights. All the things. If it scares me, I did it so that I could get over it. Not a hell of a lot scares me. But I had an event this last week. We went from start of the week is a bad week because it was a anniversary of an accident that I had 25 years ago, to where my dad was killed in that. And I coded, for those of you who know that what that was. I woke up in the hospital with a tube down my throat, pumping water out of my lungs, scared the bejesus out of me. And I was mad, angry at that time about a lot of things. It took me a lot of years to get past it. So then further on into this last week, we have my father-in-law goes in for heart surgery. Makes me very nervous, makes me very scared. I was showing up angry in that time because I was afraid. Move a couple days past that. He gets out of surgery. He's good. Everything's cool. You guys don't have to worry. It's all cool. a couple days later, I am doing some work for our other show, Boardroom Battleground, and I am 6 hours away from home doing this work. And I get the call every parent hates, never wants to get your kids being rushed by the ambulance to the emergency room. Now, they'll always be my kids. They're 26 and 27 years old, but they're always going to be my kids.
Let's frame that up for the audience here, man. Your
Yeah.
kids, they're adults.
Yeah, they're always going to be your kids. They're always going to be your kids. You're going to feel that way as a parent. Scared the bejesus out of me. No question. I drove 6 angry hours. I mean, like road rage to get there. Absolutely got there. Everything's cool. Like it's cool now, but we went through like 3 days of it really scary. And therefore I spent 3 days being really angry and having to deal with it. Thankfully, I have the tools. Thankfully, I have the people to lean on. I have Mike to lean on. I have Julianne to lean on. I, of course, have my family to lean on. I have all of my friends that I can lean on. I have, very close people that I hold in in those circles of when I need it, I can reach out and go, dude, I'm not okay. I'm not okay. I need a little help here. Note how I said that. I need a little help. I'm asking for the help. You've got to have those people to be able to lean on. You've got to have them. And I'm very fortunate to have them. We're all the way through it. 10 days of blech that we're past it. We're here today. I'm crazy grateful for it. What were the tools I used? I had to use gratitudes. What am I grateful for? Because if I would have focused on the negativity, that's all I was going to pay attention to. Easy to do in that situation. I had to use the forgiveness tools. I had to use the affirmations. Every tool in the toolbox is available, and it was a choice. That's the piece I want to give you guys is, just telling this story is it's how you react and how you act and how you roll through some of that. It's a choice. Like it's a decision you're actively making to do that. When I was a little kid, I used to just make the active decision just to be pissed off all the time. Well, it was a choice. I didn't have to, but I did. So that's the longer story. And if what I want, and I'll say the same thing we said about this with Sherry earlier, and I'm not trying to make it the Jake show. I know it's a longer story, but I will say the exact same thing I said to Sherry earlier. And that is if this story reaches one person of all the people that this could possibly reach, if one person goes, man, that helped me today. Then I did my job. Much like Mike said earlier, aggregate all these people together, aggregate all the information, give the information, talk about your story, give your message. If you can impact one person today, you're making a difference. And you need to understand that. So there you go. I got a little long-winded there, man, but you know how that goes.
My takeaway from all that is, what does bejesus mean? It's a good story and all. What does bejesus mean? I'm thinking to myself, that's kind of like a non-blasphemous way to say Jesus or something. That's pretty cool, man. Where'd you get that?
The holy living shit. How's that? We're gonna say it live. Why not? We're gonna say it on Facebook. They can ban us. Scared the holy living snot out of me. But yeah, there's an interesting one. If anybody in comments knows where the word bejesus comes from, where the original one came from, I'd love to know the origin of that so that I could actually quote, this guy said. That'd be kind of fun. So if anybody knows the origin of that, how do you spell? I think that's close, but Jesus, I think Julianne's got it really close. Yeah.
I don't know how to spell that, but
I don't know that anybody knows how to spell that. That might be a Jakeism, but I don't think so. I think I heard it somewhere else.
All right, I digress. Right. So let's get back to brass tacks here, man. Enough of this bejesus nonsense. So thank you. Yeah, it was a tough week, and it was on my side of things. When you were dealing with that, you did a cool thing, even way before it all hit, right? You did a cool thing where you said, all right, I'm in this kind of mode right now. I've got a lot going on. I need to make sure that I'm not, you guys just, you tempered it for a second and you said, hey, just know, guys, this is happening. And I thought that was a powerful tool, right? I really liked that, and it put me in a mind frame to get out ahead of things and pay more attention to what was going on around all the projects you and I have going on, right? Which is, Boardroom Battleground, our TD show, our coaching clients, the podcast, the labeling, the titling, the filming, the stand-ups, everything that we do to make the whole world go round in our ecosystem. I was handling a lot of things that would normally be bilateral decisions. I was handling them unilaterally, within reason, and
Yeah.
then backfilling you. And I really thought that synergy worked well. So if you're in a partnership and you're in the world, communicate, right? We had a story where some contestants on our show Boardroom Battleground needed to hear a few things. What did we do? We brought one of our strategic partners in. We brought Julianne in. We had her on a webinar for our contestants. We answered all the questions, and then we checkboxed it saying, this is how we solve for this problem. And before we start season 2, we're doing X, Y, and Z, right? So going back to, we went a little bit more on the personal development side of things, but on the tactical side of how to get through these conflicts, we got right on top of things. We handled it with information. We brought in experts and we got in front of it. And then we solved for it as a preemptive strike next time, that we won't run into those problems, to make everything smoother and more streamlined.
Totally agree with that.
I think we've covered all the ground we need to cover, man. I mean,
and Christina is with us in the green room, so we can bring up Dr. Christina Castagnini, and love to have a conversation with her. And she's another one that we met through our friends at the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. I had the very fortunate time to actually hear her speak on a panel at Barnes and Noble at their flagship store in Los Angeles. Absolutely killer. Like, loved what her and the panel talked about. And we had a little bit of time to connect there. So again, just telling the story of where we're all connecting and how we're doing it. It's a smaller planet than we think it is. So with no more further ado from me, we want to hear from Christina. I know Mike does. Let's bring Christina on.
Hi guys. Sorry.
There you are.
It's been a morning. It's great to be on here with you guys. Thanks.
No, we're grateful for it. So I made a tactical error, and I put everything in Mountain Standard Time, whereas Mike thinks everything should be in Eastern Standard Time. Yes. Christina thinks everything's in Pacific Standard Time. Welcome to live broadcasting. This is what we do. So I texted her, and she's like, "Hey, give me a few minutes. We'll be on." We made the pivot. We're super stoked to have you here today, Christina.
Welcome, Christina.
Oh, thanks, guys. This is good to be on here with you.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've got so much coolness going on. There's so much stuff. Like, it's so much fun to watch you on Facebook. That sounds weird, but like, just to see all the things that you're doing again and creating and sharing your message and getting it out there. Like, it's really, really impressive. All the things that I've had the opportunity to be able to be a witness of as you've moved forward in this. So, like, tell us who you are. I mean, the audience doesn't necessarily, our audience anyway, may not necessarily, connect immediately with Dr. Christina, but who are you? What do you do, man?
Well, my gosh. Thank you for all those kind words. And likewise, it's been fun to watch you too. Personally, I am a single mom to 2 kids. And so this is part of the reason why I was also late, because I was running around doing kid stuff this morning. Professionally, I'm a clinical psychologist. I have a private practice. And for 15 years, I worked at a hospital that got very corporate. And that got to me. I was really struggling. I'm very passionate about what I do. Had to make the big pivot at some point because I was getting really burnt out. And there was about 2-year time period there where I was going between my corporate job and trying to build up my private practice on the side. Thankfully, I was able to do that. And now I have a practice on the side and have a podcast where I talk about my specialty, which is eating disorders and body image issues. And that's how I connected with you, Jake. So,
And I want to talk about that. Of course, I want to talk. It's all about me. We know that. Your podcast it's an issue nobody talks about. It surprises me that there aren't 5,000 podcasts like yours out there. Like, it is one of those things. And of course, we talked with Sherry earlier about this being Mental Health Awareness Month. This is a component of that. And so talk to us a little bit about, like, yes, you've got your private practice and you decided to start a podcast. So let's walk down that road. Like, what made you want to share the message on a bigger, more visible scale?
Well, I am really passionate about what I do. I do believe what I'm doing. You know, people always say if you don't feel like you're working, it's not a job. And I do believe that. I love what I do, but I found myself not loving what I was doing because it got very micromanaged. It was like, I felt like people up in the business part of the world was telling me how to do my job. And I would always say, oh my gosh, I don't go tell my mechanic how to fix my car. Like, don't tell me how to be a psychologist, right? And that's how it felt. And I started to get burned out. I started to not like it. And so I got to the point where I said, if I'm going to leave, and as I shared, I'm a single mom with 2 kids. I have no other support. So I had the most stable benefits. I hit the ceiling on the pay scale. I had all the vacation time. I had the seniority. I mean, I was like, that was it. So for me to leave was scary. It was super scary. But I said, you know what? If I'm leaving, I'm going to leave and I'm going to try to do something bigger than this. I really want to have a bigger impact because I felt like the 4 walls I was working in was like, what impact am I having here? None. This is not why I went to grad school and did all of this. Like, I'm leaving. I'm going to try to have a bigger audience. I'm going to do something where I had no social media. I had nothing when I left. So that's where I started, was the social media. I got Instagram, Facebook. And then it was, interestingly enough, this is what happened. I left and I thought everything was fine. And then the pandemic hit and my office building closed. And I went, oh my gosh, Jake, you know how scary that was? I left. I finally made the move. And now I had no office to do work and no patients, really, because nobody had ever done virtual therapy. And I went, oh my God, I made the biggest mistake ever. Little did I know we were heading into a huge mental health crisis and virtual therapy was going to become a huge thing. But I decided one night, it was 3 a.m. I was sitting in my room and I picked up a mic and I was like, you know what? I remember I had an eating disorder and nobody was talking about them at all. And I just said, you know what? I had a coach at the time and he said, tell your story. And that scared me too, because as a psychologist, you're not supposed to share your personal information at all.
Right.
And so
you're trained that way. Yeah.
Right. And I'm like, oh my gosh, my family's going to hear this. My patients might hear this. Like, okay, but if I'm not real and genuine and people aren't talking about the nitty gritty, dirty, nasty stuff behind closed walls that we all go through, who's going to talk about it? Because I wish I would have had that, because then I would have not maybe waited so long to get treatment. Maybe I would have realized I had an eating disorder earlier on. I thought I just sucked at dieting, to be honest with you. So that's what I did. I said, okay, here we go. I had no idea what was going to happen from that point on, but here I am like 250 episodes later and talking to you. So
that was a fast ascension there in the very end of that. And yet, like, so I want to go back. 3 a.m. You just said, fine, I'm picking up the mic. And there was obviously there's a lot of catalyzers that went into that through COVID, as it went into that. And the honest truth is, I don't think any of us were all right, like through COVID. No. Everything shifted so quickly. And one of the things that I say is the gift of COVID. It's this right here. We all had to get really good, really fast at starting to connect from humanity's standpoint virtually. We had to get used to this really, really quick. And it was weird. Let's all get really clear on that. It was weird at that time. I don't have a better word for it. So like, you had just launched your practice, and we've heard this several times this morning, and this was not the theme of today, which is really, really interesting, of where I launched it right here as an entrepreneur. You scaled out of corporate America. You scaled out of what you felt was safe, like in that space, because you weren't having the impact you wanted to have. And that had a bigger meaning for you to do that. So you stepped out, COVID happened. Here we are, it's 3:00 in the morning. You said, all right, it's time to talk about it. What additionally catalyzed that?
I really did sit with myself. I remember, so I used to also train postdocs. And what that is people who are not yet licensed to be psychologists. It's their year before getting licensed, mentoring them to get licensed. And I was actually kind of doing that to myself. Like, what did I ask them? Like, why did they go into this? Why are they doing this? Why are they spending all this time working, really getting not paid, really devoting all their time? And I started to go back in time, like asking myself, wait, why did I go into this in the first place? And I started to reconnect with my younger self who was like in college, trying to get into grad school, doing all the practicum work, not getting paid for hours. And I was like, this is why I did. I started to reconnect with my passion again. It was really nice. And I was like, oh, I remember why. I really wanted to like help people in a big way. And so I think that's what really fueled me. It was a really great time for me to do some introspection and really reconnect with myself.
Love that. I mean, that's where Anthony was talking a little bit of that IOU piece. We're really doing that, inward introspection piece. So love that. So you're 250 episodes into it now on your podcast, which is major applause, by the way, like thunderous round of applause from everybody in comments. You guys, yes, from everybody that this is amazing, because most podcasters never get there. Like they never get there. Whether they just say it's too much work and they give up. That totally happens because guess what? It's work. It does. Yeah. It takes effort to do the thing that you're doing. So you're 250 in now. Like, where are you going next?
Well, that's always the question, right? I'm always trying to have bigger impact. Definitely through joining the LA Tribune, there's lots of opportunities, more for speaking, hopefully writing a book. We'll see. That's the goal. And the real goal is to go from one-to-one therapy to one-to-many. And so that's really the transition now, because I'm seeing the value in doing more speaking engagements, hopefully doing some retreats, maybe having some programs. So not that I don't love one-on-one therapy, don't get me wrong, but I've been doing it over 25 years. And I feel like, again, it's just having a bigger impact on more people.
Yep, and it is. It's about growing. It's about growing your impact. So I'm going to challenge you. I'm going to challenge you publicly on this one right now, because I got challenged publicly for my first book, and that's why it got done. So, when will we see the book?
That is a great question. The proposal is in the works, so hopefully, I mean, the timing is not all on me, but I am doing my part to get that part done. So,
okay. So that was a very clinical way to answer the question, yes. Not by not answering the question. Are we going to see it in 25 or are we going to see it in 26?
More realistic 26.
26. Okay. So we're going to look for Christina's new book in 26. She's going to have it done. Love that. Of course, that's the executive coach in me. I can't leave that on the table. That just couldn't possibly do it. So
I'm good with it.
Yeah, cool. I love it. We're going to see Christina's new book in 26. What's next? What's next on the menu for you? Like with where you are in the podcast of how we're talking Beyond the Bite, and I used menu. That's kind of funny. I didn't plan that. What is it like from an impact? If you could say, here's the thing I want to change, or here's the message that my audience needs to hear. What is that?
So curious. It's interesting you're asking that. So right now I'm working on a program called Beyond Perfect, which is, a lot of people with eating disorders and body image issues really struggle with perfection. They're the people that got the straight A's and they're doing really well in work, and they really want to look perfect on the outside, and they have high standards for themselves, almost to the point of like it being detrimental. So there tends to be kind of a profile of people who have an eating disorder. And I find that a lot of people are struggling with, a lot of females are struggling with dealing with that perfectionism, letting go of that, thinking that if it's like this all or nothing thinking, if I'm not perfect, I fail. But also really struggling with like, I'm really, really great and successful in these areas of my life, but maybe not so much in like my relationship with food or romantic relationships. And so really this program is tailored toward women to work on that mindset and overcoming their struggles with not only food, but hopefully finding relationships that maybe they're feeling fulfilled in, and also healing their relationship with themselves to have more compassion and engage in more self-care. So
Totally agree with that. So what? That was weird. I got all kinds of things moving on the screen. Didn't expect that. Let's do this. How do people get a hold of you? What's the best way?
well, the best way is probably my website. It's behindthebitepodcast.com. It has all the links to all my social media. It has links to my private practice as well. So that's probably the best way.
Behindthebitepodcast.com.
Mhm.
All right. I'm adding that in there. There we go.
Awesome.
That way it's going to be in. There we go. We get it in the lower third too. Although I put the spaces in there, don't put the spaces in there. Love that. All right. So let's give the audience something really super tactical, actionable.
Mhm.
You know, in your particular audience today, you know, we've talked a lot about this is what we want them to know. What's one thing that somebody could do today to start healing, right, in that direction, to really start maximizing where they are? Because it comes right down to it, the first step is the most challenging, and no matter what you're doing, running a marathon, take your pick, right? So what's one thing they can do today?
I say if one thing can shift is remembering you don't have to believe everything you think. Just because you believe it doesn't mean it's true. And oftentimes people get confused with that. So, I mean, I do a lot of challenging of thoughts and beliefs in my practice, but just remember that.
Let's unpack that a little deeper. Like I want to go a little further on that one, because that's all about limiting beliefs and in that particular space. So we don't have to believe it. It may not necessarily be true. So like give us some examples of what one of those limiting beliefs somebody doesn't need to believe is.
So like say people pleasers, if I say no, nobody's going to like me. They're going to be mad at me. It's going to cause conflict. I'll feel guilty. There's this really big belief there. And so a lot of people just don't say no, and they end up becoming resentful and really challenging that. Like, why can't you say no? What happens if you say no? What happens if you say, no, I can't right now? Are people really not going to like you? And if they don't like you because you say no, are you really surrounding yourself with like toxic people or positive people in your life? Like, what's going on here? So
yeah,
this kind of things. Yeah.
That's a great way to evaluate your circles, you know, who those people are in that space. Because if they're, so let's go this way then. How do we make it clear to people how they support us, how they need to support us, where we are in the world? I think that, you know, Mark Victor Hansen wrote the book Ask, and I think that's a piece of this too, is how do we make sure people around us understand how to support us where we are? So it isn't about what they think of us.
Well, I think people get confused between being assertive and being aggressive and starting confrontation. Sometimes people think, hey, it's selfish to ask for what you need or let people know. First of all, it's not selfish. It's nice. People aren't mind readers, number one. But if somebody cares about you, they'd want to know. And it's respectful of yourself and another person to be assertive and say, hey, it would be really great if, whatever, I need help with this. Or I'm really struggling right now. I just need to take some time at home by myself. It's nothing personal to you if I don't, attend this event or spend more time with you. Or, hey, if I get quiet, would you mind checking in with me? Something like along those lines, instead of people kind of climbing up and saying, oh gosh, if I say anything, I'm going to get somebody upset. It's going to turn into an argument. It's selfish, that kind of thing.
I love that. And that's creating that expectations conversation around yourself. And just does it take courage to do it? Yes, it does. It absolutely does. And I would tell everybody that, yeah, that's within you to do it. You absolutely have the courage, and you should be reaching out in those spaces to be able to do that. So again, behindthebitepodcast.com is the fastest way to get a hold of Christina. What are we looking for next? Like, if you're going to leave the audience with one more thing today, what would it be? I keep asking for more.
You want more?
Yeah.
One thing, just with mental health, since it's Mental Health Awareness Month, I just want to stress too, you're not your illness. So people always say, I'm depressed, right? I'm bipolar. We don't say I'm a broken leg. You don't become your illness. So try to separate it out. Like, I have a depressive episode right now, right? I'm struggling with bipolar disorder, because we don't, when you do that, it really does create the stigma, because then you become your illness. And I think that's a lot of the problem too. So really just trying to break the stigma this month, I think, is important.
I love that I am not my illness. There's a young man named Nick Yearhart. If you guys have not listened to his podcast, he since birth, he has had muscular dystrophy and MS and MD, the two things. But he is such a cool, active dude, and he has absolutely said, I am not my condition. I am not my condition. He's got a great podcast. Go listen to that. Solid statement. Love that, Christina. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate you scrambling in last minute to be able to spend a little bit of time with us today. Duly noted. More things that we learned today is make sure we are all caps on what time zone we're in when we're doing stuff. And I changed the rules. We've heard before from our friends Julianne and Michael, there is no time other than Pacific Standard Time. And that's I should know that with my podcast crew. But so look for Christina, her podcast, Behind the Bite. Absolutely reach out to her, connect with her, see what she's got going on. Absolutely amazing human being.
Well, thank you, Jake. So are you. And
thank you
for having me on. Sorry for the disruption to your show.
That's kind of what we do.
That's what we do. It's cool.
Okay.
It's exactly what we do, and we love it. We live for it.
Exactly. Have a great day, Christina. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She is such a cool person. Like, just I've seen her on stage a couple times. I've had the opportunity to spend a little bit of time with her, and just such a genuinely cool person that just made the decision one day and said, you know what? Yes, I'm going to be that influencer. I need to tell that, the story needs to be told. My message needs to be heard. And that's what I so value about her.
I love it. That's awesome. Well, let's go into a little detail. Emily Capshaw's coming up, right? She's a fantastic entrepreneur. I can't wait to hear from her. She's actually a contestant on season 1 of our show, Boardroom Battleground. And to get more information about Boardroom Battleground, click the QR code or go to total-disruption.com and check out Boardroom Battleground. So Emily's got a fascinating story and a fascinating mission. And I really, really enjoy every time I communicate with her, every time she talks about what she's been doing to help people and how she was helped. And her whole story is so wonderful. The whole world she's in is really cool. I'm fascinated by it. I have friends in that world peripherally, and it's always been a personal fascination of mine. So I think she's behind the scenes. You want to bring her up, Jake, or do you?
Yeah, man. I do. I got to spend some time with Emily last week too, and I knew Emily was my people well before that, but it was so much fun to just hang out with her. And just, and we've spent time together. We met some time ago through a different event, and we connected in that time. And she actually has introduced us to some more people that we know. So again, it's what I keep trying to get to the audience is, it's not about the one person that it's about that person and all the people that they know. Mm-hmm. And how we're creating this larger community together through this connectivity, whether it be virtual, in person, metaverse, whatever you want to call it. So I want to make sure I'm just telling everybody where we get to meet the people. So of course, I'm going to ask Emily to tell us her whole story, from because she has a similar story that most of us do, right? You started in a corporate space and you did some different stuff, and now you're embracing this new space that you're in. So like Emily Capshaw, tell us the whole story about you.
Hi, thanks, Jake. So yeah, like Jake said, I did do the corporate route. Was a CFO, had, started public accounting, went up through got to work at the Olympic Committee for a lot of years and was blessed with that corporate career, but had that burnout that so many of the entrepreneurship that leads people to entrepreneurship. And then really focused on through doing some fractional CFO work, helping entrepreneurs grow their businesses. Because through my executive career, I realized I really enjoyed helping executives understand their financials to make better business decisions because they don't have to be hard. So, kind of just making them simple and using it as a tool to grow your business. And so, that was turning that now towards the entrepreneur land and helping small businesses make those, or even larger businesses, but helping individuals grow their business has been fun for me. But along that way, I kind of fell into the health and wellness industry. I was in a car wreck 12 years ago and lost the nerves on this side of my face. Was had a ton of pain, hip pain, back pain, just from that impact. And a friend of mine started sharing this thing on Facebook about how talking about stem cell technology and how she didn't have any pain in her. She was getting movement back in her hands that she was also in a car wreck 20 years ago and had movement back in her hand that she hadn't had in 20 years. So I finally called her and I asked her, "What's this magical stuff you're talking about?" And she explained to me it's this little sticker you put on your skin and it reflects your body's light back into the body to generate your stem cells. And the wonderful thing about stem cells is they're smarter than we are at like and go and fix whatever's broken in our body. And so once I was like, well, what do I have to lose for $100? Tried it and it's given me nerves back in this side of my face and took my pain away. So then, being the CPA that I am, I had to research it. I'll find out all about it, and found out that all of our friends and family need on this. So with changing, all of our so many lives with this amazing technology, I really focused on adding this as an additional stream of income because. With the economy the way things are now, we all need more than one stream of income. The corporate job, as though it may have that, security, but it's not enough sometimes anymore. And even at the entrepreneurs, the more streams of income you can have, it's always a good thing to open your mind to those things as well.
Totally agree. So like, let's go a little bit deeper about that. So
Yeah.
you're definitely using it as a
Mhm.
person, right? And you've got me sold on it. I'm going to be using it too. We're super stoked about that. Most everybody that comes around you is using it. And
Yeah.
what I like this, what really, I guess what really shocked me, like you talked to me about it, but last weekend we spent a little bit of time out at your ranch. You guys are using it on horses.
Yeah.
And I look at when I watch you interact with, your boys, your husband, your horses, they're all your family. Every one of those is
Mhm.
100% your family, and you care about them all. You might care about some of them more than others, but we won't put them in order on live on public. But like, talk to me about you guys had a retired roping horse. Like this is the one that I really like the most. Like, talk to me about
Yeah.
that horse, about what's going
Yeah.
on with that
So
LifeWave
my
technology.
son's good horse that he rodeoed on last year. It won a ton of money on him. He was having seizures and go down in the trailer. You'd feel it shake the whole rig, pull over, and then we thought, maybe it was just a spring thing, like a once and done. But then he had one a couple weeks later. So then taking him to the vet, he's explaining to us that it's probably a Cushing's, which results from high cortisol in the body putting pressure on that pituitary gland and throwing that horse into seizures. So his hair was falling out. He was kind of not drunk, but like not as alert to where he's putting his feet. You couldn't really ride him. And so once the vet told me that, I'm like, cortisol. So you're telling me if I can fix this, then he's probably good. He's like, I don't know. That's what my theory is. So there's another patch that LifeWave offers. It's called Eon, and it actually uses the same technology but different frequencies of your body through the crystals technology that it balances the body's cortisol. And they also call it the happy patch, and that's a reason why so many people are on antidepressants, anxiety meds, is because those cortisol levels are so high in your body, where this brings that into balance. So after 2 weeks of putting that patch on this horse, he was back to good Sparky. Like he started riding him. He took him. He wound up actually after we got the vet clearance, and then the vet ran blood work on him and was totally blown away. He had them rerun the blood work like 3 times because he couldn't believe that that really happened. And so now our vet's using them too. But sent him to Corpus Christi, for 17-hour trailer ride, and he did not have a seizure and stayed good that whole trip. So it's been exciting to see just the impact that these patches have on animals as well, because it works the same way through the same technology. So we've used them on our dogs. I mean, I've had people use them on all different kind of hurt horses that, the vets were saying it's going to be 6 weeks, and here it is a week late, a couple weeks later, and their acceleration of healing is so much faster.
Yeah, it's exponential to watch it, and it was really fun. And I had the opportunity to interview your son and talk with him a little bit about the partnership of him and the horse as professional athletes, of what they're doing and how important it was for him to be able to see that in Sparky. For him to go, yeah, this is my partner. This is who I work with every day, and I spend the most time with. And he was notably relieved. Like, and he's not he really was, because it's a friend, it's a partner, it's a colleague as athletes, it's a team member that, is performing at his highest because of this technology that you came across.
He thought he didn't get him anymore. And so to see that miracle, if you will, like perform in front of his eyes, I guarantee he doesn't forget to go put that patch on him every day to make sure that he keeps getting better.
Yeah,
Emily,
absolutely.
I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
So and I've had nerve damage myself, not to the extent you have, but from vehicular car accident. What does it feel like? What does that liberty feel like when you go from? Because I don't know if people understand how bad nerve damage is. Nerves don't stop unless you shut them off either through an ablation or medication. It's constant. And what does that feel like? How did that, like, when you put on the patch and then you had the transformational experience? 'Cause I just feel like there's a lot of people out there, a lot of entrepreneurs that are putting their bodies through the ringer, and people are just beat down. What does it feel like? What does that feel like when you start to put the patch on, and then over the course of weeks and months, you start to just say, wow, this healing process is being fast forwarded. What's your story there?
So it's interesting because, a lot of people, most people, including myself, you don't realize it every day, right? As you look in the mirror, nothing happens. And it's not like I smile in the mirror while I'm putting my makeup on. But it was like a couple months into it that randomly I did catch myself smiling in the mirror, like somebody said something. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like I have my nerves, like I can smile bigger now. And that happens a lot with people that I've helped with pain, like nerve pain too, that you don't realize that all of a sudden it's not like the next day that you feel, it working through your body. It's taking a moment to say where you were a month ago, and you're like, oh my gosh, like I could not get out of bed this easy. Or, like I have a friend with that had lupus, that she literally had a hard time getting out of bed and her muscles would lock up. And to look back and say, this hasn't happened to me since I've been on these, and I'm off my chemotherapy now. So those types of things, that it's like the gradual, but taking the moment to pause and look back and to see how far it's come, and to realize that these truly are life changing.
And this is having an impact for somebody that has, and hopefully somebody will hear that. If you're suffering with lupus, this is a way. This is a pathway. Is it the end all cure all? We don't know, but this is a path. Like this is a way. And I know there's people that are suffering with random stuff, that this is a pathway. So Emily, how do we reach you, man? How do they reach out to you? How do they engage with you?
Yes. So my website is ultrahealthsolutions.com, and you can book a call on there with me. And the thing that is also great about it is you don't have to have an ailment. Like it just will give you more energy, helps you sleep better, mental clarity, all of those things too, that, all the distractions of the day and environmental factors that play into that are taking away from that, just give it to you back.
Love that. Very good. Ultrahealthsolutions.com. Emily Capshaw, amazing
Emily.
as always. I will retype that because I see I spelled it wrong, so I don't want to put it up in the chat just yet. I know, amateur hour here. I am aware of it. Mike's got the face. Typing's not my thing. I have people that do that for me on purpose. So
I'm real quick, Emily. Does those patches, do they help internet signals? Because you should
You
send Jake a
know,
few
crazy
extra.
that you
And
say that. They do. When you pair it with, there's another one that helps with muscles, and when you pair those two patches, it makes a cage of your body that the PMF doesn't go into your body.
make sure Jake doesn't get that, because he needs all the EMF he can get over there. All right, Emily, thank you very much. We'll see you soon on
Thank
Battlegrounds.
you. Bye.
Well, good to see you. Absolutely, absolutely love Emily. Yeah, such a. I mean, do you use the word like? Do we even use the word "salt of the earth" anymore? Does anybody actually still use those terms?
Dude,
Like,
you're so
and I
archaic
just
with
think
your
that I
terms.
just
I
think the
have no
world of her.
idea.
Yep, and our next guest, right? I think the world of Donnie too.
Dude,
Donnie
Donnie
Quorum,
Corum's a
Colorado
go
Springs.
fast
Bring him
guy.
in, Mike.
Donnie Corum's a go fast guy. I love this dude. Welcome, Donnie Corum, to the show. He's an serial entrepreneur in the real estate business, guide, a mentor. I can't wait to hear all about him. He's a contestant on Battleground. Dude's amazing. I can't, Donnie, I can't wait for the world to hear your story here, man. So this is Donnie Corum, Foreclosure Profit Systems. For those of you out there that are investing in real estate, for those of you out there that have questions in that arena, we brought Donnie in because we get a lot of questions. We get a lot of people asking us about anything to do with real estate, whether it's being an agent, how do I flip, where do I find contract? I'm like, I don't have any idea. So now we brought Donnie in. So Donnie, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you've got, what's going on here, and maybe tell a little story here to our audience so that you can sort of help some people out.
Yeah, well, I guess just starting with what I do, I help people to build location, time, and financial freedom through finding, figuring, funding, fixing, and flipping a foreclosure deal. The essence of it is I flipped over 400 homes, mostly in the Colorado market here. Incredible years. We did 40 flips in 2020, 47 flips in 21, and then 45 flips in 22. And then, as a lot of people remember, the bottom kind of fell out of the real estate market for that period of time. Interest rates doubled. Life got a little bit hard in the real estate space. But after flipping that many houses, I kind of realized this is not really where my passion was. I mean, I was making a lot of money flipping all those houses, but I wasn't really fulfilled in doing that. And so I got featured for flipping the house. It was hashtag Springs Hell House. So this one big flip that we did made the national news, and suddenly a bunch of people rushed into me and said, hey, would you teach me how to do this flipping thing? Like you said, everybody kind of wants to do this. Very few people know where to actually get started. And like with any investment vehicle, there's some pitfalls to figuring this out on your own. So I developed this passion and meeting new investors and helping people who already had money to invest into projects but weren't sure where to find those projects, couldn't analyze the project correctly, didn't know how to get all the funding they needed to do the deal, didn't have the construction crews they needed to fix the deal, and were paying agents way too much to sell the deal. I took all the problems I had with flipping all those homes and I put it into the foreclosure profit system to alleviate those problems. So now common investors can hop in, never having done a deal before, and make a good amount of money doing it. One of my clients, I like to tell the story, a wonderful family, husband and wife team. They've got 5 children. They do not fit the profile of real estate investor in any way, shape, or form, but they did a deal with me a couple months ago now. They were super nervous. They weren't sure if this was the right thing for them, but my team and I guided them through the process. Long story short, they sold the property. They made $65,000 in take-home profit on it, and their life is a drastically different place now, right? They believe that they can build wealth for their family. They believe that they can travel more. They can put money away to put the kids through school, and all the things that seemed unattainable prior to getting into the foreclosure profit system now seem very attainable, very real. And I'm just so excited to be a part of that life change and helping people to make money doing deals in the foreclosure market right before this big foreclosure crisis is about to hit the market. So I'm excited about the opportunity.
Wow. That's, man, family of 5 in houses, Springs Hell House. How was that, man? Did you scratch your head and go, what am I getting myself into with this one? I mean, how do you keep your cool through the chaos?
I got to really credit my wife with that. I had the benefit of I was the first 3 of those 5 Fs. So I find deals, I do the analysis and I provide the funding. But at the fix stage, I have this wonderful woman in my life who was also my product manager on the construction side, which seems like a wonderful idea when I started it, but turns out it's a terrible, terrible idea, right? Because the better I got at finding deals and getting into the funding table, the more her life and job got more complicated. So, it had a really negative impact on our marriage dynamic for a while. And that was one of the big takeaways that I put into the foreclosure profit system is you don't want to be the project manager on these deals, especially if you're going to build this to scale. Contractors, God bless them because we need them, but they speak a language that's very much founded in BS. So dealing with those people for a prolonged period of time is very difficult and stressful. So, we managed it by getting out of it, by building a system around us that insulated us from the day-to-day of managing a flip. I hired professional project management. My clients get to utilize that project management team. So now you get the perks, kind of the fun, exciting part of flipping and much less of the stressful, painful parts that come with it. But Springs Hell House, man, it changed my life. CNN came out and interviewed us. Fox News came out and interviewed us. Suddenly I'm this local semi-national celebrity for my 15 minutes of fame, right? And it completely catapulted the system to where it is now. So I'm super proud of that accomplishment and of the deals we've done since.
100%, man. All right. So I'm going to ask the question
Okay.
because we've been having this conversation over the last month or so. And Mike and I realized we've known you for several months. We've known you, we met Donnie at a different set of events. And oddly enough, through Anthony Perez again, is where Donnie's introduction. We sat down and had lunch with Donnie at a Hawaiian barbecue place in Aurora at one point.
Right.
That's where we first got introduced to Donnie. And that's been months ago. We just met Donnie. Like the real version of Donnie. I'm going to call it out, man, because I love the real version, like the actual version. And why are you doing what you're doing? What's the reason you're so damn passionate? Because you can see it. Everybody can feel how passionate you are about this. Why? Why are you so passionate about this?
Life change. I really feel like there's so much ability that people don't realize is out there to create an income outside of that day job, right? That keeps you investing is one of the best ways to build life change. You put your money to work for you, and there's so many investment vehicles out there. But when I see the young family that I'm working with right now, and I see that light switch go on, and they realize that on a property they probably encountered 6 times in their lifetime. They're only going to see this house 6 times, right? They made 65 grand. Now they're looking at Ivy League schools for their kid, right? They're suddenly realizing that there's another world out there outside of the normal earning income that we are told way back in kindergarten. We're put into that system, right? You got to get educated, go work for the man, right? Build an income because you got to support your family. People forget that there's some great investment vehicles, real estate being one of the most powerful wealth building tools out there that can allow you to change your life and live on your terms while you're maintaining the day job, while you're taking the kids to soccer, while you're doing all the things that you want to do. You can produce this income on the side. And I just get so excited when I see people who really experience that. Like I experienced my first deal. I made $17,846.32. I'll never forget that check. I held it and I looked at it for way too long, like an awkward stare, because I knew my life would never be the same. And now every time I get that opportunity to see people experience that in the real estate world, it's an incredible feeling every single time.
Love that, man. Love that.
Well, that's the juice right there. That would make me want to do it too. Yeah, helping other people see that. And I've done a couple deals where you see that big number and you're like, man, I could just do this every hour. You know what I mean? It just becomes like, once you make it once, you're like, uh-oh, now what?
Right. Yeah.
So 45 in a year. So let's see if I do the math here, right? I mean, it's 12 times 3 is 36.
It's almost one a week if you took Christmas and New Year's and Thanksgiving off.
Right. So, it's that's pretty impressive, man. So how literally what is the number one thing when you're coaching somebody and you're mentoring? It's more, we'll call it mentoring. Coaching's not enough. When you're mentoring somebody in this space,
Okay.
what do you find you're doing the most? Like, how do you help them handle the stress? How do you, like, it's
Yeah.
not, it's you. I mean, I would be like, all right, let me just pay Donnie. He'll do all the work and I'll do the cut. But that's not what you want to do, right? You're not into that, right? You're into helping other people do it, right? So you don't need to do the thing. How do you help people manage that pressure, especially a rookie?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just the experience really weighs out. The things that are going to really freak you out if you're doing this for the first time don't freak me out anymore. So thus I can relay that calm to my client. You know, we're borrowing money from hard money lenders, and just the term hard money has a negative
Yeah, it's
connotation,
terrible.
right? It just sounds really bad, right?
Yeah.
You envision it, you know, the mobster type going, are you going to pay me or not, right? And
Right.
that's not how hard money actually operates. I'm a hard money broker, so we're just normal people, but I'm taking a lot of the fear out of it. But you are still borrowing money at 12%. So a lot of my mentoring comes with providing that comfort. You're supposed to be a little concerned about this. You're supposed to have some fear attached to this move, but you're going to be okay as long as you just keep one foot in front of the other, right? Just keep moving and you're going to be fine. And then in the end game, once again, the payoff where you're getting that check and you experience that. But, you know, talking about the money is awesome, but you also got to look at the neighborhoods and the areas that are being improved by investors. You know, we take a lot of the flack for when the market goes south. They go, well, the investors caused this crash or yada, yada. But the flip side people forget is we're the reason that certain neighborhoods stay afloat. Right? If investors didn't come in and fix some of the foreclosed areas, the recessed areas that are challenged right now by the economic conditions that are around them, then those houses are going to continue to go down in value. You're going to have more people moving in who don't live there but are staying in those vacant houses, right? You're going to have more arson, you're going to have more drug use. All these things are fixed by the investors. So that when I'm talking to the investor when they're going through their first deal, some of it's reminding them, hey, there's going to be a profit at the end of this. And the other side of it's reminding them that you're actually making an impact in your community on top of making a profit. So I think that's where the mentorship comes in, is reminded that the end game isn't just financial. Some of it is that personal feeling you get from taking an ugly house and making it a beautiful place to live and a better neighborhood for everybody who lives there.
What a mission. I am so impressed, Donnie. Again, just hearing you talk, I almost want to start calling you up tomorrow and go, hey man, teach me how to do this, right?
Let's do it.
Need you to mentor me from across the country.
And my clients all over the country, and that's important to note. Like we're doing this remotely, right? So it doesn't matter where you're located physically. We're doing deals in Colorado and Arizona right now, but I've got clients. I got a client in Pennsylvania, one in New York, one in Las Vegas. Well, we're picking areas where I have experience in the market. My teams are located right now, but the client's physical location doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, we get a better result from the clients who are remote because they kind of stay out of the way of my teams and construction process, right? People who are local want to help. And although my team appreciates the help to some degree, it's like you're sort of slowing us down. So if you could just stay over there and write checks, we'd really appreciate that.
Yeah, no, I get that. So let me just get a quick snapshot of your system. And again, I have no vested interest in Donnie's business. We want to bring Donnie in as an expert, right? So what does your system do? You teach people how to be a project manager, and you teach people how does it work? I mean, we got a few extra minutes before Christine.
Yeah, basically, so let's go back to the 5 F's. I affectionately call it an asinine alliteration, but it's find, figure, fund, fix, and flip. So step one is I find the deal. And this is where most investors go south. You see these TV shows, right, with the flipping, like, man, I would love to do that, but where do you get the deal? Well, there's a whole wholesale market that people are completely unaware of because you know about the properties that are listed on the MLS, which is where we find a lot of people buy their retail homes, right? But in the secondary market, there's this wholesale market where we're buying the houses from distressed sellers. So I create those opportunities. We do a ton of marketing to find deals for my clients. Once we've identified an opportunity for the client, we then do the analysis, and I'm making sure this is a solid deal. This is another disadvantage if you're remote or you're not experienced like myself and my team is. You don't know how to do analysis on a deal, much less from several hundred miles away, right? So that analysis consists of obvious data, what we're buying it at, and what we're going to sell it at. And that's kind of nationally available data. But where it gets dicey is what we're going to spend to get it fixed up. What's that remodel budget going to look like? So we're getting construction estimates, labor bids, material estimates, all those pieces, and I'm bundling all of that so I can present it to the client. Once the analysis is properly completed, I'm funding the deal with my hard money lenders, right? So I'm brokering the loan, making sure the capital is there. The client's got to bring their down payment capital, which is generally 10 to 15% of the deal. And that's why I require that my clients have $50,000 in available capital to actually do a deal. And then we get it to the construction phase. I don't train you to become a project manager. I connect you with one of my team project managers. So they walk you through the process of doing the project management. So you just got to talk to one guy who's translating on behalf of you with the contractors that I don't want the clients to talk to ever. Because what happens when the clients talk to the contractor is conversations like, it would be really cool, a helicopter landing pad. Like if we just stuck one of those in the backyard, I know we don't need it, but man, it's going to look great, right? And clients who don't know better, like, man, that would be cool, right? So that's where people get into trouble from these darn flipping shows. They see these drastic over improvements on these properties and they want to follow that methodology, right? The project manager is not Congress. They have to live on a budget. This is what we're allowed to spend on the property. You can't spend $1 more than that. So this is all we can put into it. They got to make that house pretty on that budget. And then once the property is properly fixed by my team, then we sell it with my team agent. And instead of paying these, with respect, pesky agents up to 6% of the deal to list and sell it, my team agent charges only $2,500 as a flat listing fee so we can provide a lot more profit to the client because we've cut out all the really high expenses. But all this is only doable at volume. If you're an individual investor trying to put together a flipping system, you have to pay a premium for everything because we're only doing one deal at a time. I just signed client number 48 into the system yesterday. So we're doing everything at scale. Right? I get better discounts on parks. I get better discounts on labor. I get better discounts on the agent commissions and things like that because I'm taking the combined resources of all of my clients and we're able to negotiate better deals as a result. Short and sweet is if you want to flip a house, there's no way to do it more cost effectively or efficiently than with the foreclosure profit system.
I love all of that, man. Here's what I want you to tell you. You guys need to understand about Donnie. He's polished for a reason because he's good at what he does. He knows what he does. He's passionate about what he does. It's not a matter, yes, there's a little bit of that practice, standing in front of the mirror, making sure we can present in a way that we get all the information out there. But that passion that he has, you can't practice passion. You either have it or you don't. And this is what I want to tell you about Donnie. We know he's passionate about what he does and how he does it. And he is, I used to say this was a troublemaker, but in this particular space, I would not. You're attached to the outcome. You want your clients to win. You want the people that are coming to Sonnet because they've got to be the right fit. They got to be the right people. They got to want to do it. They got to want to do it with passion. You've got to want to work with them. It's not a matter of, everybody and their brother gets to come in and play with Donnie. Like you've got to be able to, you got to have a little bit of skin in the game in this and not just money.
That's right. And you got to be passionate about it to some degree. Like this is something you have to
100%.
want. You got to want 100%. it. And there's life change on the end of it, and there's a lot of, but it is still work. It is still starting another side hustle business, and I don't hide that at all. There's some involvement, but I've really facilitated all the major pieces of this, so it's not as stressful as what it was when my wife and I were trying to figure out 47 flips.
But you learned from that experience. So Donnie, how does everybody get a hold of you? Let's finish it with that. How are we getting out to you?
Head out to foreclosureprofitsystem.com. There's a registration form. There's a small survey there that just makes sure you're the right fit. It'll allow you to schedule a time with my team and I to discuss if it's the right fit for you. 3 requirements, and I'll wrap up. You must be willing to buy a house in our target markets. We got Colorado and Arizona on deck right now. You must be liquid for a minimum of $50,000 to be able to put into a deal, and you must be very coachable. got to keep in mind this happens very quickly, and the system is designed to help you operate in that quickness. But if you're a person who's got to make decisions over a long period of time, flipping house is probably not the right fit for you. So,
Amen to you, Donnie.
Love it,
Thanks,
buddy.
Will.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate it, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right.
All right, that was cool. That was great, man. We love those guys. So I'm
Good
gonna
interview.
let you introduce our next guest. You have brought Christina into our universe. I am really excited to hear from her. And take it away, man.
She rocks. All right, I'm just going to bring her up, and then I'm going to do the intro with her on the screen, and I'm getting rid of you because she is way better to be on screen with
like
than
to do that. Yeah, you like to get rid of me. I know how it works.
So, all right, bounce there, Jake. I'm removing him. All right, so Christina, welcome.
Hey,
Welcome to Total
great to be
Disruption.
here.
I'm glad to have you. So let me give you a formal intro, and then I've got to thank you for a tip you gave me, and I want to make everyone know what a genius you are. So you're a PR strategist, on-air lifestyle expert, award-winning podcast host, and regularly appears in the media and teach people how to stop being the world's best-kept secret and start being known. Together with your clients, you've 1 billion views, over 100 million in sales from free publicity. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah,
I
it
can't even
worked.
believe it. So you gave me this tip, and I got to thank you for it before we jump into it.
Okay.
So every once in a while with one of our other shows, it's called Boardroom Battleground, I have to do some reads. And I was having a tough time using the teleprompter. And you're like, hey, man, just set the iPad behind the thing. That has saved me hundreds of hours and so much headache. I can't thank you enough. So I do owe you. I really do.
That's awesome. Yeah, little tricks. It's what works.
Yeah, so thanks. Why don't we dive in? Like, so you're an entrepreneur. Why don't we tell the world about what you do and
Yeah.
how you do it, and the key PR piece, and then kind of your story. So let's
Yeah.
have at it.
So you gave me a lovely introduction. I'm 58 years old, and my husband gave me a plaque about 15 years ago that said, "Overnight success takes 15 years." So I think I'm close. I think I'm getting there. But it's really important, we all do this. We see people online. Oh, I did my first webinar. I made 6 figures. You did not. They did not. They're lying. Like, I just get so frustrated with it. This media piece, it takes time. But it works. And a lot of my clients get on within 30 days. It's not difficult to do if you have a strategy. But I want you to think about this in mindset too, that this overnight success. When I started in my 20s, I didn't do anything with PR. I graduated college with political science and German, wanted to go to law school, couldn't get into law school, got a job in Germany. I've shifted to international business. And then my dad got really sick and died of cancer when I was right after my 24th birthday, actually 3 days later. And that will just put you into a tailspin. I don't know if any entrepreneurs on here had a crisis that, got them to where they are today, but that kind of started my life of entrepreneurship because I was spiraling and didn't know what to do. And a friend of mine had a real estate company, and I got my real estate license and I did that. And then I met a guy there. We got to be good friends. We started an event planning company. I did book Dave Matthews 2 weeks before they were on the radio. I just want everyone to know this.
Nice.
And I share this because your PR, media, visibility, it's all about your story. So you've got to remember where you came from and your story. So I did that for a while, and I was throwing these big parties. And then I met my husband. And it was like, oh, I can't really throw parties for a living anymore. And the poor guy grew up in a banker family. We're going to have a 2-income family. We're going to have 2 children. We're going to do. And then here's this crazy entrepreneur wife that now finally after 30 years, he's like, all right, I get it. You're going to be okay. Like, you'll figure it out. There's always something. But I owned a retail store, which was so fun. But we opened it in a blighted town. Everybody thought we were crazy, but we knew what was coming. There were these big houses, $1 million houses, white shells. So I did that for about 10 years and got really burned out. If any of the entrepreneurs on here have done retail, I get it. It's hard. You work Thanksgiving to Christmas 24/7, because if you know anything about retail, that's when you make your money. So I was like, you know what? I've done this. I'm going to retire. I'm going to volunteer at the kids' school. I'm going to be a stay-at-home mom. And all the entrepreneurs here are like, yeah, not going to happen. Because once you get that bug, you don't ever quit. Like, you're an entrepreneur at heart. And if this doesn't work, you're going to find something else that does work. And that's kind of what happened. We went on vacation. We were in Canada visiting my mom, and I had a freak accident and I broke my foot. And I ended up in those big, ugly medical boots. And it was awful. My husband and I were going to New York City. I'm like, oh, I can't go to fashion capital of the world looking like this. So we're on the train, and literally the light bulbs went off. And he says he saw it happen. You know, married at this point, I don't know, 15 or 20 years to an entrepreneur. He knew what was happening. But I was like, I'm going to design a fashion line for them. I owned a retail store. I can figure this out. So I did. And this is before 3D printers and anything like that. So I had to manufacture overseas. I had 100,000 products. We mortgaged the house. Like, I went all in, you guys, all in. And it was not good because what I had done is I had created a whole new space in the marketplace. Nobody had done this before. Nobody knew that they needed to decorate their medical boots. And I hired a coach, and he took $24,000 from me and didn't do anything. But to this day, I thank him, because I wouldn't be where I am today if he hadn't screwed me over. But it's a bad place out there. There are a lot of bad people. Be really careful. Like the contract said, once I read it again, you know, no guarantees, no. Anyway, so I'm broke. I have mortgaged my house. I'm like, how I'm going to lose everything for my family. Like, this is a nightmare. And I was like, what do I do that doesn't cost any money? And I went to the library and I taught myself publicity. Literally, the library is really cool, by the way. But I'm like, all, you know, PR for dummies. And I mean, I'm reading every possible book there is. And I start pitching and nothing happens. And I'm like, okay, crap, this isn't working. But I keep going and I start refining my pitch and I start getting better and better at it. And all of a sudden I start getting yeses, and people are intrigued by my story. Like, you have to learn when you're pitching, it's not about you. It's about the value you can bring to the audience, and the value is the story. So once I learned how to tell my story, why I invented this product and how it happened. So my first year of business, I ended up in 50 media outlets, 50, including Fox, the Washington Post, like big names. And I even got some bad publicity from Refinery 29. So any women out here, that at the time, that was the fashion blog online. I mean, they're still big, but they were huge. But here's the thing. You always hear the adage, all publicity is good publicity. Well, and I'll tell you what she said, because it still hurts. I made the mistake of sending in my prototype pictures, not the real product. So she said my product it was a great idea, but the styles were when Tweens meets Michaels. I'm like, oh my God. It was like, yeah, gut punch. I'm like, no. They're really good now, but I blew it, but I didn't blow it, because I ended up selling $5,000 worth of product from that article. When I first started, like as soon as I launched, people got on a wait list. You know, my products were $10 to $20. So it was a lot of money. And then my big break came. I answered a media query that said, this is all it said. Do you have a product you want to take to the next level, parentheses, national television? And I answered the query, and that was in August. Nothing. Crickets. And at this point, I'm going to run out of money by December. I know this. Like, I don't know how I'm going to pay back the mortgage. You know, my husband's working, but we're a 2-income family. It was bad. I was at rock bottom. And I remember literally crying to the universe. Like, I've done everything. I've opened doors. I haven't even told you guys, I applied for Shark Tank and almost got on. And I got the yes, and then I got the no. And to me, that was the end of the world, because that's how I was going to make it. Now I know, God, they would have killed me. They would have eaten me alive. But anyway, so I have all this, and I'm like, it's August, and no, at this point it's October. And I'm like, oh my God, this is it. What am I going to do? I'm going to lose my house. I'm going to lose everything. My husband's probably going to leave me and go raise these kids because he's married to this crazy woman. And I get this email back. And they said, you replied to this back in August. We're with the Steve Harvey Show. We would like to talk to you about coming on the show. I'm like, oh my God. They said, we need a video from you by 10 a.m. Okay, I have kids. I got to pack lunches. I got to get kids to school. I'm like, oh my God. So I take my Shark Tank video that I use to apply. Simple editing. I'm no video editor. I cut out the Shark Tank piece at the beginning. I cut out the piece at the end. Like, this is all I can do. I sent it in. This goes on back and forth all day. They're asking me questions. 9 o'clock that night, my husband and I are at a booster club meeting. We walk out. They call me. They said, we want to have you on the show. What's your full name on your license and your airport of choice? So I give them the information. I'm like, oh, when is this? We need you here tomorrow. I'm like, okay. So my husband's like, go. I'll figure it out. You just go. So I go, and it's like a Shark Tank competition. It's a contest, and it's $20,000 prize. And I go in there, and there were 6 of us. And I didn't know till I got there. They're like, oh yeah, you're competing for $20,000. Get your pitch ready. Okay. So I'm in hair and makeup, which was really fun. And I'm trying to think of my pitch. And then we go out there, and there's somebody a lot better than me, like a lot better. He had a device for iPads for doctors. So the iPads were hands-free, and they could just type on it. It was brilliant. But when I got in the limo, when I first got to Chicago, I was talking to the limo driver, and he's like, nobody ever talks to me. I'm like, well, I got a 45-minute drive. What do you want to talk about? And he's like, well, he goes, do you know the book, The Secret? I'm like, I live The Secret. And he said, well, I just took Oprah to a publishing house. And I texted my husband. I'm like, oh my God, I'm in the car where Oprah just was. We're talking about The Secret. I'm like, something big is about to happen. And I kept telling myself that when I'm on the Steve Harvey Show. And let me tell you guys, I had never been on TV. I had never spoken on a stage. I called my friend who's a hypnotist, and I said, you have to hypnotize me. I can't do this. I can't go on TV. What am I going to do? It's like, Christina, relax. So there's my piece of advice for all of you. I'm going to tell you the media piece in a minute. Make sure I'm good on time. I'm going to tell you how to do it. Don't be afraid. What he told me is nobody there wants to see you fail. So I get there, and this guy's supposed to win, but I'm thinking The Secret, and I win. I win $20,000. I'm now not going to lose my house. I can pay my bills. I've got a little injection for marketing. And I'm like, this PR thing is really cool. And it's really powerful because I sold 6 figures of my product. And Steve Harvey had me on 3 more times. And he put me on the map. And that's the power of publicity. So then I was like, I need more. I need more of this. How do I keep doing this? So my husband was in Vistage. I don't know if any of you all have been in Vistage before. And his chair got to be a friend. And he's like, Christina, you need a system. Create a system. What are you doing? How are you getting all this media attention? And that's what I did. I created the Get PR Famous formula. And it's 3 steps. You need to be newsworthy. You need to create great hooks. You need to find the right journalist. And I'm telling you guys, if you do that consistently, and I have plenty of clients who are one-hit wonders, and they've done it. I have a realtor who got in the Washington Post, and I'm like, and he's now this huge luxury real estate agent. I'm like, Dustin, why don't you get more publicity? You got it right away. It blew up your business. He goes, because I don't need to. I still use that old article. I just, blacked out the date, and that's all he needs. So you can have just one. I have consistently done it because it's built my brand, and people like to know that I walk the walk. So if I'm telling you how to get on TV, it's good that you see me on TV 2 or 3 times a month, right? I don't like when I go to a conference and somebody's up there telling me what to do. And I'm like, oh, this is so great. So you've done it? And they're like, no, I'm just telling you what to do. So I really do it, and it really works. That's it, you guys. It's those 3 steps. And that's what I have just replicated over and over again. And it's funny because I was at a conference, and I'm still doing the boot thing. And I can't tell you how many entrepreneurs are like, forget the boot. I need to know how to do this. Because I know you guys can't afford PR firms. They're $5,000 to $10,000 a month, 6-month minimums, no guarantees. And I know you feel like the world's best kept secret because I speak about that, and I'll have 100 people in the room, and I say that, and they're like, their shoulders drop. They're like, how did you know? Like, because everybody feels that way. But once you start with this media, once you start doing it, and then the media starts reaching out to you, it's unbelievable. I have this client, Gene, who's so awesome. He's basically a workplace safety expert, but anytime there's school shootings, anything like that. And he started small. He started local, then he got bigger and bigger and bigger. And it was so great last year. He sent me the email and then the clip. He was on Good Morning America, and they found him because he had gotten so much media. So that's the power of it. Can you imagine if your clients knew that you were regularly, consistently in print or on TV, whatever you're comfortable with? People love to work with famous people. So I'll give you a tip or a trick on the newsworthy piece of it. Newsjacking. So it's what's happening in the world right now that you can talk about. And this can be holidays, it can be seasonality, it can be actual news. And again, walking the walk. So my podcast is called Living Ageless and Bold. And I share inspiring stories of women over 50 because that's where I am and I'm really passionate about it. So May is Older Americans Month. Older Americans Month. So I pitched that story using myself as the expert because again, this is not a piece about me. This is what value can I provide their audience. So I'm going to tell their audience, people over 50, what they have to look forward to over 50, what's possible over 50, because the whole theme is flipping the switch on aging. So we're going to talk about if you're an empty nester, maybe you quit corporate, maybe you were a stay-at-home mom, and now you want to work. What are the tips? What information have I learned from 100 episodes of my podcast, interviewing women experts? That's how I position myself. That's how I got on. I'm also on in June doing a lifestyle segment about throwing a grad party on a budget because I have this whole lifestyle piece. So again, that's seasonality. It's June, it's graduation season. So think about what you can talk about. Really cool resource, ChatGPT, my favorite thing in the world. Go in there and say, I am an X. This is what I talk about. Put together some pitch ideas. It cannot be your publicist. It will not write good pitches for you. You have to do that. You know this. This is what you have in your heart and in your head. You have to write the pitches, but it can certainly give you ideas. So I definitely recommend doing that. And remember, each of you has a unique gift that you can offer to the world. I've worked with hundreds, I've probably worked with thousands of realtors, and everyone's like, well, how can you work with so many different realtors and they all have success? Like, because they all bring something different to the table. Again, they're not going in like, hey, I'm Christina Daves, I'm a real estate agent, buy from me. No, you're talking about something specific that's your expertise, whether it's this neighborhood or staging a house or renovations you need to do before you sell your house, spring cleaning. Do you show your house over the holidays? So many things. So it's that three, and I should have my book here, but I don't. But I do it as a triangle, the Get PR Famous formula. Be newsworthy, create great hooks. That's your subject line. Don't use clickbait. I don't like clickbait. But what's going to get them to open the email? What would get you to open an email? Don't just say, here's a story idea. And then find the right journalist. Who's the person who covers your topic? And when you do all three of those and you lead with value, lead with you're the expert, but because you're the expert, here's the value you can bring to the audience, you're going to be golden. So that is PR 101 in a minute.
Wow. There's so many nuggets there. We're not done yet, but I can't thank you enough for sharing that story. Talk about being relatable, being where we all have been, and finding that light, right? That light. And, we've got some other speakers in the afternoon here that really capture that online and things like that. But finding that PR piece, it's almost like a dark art. It's kind of like, you know it or you don't, and you make it seem so easy, right? It seems like this black magic thing, $7,000 for a PR company just to get your your thing on a server, right? It doesn't even go, like a press release doesn't even go into the press,
Don't
right?
send a press release. Don't send a press release. If you get nothing else out of this session, do not waste your money on a press release. I've interviewed so many journalists. They are not reading them. They're not. You could do it for information because a press release is written a certain way, but you got to have your short and sweet pitch. That's what they're looking for. Why you, and just put yourself in their place. What do you want to read in an email? Do you want to read this email or do you want to read this email? It's
Right.
that simple.
So do you just spam a bunch of journalists? Is that kind of what happens, or is there
I
like a
don't
technique?
spam. No, because I'm very strategic. Very strategic. You have to know. I tell the story when I first got on TV.
You personally, but I'm saying is
Yeah.
like, let's say I want to get a journalist,
Right.
just
But you have to do your homework. You guys, this is what I said. If you want to do this, there's a little bit of work involved, a little bit of early homework. When I first got on TV in DC, I pitched my ABC station, Good Morning Washington, because I
Yep.
knew that was perfect. If I had pitched NBC, they don't have a morning show. If I had sent them these ideas, they'd be like, "We're hard news in the morning. What are you talking about?" So that's where the spamming comes in. Don't just throw a bunch of names in a database. If this is really what you want, get 5, 10, 15 journalists, and that's it. And once you're on and you're good, like I've been on Good Morning Washington for 10 years. My producer moved to Fox. I followed him to Fox. I'm still on Good Morning Washington. I'm on Good Day DC. I pitched my podcast. I have a TV segment once a month for Living Ageless and Bold on CBS because it fits their demographic. So you have to know where you're pitching and who you're pitching. But once you do that and you pitch them the right thing, the right idea, the right person, that's how you get the yes.
Wow, that's just powerful. It's awesome. I'm going to do that. That's going to be my next. And I'm a DC guy, so everything you're saying, it's not for those of you that aren't in the DC area. It's big time. I mean, those are big programs in a major metropolitan area with tens of millions of people. Good Morning DC is DC, Maryland, Virginia. It is a ton of influential people, a huge demographic, and it's a cutthroat demographic. So it's not easy. And for you to be on, stay on, and be good, your expertise, in my opinion, based on that little excerpt of besides all the other stuff you went through, right then and there, you are relevant. You are the real deal. So how does somebody find you, and then how does somebody get started? How do you get down this path?
Yeah, I always joke, if you guys can't find me, I'm in big trouble. I am not doing my job. But if you go to ChristinaDaves.com, that's my website. If this excites you and you want to see if there's a fit to work together, you can book a call with me. We can talk about it. Chatwithchristina.com will get you to my calendar. And I always say to start, just start local. Start in your backyard because your local journalists, and I did that. The local rags, like where I am, it's called the Bull Run Observer. One of the most read papers in the country that there are. People love their little local rags. Start there. They love writing about people in the community. So that's a great place to pitch because you don't want to go, your first, outing on the media should not be the Today Show or CNN or MSNBC because you're only going to get one chance. When I went on Good Morning Washington, I watched that show for hours. So I knew how they did TV, what was good, their repeat guests. And when I was done, the producer came out and he said, the control room loves you. You can come back anytime you want. That's what you want. So do your homework, pay attention, and if you live in New York, I'm sorry, that's the number one market. It's going to be much harder. Try to go down in New Jersey or get a little bit out of, DC is the number 6 market. So what that means is it's really competitive. So it's New York, LA, Chicago are your top 3. So if you're in there, you're competing with a lot. But if you give a good story idea, and we didn't even have time to get into messaging and relevancy, but make sure that your assets, your website, your social media shows you as the expert for the story that you're pitching. You got to make it easy for them because they're going to check you out. So when they get to your website, you've got to make sure that it's in alignment and that it's authentic with what you're pitching.
Awesome, Christina. Thank you. I mean,
I got a
you haven't
hand
really met
cramp.
Jake. This is
Yeah, I
Jake.
literally have a hand cramp. I'm writing so fast. It's like I can't read half of it, but if I even get a third of that, that was amazing stuff. Thank you so much for that, Christine. That was we can't wait to do more with you.
Oh, good. I love it. I get excited. And like I said, I walk the walk. So I'm doing it. I pitch myself all the time. So I'm right there with you.
Well, we are. You're not done with Total Disruption. We will definitely figure out something to do. We're going to do something with you. We love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Much
we'll
gratitude.
See you soon. All right, Christina Days, everyone. All right, thank you, Christina. I told you she was a rock star.
Oh, holy smokes, dude! Yeah, I've only had brief conversations with her before that you and I did, but oh my gosh, could you? I don't know that she could have thrown more at us in 25 minutes. That was amazing how much we got out of that. And I'm hoping the audience, again, pick one thing. Pick one thing that Christina said that I can do the one thing today. I can do this now. I'm going to go meet a journalist or whoever that is. I'm going to get in a relationship with that local person. That was absolutely fantastic. Like pick one thing she said. Like that's probably what I would do today. That's what I would personally do. What's the one thing you would do? And then because we both work under the same platform, you guys might have noticed that. So if I do one thing and Mike does one thing, we're getting twice as much done. So like I'm going after one journalist. What are you doing?
I'll go after 3. I'm in the Philadelphia market right now, so I'm probably the number 8 market. And I like that my producer and my note taker has a PhD, so I'm doing okay.
You feel like you're kind of running up there. That you get the guy working the background is a doctor. Yeah, how did somebody asked us that the other day, how I became the numbers guy. Exactly. And it was simply just because I happened to know the information on that particular day. And therefore I'm now responsible for that information till we're all dead. So it's all good. All right, man, let's keep right on going. But we need to make sure we remind everybody today's your day to join the guild. Today's your day to join the guild because we are absolutely throwing everything in for you. $19 a month. We're never going to raise the price on you forever and always. That's our promise to you, to be just part of our community. Go to the guild, join, be part of this outfit, this organization, doing all the stuff and the things that we do. So this is your opportunity to do so. Go do it. So, all right. So that's enough of that.
Code. No, it's never enough. All right. So next we are bringing on Chad. And Chad, I muted you, so unmute before I bring you up here into the real world. Chad is a coach on Boardroom Battleground. He's a financial expert. He is, should I say, another coach of Boardroom Battleground, financial expert. And I can't wait to hear Chad's just wisdom on how to run your show here. So Chad, what's up, man? Welcome to Total Disruption, buddy. Good to see you.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's always good to meet up with you two. Sorry if there's some background noise. I am having to do this in the business center of a Holiday Inn. I'm in Venice Beach, Florida for the next 5 hours. Yeah, it is nice. I did push-ups on the beach this morning. We're looking at building a retirement community here and going to use a lot of the same funding strategies that are in my book here, 101 Loan Programs to Get Through Life. And then I'll hop on a plane at midnight tonight. This time next week, I'll be in Alaska with our gold mining company. So one extreme to the next, but I'm glad that I'm here with you.
Yeah, so am I. So all right, let's dive in, Chad. Let's talk about so you're a serial entrepreneur, right? And you're we're talking about maximize your life, and you're in the middle of maximizing your life, right? You got a gold mining company, you're building a retirement community in Florida, you're finding people loans all over the country, you're a coach on Boardroom Battleground. How the hell do you do it all? I mean, how do you keep it straight? You know, I can't keep up. I mean, I try, and I move around a lot. I've got a couple things going on, but break it down, man. how do you do what you do? And then we'll get into some boring nuances later. But how does a guy like you do what he does and still keep on floating? Like, talk to me.
Well, delegation is a big part of that, and I'm still getting better all the time at that. When you're a solopreneur, uh, your your ability to grow is really chained to your ability to delegate and build a team. And a lot of us that start working by ourselves, obviously me included, uh, you think about getting somewhere fast, and then when you get to that place, and then you want to start really scaling your business, what got you to the place that you're at isn't what's going to get you to the next place you want to go. So uh, that really is where I help those low to mid 6-figure a year entrepreneurs trying to get to the high 6 figures, even the 7 figures a year in revenue. The things that got you your business really are probably now becoming your bottlenecks. Uh, who here thinks that it takes money to make money? Anybody? I don't know if you have a hands or anybody watching, but
Yes, in the columns.
okay. Well, if you think that it takes money to make money, it probably takes you money to make money. But most entrepreneurs are always going to find how to use other people's money to create a cash flow. It might take business credit to make money. It might take corporate credit to make money. It might take equity partners. It might take having a better offer for your products. It might take technology. And these are all of the things that we do at Metropolis Business Development is really try to maximize what you've got going already, take all of your resources, and then use all of that. Everybody here is starting from a different place, but all of us have one thing in common is that it's not enough. Okay? So for all of you that are afraid of debt, you didn't grow up in the Great Depression. You might have heard your grandparents talking about it, but those stories of mismanagement of debt have been passed down from generation to generation, and they're holding you back. Wall Street is full of people that know how to use debt and build companies. Companies sell shares on the open market, and equity is more expensive than debt in the long run. Ask Jeff Bezos about that guy that gave him $1 million for 10% of his company. That's crazy, right? So would you rather be paying a loan on your company or give 10% in equity away? Think about that. Now, sometimes it's appropriate to do that, but sometimes it's not, and you won't know until you do the math. But using the loans in our book, 101 Loan Programs to Get Through Life, there might be something in there that might change your strategy and your way of thinking. Don't limit yourself because you don't know what you don't know. That's my take on that. And as far as our race to revenue is concerned, the reason I'm in Florida right now and building the retirement or the 55 plus community here, I was at a beach yesterday talking to a guy from New York, a snowbird. And he's like, yeah, my buddies, I'm not going to do the voice or I'm not going to do the accent. Mike, you might be able to do it. But he's like, yeah, my buddies, they're just not ready yet. And I said, they're not ready to leave home or they're not ready with their money yet. And then he looked at me and said, so everybody at some point is going to get tired of working for their business if you don't have your business work for you. So at the race to revenue, our goal is to make the most with the least out of your pocket in the shortest amount of time. If you want to work inside your business your whole entire life, that's great, you can, but make it be your choice because you want to, not because you have to. Mike, all the contestants on Boardroom Battleground are starting to learn that they have the ability to scale their business a different way when they look at everything else as a resource. That's pretty much it on our program. But the big thing that we track, we use the entrepreneur scorecard, and everybody here in the audience can use it also and get it for free. If you guys want, I'll give you the website at the
Yeah, let's do it.
time. Okay. It's theamericandreamgroup.org. That's our financing mastermind group, which right now is free if anybody wants to go to it. Theamericandreamgroup.org. We're going to be having monthly seminars and webinars from my colleagues for little nuggets and tidbits on tax strategies, asset protection strategies, finance strategies. And then if you guys want the scorecard, go to theamericandreamgroup.org/scorecard.
What does the scorecard do?
This is the mother of all P&L sheets. All right, so this isn't your CPA's profit and loss spreadsheet. This thing tracks your cash on cash return, and what that means is how much of your own personal money do you have to put in your business each month for it to generate revenue, and then how much return on your money do you get back. Not a lot of people track that. We also track your cost per customer. So if you're ever on Shark Tank and Mr. Wonderful is actually interested in you and he asks you that question, you'll have an answer, because most don't, and then he eats you alive. We also track our profit margin, and I know that most people here can tell you what their profit margin is within 2 seconds. But I guarantee you that 80% of y'all are wrong. Most people just always leave out some of the hidden costs. And that's why at the end of the month, a lot of them are scratching their heads wondering, where did all the money go to? I thought I made more than this. So we track your profit margin, but most importantly, the Entrepreneur Scorecard is designed for you to track your business valuation, because that's tied to your personal net worth. Now, if you ever want to sell your business or take a loan against it, maybe use an SBA loan or something of that nature, or get a home loan or buy a partner out, or you get divorced, you want to know how much your business is worth, don't you? Most people don't know how to value their business, and that hurts them. So as self-employed entrepreneurs, we got to know our numbers, because the rest of the world doesn't do us any favors, okay? Nobody gives us a W-2 and then just tells us what to do.
So let me pick your brain about something here, right? So I'm an entrepreneur and I'm working in my business. Give me a strategy on how to, like the one thing I liked about Donnie is that dude moves fast, and he was talking about, hey, look, if you're not willing to move quickly, this particular version of real estate investing is probably not for you. Love that honesty. So give me something, right? I am slaving away on my business. I'm doing my thing. I'm trying to get ahead, and I feel like I need to borrow money to go make more money, but I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Right?
Okay.
I come to you, I go, Chad, I have a service business. I'm by myself. I want to be able to scale this, and then how do I get out of what I'm doing? Like what should I be doing with a service business to get out, or a product? Let's go with a service business. How do I get the hell out of my own way?
That's a great question, and that's a lot of the people that I talk to. First off, if you're a service-based business, your biggest cost of goods is your marketing up front. After that, then you pay your labor through your revenue. But sometimes your vendors won't pay you for 60 to 90 days, but your employees are going to show up on Friday That's when business credit comes in. So if you want to get more business, you can appeal to some of those bigger accounts by saying, if you'll go with me, I'll offer 30, 60, or 90-day net payment. Now you use your business credit to keep yourself afloat, and then you pay your employees, pay your own cost of goods, and then you get the big paycheck at the end. And I know that it sucks having to wait, but that's why we make the bigger paydays, right? So that's just one scenario. But for most people that are service providers, your marketing ad spend, that's your biggest cost. And if you're in between those big jobs and things are getting tight, you don't have money to run Facebook ads or take out a radio commercial or whatever medium you're going to use, that's when you need some capital. So that's when you do need business credit, not tied to your personal social security number, because you've already worked that thing over like a 1980s Molly Crew groupie. Most of you are using your personal credit cards to fund your business, and then you can't get a loan to buy a house or a car. These are all things that you just have to keep separated. So to answer your question, I would figure out how to get a new revenue stream, Mike. The scalability part, you're always going to be able to find your buddies and your colleagues that don't have the same sales or marketing acumen as you. So if nothing else, generate more leads than you can work, and then give the rest to your colleagues and make them give you a referral fee. That's how you scale yourself up as a business, because you can't duplicate your time. So get better at marketing and get better at the messaging for your inventory to your avatar. Okay, if you have $10, spend it all on marketing and then bring in the leads. And then after that, let the revenue fix your problems.
There you go. I like that. Money solves all. So, Alex, Terry asked, is this something you can find and track in an accounting program, or do you need some sort of Chad Mitchell special curveball software, proprietary, battle tested strategy?
Yeah, you need the E equals MC squared.
I need the Albert Einstein version, right?
Yeah,
So
you
where do I
need
go to
your
get this
homemade
again?
calculator. That goes back to the entrepreneur scorecard. You can make your own P&L, we all do, and keep our own statistics, but this is designed to keep you on your toes. It also tracks how much time you work on your business and in your business. So for all of you guys that are patting yourselves on the back on how much money you make each month in your business, start using the metric of the time that you work on your business instead of in it. And that's how much money you really make, because honestly, you're just your own boss and you're paying yourself.
So how long does it typically take somebody to understand all this and really get a good handle on it? I mean, I can remember, early in my career when I was doing something else, and I was probably making, I'm not sure, I was making probably $1,000 a day, right, doing the thing I was doing. But I was, there all day doing what I was doing, right? And I kind of just was like, all right, I'm making X and I'm spending Y, therefore I'm making money, right? No real plan, Like, don't you feel like that's how a lot of people live? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I'm 20 years old making $1,000 a day. I thought that was all the money in the world, right? I'm like, wow, this is great.
A lot of times that's exposure to other business development techniques. And if you have the talent, anybody out there, if you have the talent to sell, if you have the talent to communicate the value in the product or service that you provide, that is a commodity that not everybody has. Okay. So get better at that. And then when you have that messaging down, then get better at learning how to use credit and how to use loans. Don't be afraid to buy something on a lease. there's a case in point. The gold mining company that I'm a part of, we could put a deal together and get some equipment leased, so we don't have to spend the money to do it. Go dig up a few $1 million worth of gold and pay a payment on the equipment. Why do we need to buy all that stuff? Is it ego? Is it afraid of debt? Is it I don't know, but don't be afraid to get out of your comfort zone and what you're used to, because if you're doing things as if every single month you have to put out and come back in, that you're never going to be able to grow. So just trying new stuff out, man. That's how you get better at this, and trying to get bigger than you can handle yourself. Just that's part of growing pains for being a business owner.
Well, I agree, and I find that when in in a lot of our things, it's an evolutionary process, and I think a lot of business owners want to be on the almost treat accounting like an ATM machine, or like sort of some sort of, not accounting, but just the whole financial picture. It's blurry, it's confusing. I don't know what to do. I don't know whether I put my money in the stock market, assets, bonds, buy this, do that, buy gold, right? So as a person on a financial side, you can't just sort of feed numbers into something and it spits out this perfection. You've got to live and breathe it a little bit. So if I'm in my financial mindset, what are some best practices as I'm going down my monthly and daily journey? Let's say I'm my daily, my weekly, my monthly, and my annual journey. When and where should I obsess? Should I be checking my bank balances every second of the day? Should I be nervous? What do I do here, man?
Okay.
Some sort of financial, what would we call it? So I'm not doing a financial binge and crash.
Well, here is what you really need to keep track of if you're going to try to grow and you want to learn how to manage company debt. Track your cash on cash return and track your profit margin. Okay. Now, they're two different things. Your profit margin in your business, right? You sell something for $10. It only took you $5 to make it, plus paying all your employees and your marketing and everything else that you left out conveniently. That's your real profit margin. And that's one thing. That's good. But next month, how much does your business require for you to go do that again? Do you have to pull out $3 of that $5 profit, and then you make another $5 and you get your $3 back? Well, that in itself is, I guess, a good cash on cash return for your money, but there's ways to not have to always use your own personal bank account. And that's what we do at Metropolis Business Development, is we explore everything else. I wouldn't say I'm a coach as much as I'm a colleague. I'm a small business owner. I've created brands. Here's Blue Chair. We're going to have a ton of real estate holdings camouflaged as retirement facilities. I'm a business owner as well, and there's things that still piss me off to the day when I think about it. 10, 15 years ago, when I didn't know what I wrote in this book, we all have those misses, and they're going to keep happening until you just start learning the stuff that you don't want to learn about. But this stuff is actually awesome when you learn about it. Everybody that failed math in high school, that's like, math sucks. Math does suck when you're not learning it to do anything. But when you're learning how to buy a new house, or buy yourself a new car, buy yourself a new trip, math is pretty fun if you learn the right math. And that's what we're doing. And
so you recommend people get a hold of the math a little bit more in their business, and you see that a lot of people don't, based on what you were talking about, correct? You see a lot of people just don't have a handle on their finances.
But they don't have a handle on the finances, and the people that they talk to get help are salespeople that are just selling them things that they have the ability to make commissions on. It's not necessarily things that are best for them. uh, that that really also just goes into having a second set of ears and eyes. So that's why the race to revenue. If you guys are interested, it's the AmericanDreamGroup.org/race. You can get the entrepreneur scorecard from there and sign up for a time to talk to us, see if you're right for our program. But just having a second set of eyes on you to bounce some good ideas off of, it never hurts, and that's what we're here for as well.
So let me Alex just asked another question. I want to answer it real quick before you jump. What advice do you give the people that are still doing it the wrong way to transition to manage your money properly?
What you need to do is ask yourself how much every dollar you're making can contribute to making its own dollar. If you until you start thinking that way, you're never going to grow. You're just going to have to get comfortable doing things that you haven't done before. But if you came from the families of JP Morgan, you'd probably know all this stuff. So odds are you haven't heard the things that you need to know, or you'd already be doing them. So just, you made a lot of mistakes up to this point, and it worked out for you. So just get ready to make some more, but just have the end goal, and we work our way backwards from that.
Love that.
Thank you, Chad.
So, yeah, Chad is. You can find him a lot of places, right? You can check out all that Chad does on Boardroom Battleground Tuesdays and Thursdays. You get to see that. He's been an integral part of this. Where else can they find you? They can find you at your website. What's the quickest way for them to connect to you, man?
Go to the AmericanDreamGroup.org and join the group. It's free. We have our weekly and monthly webinars, and we'll end up having a mixer for everybody. We're going to put more deals together, whether you need a funding partner or you have money or you have credit and you want to get, in touch with other people. That's what we're doing.
Love it, man.
Amen.
All right. Well,
Chad.
safe traveling. Enjoy the lovely weather in Florida right now. It's a great time of year to be there. And you're fixing on going to Alaska when it's the best time of year to be there. And I'm jealous. I'd like to be there when the fish are running. So we'll have that conversation.
Well, if I don't get eaten by a grizzly bear, I'll see you guys soon.
Well, ask Mark how to protect yourself on the way up there. I have that conversation. Mark Fitzwater with I-68 Consulting Group. All right, Chad, thank you so much, man.
Thanks,
we appreciate you. Bye.
All right. That was great, man.
Yeah,
Good segment from Chad.
Cool, dude. So passionate about numbers. Let's keep summing it up. We rolled really fast through, in this afternoon. We rolled through Christina really, really quick. Give me a couple. You've done a lot of interviews in a row here, man. What's a couple things you're pulling from everybody? And then we're going to bring on a fan favorite. Everybody loves Jeff.
Yeah, everybody loves Jeff. Can't wait for Jeff. Mr. Caffeinated Lifestyle, Laptop Dad. I said that out of order on purpose. So the thing I'm getting is be seen, right? Get a handle on the work, right? So Christine was saying, find your journalist, get there, get on there, be interesting, newsjack, and get yourself seen. Do the work. Chad, do the work. Find your finance. Like, what is your cash on cash return? Come to be Jesus with your finances and everything else that you're dealing with. Figure out if you're on the treadmill, the hamster wheel, what is that missing component, right? We draw it all the way back to the beginning with AI and the integrating. Are you a good fit for it? Donnie, move fast. I mean, there's all these people that have a sense of speed, work, pay attention, clarity, even if it's kind of cloudy. Move. That is the number one thing I keep hearing the whole entire day is move. Now we're going to get to Jeff, and this guy's going to just talk about floating around a lazy river with a cocktail, but that's okay because I can't wait.
The AI image on his podcast, it just looks that way. I know. So Jeff comes to us through LA Tribune Podcast Network, through our friend Michael Silvers again. That's how we connected. That's where we started doing this. And we've done a few things together. I've been on panels with him. We've spoken several times together. He's spoken on other events of ours, and he has just got such a servant's heart, man. He is driven to do what he does, and he's got a great accent. Like I totally agree with Chris on that one. Like we're going to ask him what time it is, but I guarantee Jeff is up way earlier than most of us were this morning with where he is, because it's tomorrow in Tasmania. So he's middle of the night, and I know how hard this dude works, and I am so excited and so proud to be just walking alongside of him in his universe and just see where we can help him and where he can help us. So I know Mike's like, Jake, shut up and bring Jeff on. It's totally cool. Let's bring on Jeff. So here we go. Jeff Ross, man. Good to see you, man.
Welcome to Total Disruption, man.
Woohoo! Hey, Jake, I need to take you everywhere, and you do my MCing for me everywhere, man. That was brilliant.
I'm down. Bring it on.
You got the art of edification down pat.
There we go.
Edification. Boy,
edification.
That's a more modern word. That's a better word. I like edification. I'm down with that.
Dig it.
Good,
All right.
let's do this.
I'm gonna let you guys have a conversation just about what you guys know what you're doing. You don't need me here to do it. I'm gonna run the comments in the back and try to keep up with it.
Yep.
Appreciate you.
Awesome.
My comments guy has a PhD. I love it. Jeff, it's so good to have you on the show. Great to see you again, my friend.
Yeah, you too, Michael. It's always a blessing to be here and surf, man. I really appreciate you.
Yeah, you too, man. So just to bring everybody up to speed, right? You're the kind of guy that is so consistent, and you're always doing something like in the same line in the entrepreneur spirit. You've got your own business. You've been doing a ton with the LA Tribune. I'd like to have one of these kind of, what are we doing now? What's Jeff? What are you up to? Because you're what I call in the entrepreneurial space extremely current, and you're all over the radar, but you're also under the radar. You're in front and behind the scenes a lot. A lot of us do some of that stuff. So I would love today to peel back the curtain a little bit about what it's like to then be on the foreground, the work you've been doing with some of the big players you've been doing. I want you to be able to walk us through it. So let's talk about like your current thing and what you've been up to. And I'll, if I find some good stuff in there, I'll ask some questions and I'll slow you down. So what do you have for us today, Jeff?
I love that. You're going to slow me down. I love that. Known as the caffeinated kangaroo for a reason, right? So I love the fact that you recognize that. And it hasn't always been that way for me. Go back, rewind about 10 years ago. I definitely was the guy who was trying to fake it till you make it. I was very arrogant. I was very at the front and, basically trying to lead from a position, positional leadership. And, I set myself up for big time failure. And, the humbleness of losing my business overnight. Like I had $1 million business, digital marketing agency. I had 5 guys working for us full time, and losing that overnight, that really grounded me. And this last 5 years since COVID, I've been really just maturing and working out how can we just be in this space of being a hero maker, but not the hero. How can we really serve from behind, from the front, from the left to the right, and lead by example, but, help others to step up and rise, help them to find their voice. And, it's really about how do we, get out of Sucksville to Awesome Town. Like we can get to Awesome Town there on our own. Most of us can. But when we do that, we're building a house of cards and it's a very lonely place. I'd rather bring the whole village with me up to the top of Mount Awesome Town and leave that legacy impact that we do. Like right now, this is a legacy impact conversation. So how do we plant those golden drops of hope, of peace, of joy to get them out of their struggleville? And to be honest, I'm just going to say it. Everything that I do is for the glory of God. Last 12 months, I positioned myself as an online pastor and talk about putting yourself out there into a position that forces you to grow and to get out of your own way and help others to grow. Yeah, go become an online pastor for 12 months and then put yourself in that position.
Wow. That's incredible. How do you do that?
It's getting very clear on my purpose and how I serve that purpose. And always, constantly journaling to figure out how to get out of the way, how to, be a bridge to transformation, not a block to transformation. And that takes a lot of humbleness.
It does.
It takes a lot of getting out of your own way, trying to, leverage your ego, but also drop the ego. It's a balancing act, and I'm far from perfect. I'm always, but here's the thing, right? I think when you're clear on your purpose, you're clear on your mission, your vision, and you're clear on your values, like really crystal clear. What are your top 3 values? Then everything that you do is from that root. See, my top overarching value that I do everything through, whether it be the online church, whether it be our coaching business, whether it be the network marketing space, I mean, like any sort of leadership position that I'm in, I look at my overarching value is ultimate ownership.
Ultimate ownership.
Ultimate ownership. It's what I call living life above the line. You've probably heard it. It's, taking ownership, accountability, and responsibility for our actions. Below the line is blame, excuse, and denial. That used to be me. I got to a point in my life 10 years ago where I tried to kill myself. And I'm pretty raw and real about this today because I think this is a story that everybody needs to hear. I set myself up for massive failure. I set myself up, tried to, lean into the expectations of what I thought was, society's pressure on me, like trying to keep up with the Joneses conversation. And I just never, ever, ever come close to those expectations, those self-imposed expectations on myself. And I lived in a life full of blame, excuse, and denial. I lived in a life full of victimhood and drama. And when you're sort of been in that darkness and that hopelessness, in that lost space, and you find the solution, to Awesome Town, we have I reckon, a responsibility and ownership to share our stories of struggle towards hope. And if we don't share our stories enough, like our origin stories enough, we're actually robbing somebody else's pathway towards hope and joy and peace. I think it's an injustice if we don't share the solutions, the pathway to Awesome Town. And if we don't share that and invite people to come with us, we're essentially robbing that from them. We're taking that choice away from them.
I 100% agree. And I picked it up this years and years ago from Brendan Burchard. He, for a while there, on his way up, mid-journey, he was sharing can't remember, it was car accident. He used to share that origin story, broke apartment, writing things down, looked over. Every time I heard him talk, he would reference it not ad nauseum, nuance,
yes,
some deliberate, some nuance. Why does he keep doing that? And it's that relatability piece.
That is it right there. And that there is a nuance into it. There is a skill to do it. So, you're not making it nauseous. And, it's essentially you're not buying into the drama of the story.
Right. You're not a victim.
Yeah, you're not a victim of the story, right? You're a hero. It's the hero's journey concept by Joseph Campbell, right? And so it's positioning yourself out that you're outside of being a persecutor, outside of being a rescuer, outside of being a victim. That's what I call the Bermuda Triangle of drama. I read that somewhere, and the only way to get that out of is to realize that you're not playing that game anymore and step out of it and go be that hero into that space and lean into the hero's journey. But our origin story, it makes us relatable when we share it in a style that way, because otherwise we're just talking about the highlight reel all the time. And it's very aspirational. And if you're a Dean Garosi or a Tony Robbins or even a Joseph Campbell, or Zig Ziglar or something like that, if they don't talk about their origin stories, it's too far out of reach for people to connect with them. And stories have been told for millennia, for a way for us to connect and see each other in that story. And then the whole thing here is that Me Too factor, realizing that we're not in this on our own, that there is somebody else out there going through or gone through that struggle that I'm personally going through. And I truly believe that, we've positioned ourselves as a guide in the journey, and I use that word guide, not hero or leader, for a reason. Then that is how we get out of our own way. And that's how we focus on the legacy impact. And that's how we just focus on that space where we just truly serve. And, we lead from that.
I find that when you can be relatable, there is a wall that comes down. And
Yes.
I'm not even talking from transactional standpoint. It's not even about like subliminal coding and, I'm not talking about fleecing people out of their money by being relatable, which I have to be very clear on that. But I find that when I'm trying to have that transfer from my mind, the way I'm trying to help somebody or a group, and that wall comes down, and then you are able to sort of embed or encode the thing you're trying to get them to do and shift. It's almost like you pass the light, right? Like you pass the torch.
Yeah. It's how you can be a floodlight, not a spotlight. It's how you could be the lighthouse on the top of the hill to guide people where they need to be. And I love how you brought that whole transactional conversation up, because that thing there, it's always comes down to your agenda, like really your mission, right? Your purpose, right? If you're all about just trying to make the sale happen, if you're all about just making your business grow, if you're all about me, myself, and I, which, I have been in the past, and I can, I can clearly see both sides of the same coin now. And there's spaces where we have to identify that it's okay to be selfish. At the end of the day, that's a base DNA level, right? We need to go into this whole fight or survive, survive mode. And we can, operate out of abundance when we're operating out of overflow. But there are times where you have to cut things back to the bone. You have to, look at how to be just selfish so you could survive, so you can operate out of abundance versus lack, conversation. But if you're, if you're pretty abundant, you got all the resources, and your stockpiles are full, and you're still being selfish, well, then that's a question you've got to probably ask yourself: are you trying to be the richest man in Babylon? And if you can come from that space then of, all right, this is not about me, this is really about legacy impact. How can I leave a greater good impact on the planet when I'm gone? What are people going to think about me? Because that's the conversation we're all worried about, right? Isn't what do people think about me? We're all seeking, what is it? We're all seeking praise, but we're expecting rejection. So, all of that type of conversation goes on in the head, right? But if you could operate out of service and impact and purpose, and then you're clear on your values, then yeah, like the conversations, the tools that we use are no different. What we do, how we do it are no different. But it's the why, it's the heart of it all that truly is.
So I will add something to this. In order to make true legacy, right? Like, so I mean, I would think the most like the ultimate preacher, the ultimate preacher that made an impact was not maybe ultimate. I don't mean this like from a religious standpoint, is Jesus, right? Think about Jesus. The dude rolled around, told stories, had a core group that were bought in. Now I'm going somewhere with this, that were bought in, that retold his story. Well, love the guy, hate the guy, believe wherever he is. The name is everywhere still. People are still weekly talking about the guy. there's these images of him everywhere on a cross and the activity that happened. This transcends religion right now. This is a person on a mission that made a lasting impact. And the buy-in, so in our time, the transaction, the buy-in just means the investment, right? So yes, I want to believe in you, Jeff, but let me show you because I want to buy into what you're doing. I want to buy in. Where's that in your ecosystem? How do you handle that that buy-in phase to where, yeah, okay, I do need to keep the lights on, right? And I want to love you and I want to give you as much as I can. How do you bridge that gap in your world, man? Or haven't you seen some of the greats? Because you've been bumping into some really impressive people, which we'll get into in a minute here. I should say
Yeah, thank you.
they've been bumping with you, not the other way around.
It's first off getting out of your own way for sure. It's realizing what the mission and the purpose really, really is, the core root of it. I love Alex Terry's comment here. Think to be prepared to be judged. Well, yeah, you're going to be judged. You're going to be condemned. You're going to have everything thrown at you for sure. It really is about purpose. Like cliche saying, right? It's marry the process, divorce the outcome. And so if you're all about today, if you're all about the result for today, the impact for today versus tomorrow, the next month, I think what you're actually saying to me there is you're just worried about yourself, and that's it. But see, then when you're focused, then that's focused on the result, right? That's focused on the outcome. But you're focused on the process and the purpose and the impact. And I really do believe there is a difference here between outcome and impact. These are sort of lag measurements, if you will, to help us to keep on track. Because yes, your numbers are your friend. Your numbers tell you stories, but it's not about the numbers. It's not about the sales. They're the byproduct of the purpose of the impact that we're having around us. So really leaning into that mission. The mission matters most. And here's the thing, right? If you look at stories like Jesus in the Bible, and I think these are beautiful examples to facilitate this conversation around leadership. You look at, Paul, you look at Jesus, you look at the key characters of the mission, the mission-focused matters most conversations. Then, yeah, we go do crazy things like, go get shipwrecked. Paul's story, right? He got shipwrecked, he got stoned, he got jailed, he got flogged, and he kept going. Why? Because he was purpose driven. Jesus, right? He kept going for all of the pain, for all of the struggles, for all the challenges, and he actually died on the cross for us. Why? Because it wasn't about Jesus, it was about the mission. The mission mattered most, and he realized that, in that conversation, for the mission to be fulfilled in his time on here on earth, he had to die on the cross so he could reconcile us to come to a bridge to God. So like taking away the religious context of all of that and just focusing on the core root of leadership here and the mission, like he was out there for 3 years teaching people how to follow him. He was out there teaching people how to obey their commands. He was teaching people how to die to themselves, to die to their own free will, to submit to a bigger, greater cause, something that was bigger than them. And essentially that has been the transformation in my own journey, was I died to trying to, pay the bills, have the Australian or even the American dream, which is your own house and your own picket white fence and, the flash cars, the horses, the travel, the flights and all of that sort of thing, all about that self-gratification story. So I had to die to that dream. I had to let go of that dream and realize that was actually a false dream that was just setting me up for failure and keeping me, I'll go there, keeping me in a slave to the system, the 9-to-5 grind, just working the hour by hour paycheck, which essentially I really believe is modern day slavery. And in letting go of that, dying to that, to then go into, right, okay, I'm on a mission here to help people to become free. Freedom, and not just financially free, but freedom of purpose, freedom of influence, freedom of being able to choose. Okay, like your 5 people that you come, like, your circle of influence, right? We get to choose who we put into there, not because they're thrust upon to us because society. A lot of people, they have the mates that, well, for me, right? I'll go back to my story. Rewind 10 years ago. I had mates that drunk and gambled and, went to the horse races, and I just all about the life of the party. It was all about now. That was me. I was all about the now versus all about how could I serve and how could I be about the greater good? How can I leave an impact behind to be able to expand on that? And I had a bit of a heart scare about probably 6 weeks ago now, a month ago. And, actually, I was on the ambulance. I said to the people in the ambulance, I think I'm having a heart attack. They asked me to describe it all through it. And they said, yeah, I think you're having a heart attack, sir. We better get to the ambulance. So very casual. And it's like, okay. But luckily it wasn't a heart attack. It was something just to do with my chronic pain syndrome. I had a horse jump in my neck when I was 26. So it was just a flare up of the old chronic pain injury. But where it was right next to my heart. And it freaked me out. And it got me to stop and think about it and say, okay, so if that was a serious heart attack, if I had dropped dead on there on the spot, how would people remember Jeff Ross when he's gone? What is that one word that they would have on my tombstone to remember me by? And I've been actually asking that question of something, quite a lot lately. And the word that I would love to be on that tombstone is hero maker. So that is the purpose, right? That is the mission. And then the values to back that up to be the foundation, and then get up and, then you get up and go be crazy things like at 1 o'clock in the morning to serve for Leadership Week. And, what is it? It's 5 o'clock in the morning here now. And, people call you crazy. They call you a misfit. They call you a troublemaker. But that's because you're on fire for life and you're on fire for purpose.
Wow. That's, I'm glad you're okay. First of all, I mean, that's awesome. From an awesome standpoint, not awesome like the regular word. Big, it's grandiose. As we're rolling through this, right? We talk about mission, we talk about leadership. When I wanted to touch on this a little bit earlier, and then let's dive a little bit. While we have the time here, why don't we dive into what you've been up to? But when it comes down to people actually transacting and doing some business together, right? How do you go from here's the mission to here's the transaction portion to keep the show rolling?
Yeah.
How do you, in your entrepreneurial journeys, have you seen others do it? How do you believe in it now? Where are you with it? Because you've been in some really cool circles lately, and they've been in your circle lately. And I love that piece. I don't know that we're educating enough on that piece in general right now. There's a few things that we touched on with different speakers today and right here's that rubber meets the road, weird crossroad. People get a little uncomfortable going, okay, here's our mission. I'm dying for this thing. I'm doing the thing, blah, blah, blah. But how do I then go as an entrepreneur providing a service to be transactional? How do we do it? Like, what's the way to do it? What's the justification there? And
I'll preface that I'm far from perfect at getting this right. I'm definitely having a go. I'm having a crack, but and I'll share my thoughts around that. But I still am seeking $1 million months. I'm not about having poverty mindset and living in poverty. I believe that the more resource that we have, i.e., money, the bigger impact we can have. And the more resource that we have, the more that we can give away as well, right? So look, as long as my family has the core needs met, roof over their head, they've got good education, we've got enough to go travel around the world when we want to, because I truly believe it's not about the travel, it's about the memories we make. Like when I reflect back on my childhood, the things that I remember are all of the awesome trips that we went away on the holidays and vacations, as the Americans like to call it. We call it holidays here in Australia. But they're the things that we, it's all about legacy impact, right? So it's getting clear on, it's not about the stuff, it's about the impact. And I really believe that the more money that we have in this conversation, the bigger impact we can have. So once again, it's how do we use, money? Money's like oxygen, right? We need it to survive, but how do we use that resource to facilitate our purpose and our mission? And then it's about getting clear on your customer value journey. How do you take people from, Sucksville to Awesome Town? What is the strategy behind that to lead with massive awareness, to build relationship and connection with them, to do life with people, to, find your tribe and find your vibe, to then convert them into leads, to convert them into sales, to, sales into repeat sales. And, it's all about that conversion towards, leaning into that greater good, that greater impact, that greater purpose, and having that clear strategy for people to essentially sell themselves. Like, right, we all hate being sold to, but we love to buy. What are we actually buying? That's the key thing that we've probably got to sit back and ask ourselves. Well, even whether you're looking at sales, and like I've done 20 years of sales, I've sold everything from timeshare to, door knocking and selling solar power, to the Woolworths credit cards, to, travel clubs and weight loss products and everything in between. I'm pretty good at what I do in the sales piece. I'll toot my own horn there for a second. But when it comes to sales, and whether it's pain versus pleasure, it's understanding that it's got nothing to do with any of that. Let's just push all that BS out to the side, right? Because if we focus on that, then we get into this game of trying to manipulate people to take action. I really believe that. So if that's the case, Jeff, if you've just pushed all of the sales training that ever's have been done, pushed aside, what is it really about? Well, it's understanding one thing. Doesn't matter what you're selling, whether it's ice to an Eskimo or dog shit on a stick, we're all selling some form of transformation. We're taking someone from a before state to an after state. So it's getting very clear on that, right? If I'm really purpose driven, if I'm really mission driven, if I'm really wanting to help people transform, then yes, there needs to be a transactional conversation along the way. So it's realizing that all that transactional piece is just a part of the customer value journey.
So that says a lot right there. I mean, that puts that right in line, right in the center, man. I mean, thank you for that explanation. So why don't we dive deep, man? Let's, we got about 3-4 minutes here. What have you been up to? What are you doing? How do we get a hold of you? Where do people find Jeff Ross besides in a lazy river sipping a Mai Tai? Where do we go?
It's in a lazy river. I'm still on the phone, probably whilst I'm on that river.
Yeah. So what are you up to, man? What are you doing?
So I've been in this game since, like, online business world now since 2010. And so I've worn all the hats. I've been the website guy, the SEO guy, the funnel guy, the Facebook ads guy, the social media guy, the drop shipping guy, the e-commerce guy. I've been all of that, right? I've seen the whole journey, and I've had a lot of success along the way. It's been a wild ride. But one of the things I've stepped into now, especially being with the 6 months, with it being at the LA Tribune and working with Michael Silvers and having people like Mary Glorifield and Dr. Joseph McClendon and Malcolm Jamal Warner and, Lefty Williams, just to name drop a few there, in my circle of influence, and being, their guy looking after all their tech. Like the Los Angeles Tribune, I was working with Gene Simmons in the background. I was the crazy Aussie guy trying to work him through his tech issues when he referenced that crazy Aussie guy trying to tell me what to do. That was me. So I've sort of come up to that top of the mountain space in there. And one of the things I'm really learning from, is still as a student, is that a lot of the greats have their own frameworks. They have their own signature talks, what they're known for, right? So I've been developing my own framework here. And, talking about online marketing piece, personal branding, and, how to raise yourself out of a very noisy crowd. Because let's face it, right? Putting up a post on content, you probably maybe to get 5 or 6 likes, if you've only got a small following. Well, I think I've cracked the code in that space. Actually, I know I have. And it's about really leaning in and leveraging what I call your voice. Like really truly finding your voice and stepping up and stepping out and shining. You know, so when you bring your voice together, your brand stops just being a profile. It actually becomes a platform. So what's this voice framework? Well, let's break it down just quickly. V stands for values. Like, do you know what you really stand for? What you really stand against? Do you know what your core values are? Like, I know we've done a lot of work in the leadership space, but I really ask the question, do you really, really know? When you know your values, your brand has integrity, and people trust those who stay consistent, especially when it's inconvenient. Jake made the comments of being one of the most consistent guys he knows. It's because I'm core values driven. The takeaway here to drop here on this post before I move on is your values are the reason people respect you, even when they disagree with you. I want you to really lean into that. What do you stand for? What do you stand against? You look at all the greats, they're very, very clear about that. And then O stands for origin. Like, where did you come from? What have you overcome? What is your origin story that makes your audience feel seen? Because it's not about you. We're about creating safe spaces here to help people feel seen, valued, heard, known, and ultimately loved. And when you share your journey, people don't just follow your feed, they follow your faith in what is possible. Your pain becomes your permission to lead others through theirs. I'll repeat that. Your pain becomes your permission to lead others through theirs, to position you as a guide on that journey. I stands for influence. Who do you serve? How do you serve? And how do you show up? Influence isn't likes or followers. It's leadership. John Maxwell says leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. Influence is trust. Influence is trust built over time. It's created when you show up with value, not just volume. It's not about noise, it's about substance. The most influential people don't sell louder, they serve deeper. And C is about clarity. You could have the cleverest message out there in the world. You could be the cleverest marketer in the world. You could have the cleverest brand in the world and not get any traction. The brands that get traction are the ones that have clear messaging. Can people repeat what you do in one sentence? Clarity cuts through the scroll. It creates confidence for you and your audience. A clear message makes your brand unforgettable and your offer irresistible. And finally, here, the final piece here is my favorite piece, because this is where we get to bring our personality to life, and E is for expression. What's the vibe, the tone, the texture of your brand? What is the secret sauce? It's your energy, it's your voice, it's your presence. It's not about being polished, it's about being authentically you. Your weird is your winning edge. Don't tone it down, turn it up. So you don't need to be louder. You need to be clearer. You need to be more you. And because when you find your voice, your audience will find you. So just a quick takeaway here. If you're wanting to really lean in and find your voice, if you're wanting to set up and shine, if you're wanting to find yourself, and so you can celebrate you and you become the hero, not me, and I become the hero maker and teach you how to become one, then drop voice in the comments or DM me, and we're running a workshop on the 30th where we're going to unpack this in detail and give you a lot about the how and the what and how to actually find your voice.
Thank you, Jeff. Just amazing, Jeff. That was powerful. That was super huge. I love the journey. Love where you are where you're going. You want people to DM you on socials? Is that the best way to get a hold of you?
Yeah, DM me your socials, or you could actually go to my website, which is the laptoplifestyledads.com. Here, I'll drop a link in the comments here for your audience to go to the 30th.
I promise you, Jeff will respond to a DM. I know that he does. He does a great job of it. Even at hours he should be sleeping, I know that he will sometimes respond, and Sarah probably talks about that too.
Yes.
Jeff, man,
Thank you so much,
such
Jeff.
a blessing to have you on.
My absolute pleasure, man. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and I hope that was of service to your audience.
Oh, 100%, man, all the time. I'd have never known you not to be.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Amen, man. So that was great. Jeff was awesome.
He is so good, man. So genuine, such a cool dude. I said it first thing this morning, and I guess my favorite part of this, and I'm getting ready to spend some time interviewing Alex and then Chris. And my favorite part is honestly when Mike is interviewing, because I do get to be present. I get to chase comments and I get to do all that stuff, but I'm present in a different way. Like, and I love that. And that was what one of my goals was for this morning, is being able to show up and just like engage and listen to Jeff. And he had me just, and he knows I had an emotional week last week too, but man, you had me right there again, damn you, on that, ready to cry moment. And but I'm grateful for it. For the right reasons. Loved it. Thank you. So, all right, man, we ready to talk to Alex?
Yeah,
Or what do you got,
Alex,
Mike?
awesome. I can't wait to hear this, man. I'm going to bring Alex up. Hey, Alex, welcome to Total Disruption.
Hey, Michael. Hey, Jake. Nice to see you. I'm trying to just lift the energy up because I saw you guys and you're just full on. And I'm like, wow, how am I going to bring this at 5 a.m.?
It's the way it goes sometimes. Well, cheers. I can't wait to listen. I'm going to step off and let you guys talk.
Micah, the Michael Labersi gets to go run comments for me this time, which I absolutely love. So, Alex Terry, how are you today?
I'm great, Jake. Thank you very much. Really lovely to see you again.
Yeah, you as well. I had the great opportunity to interview Alex for an editorial piece in our magazine. We got to spend a good amount of time together and just really loved all the energy and all the things that Alex is about and what she's doing. Got such a cool origin story. And I'd love for you to share that with our audience today about, kind of your journey of where you started, how you got to where you are right now. Because there's a lot of good stuff in that, as far as where that came from. So, Alex Terry, take us in, man. Tell us all about you.
Thank you so much, Jake. I will try to make it shorter because I don't think the piece about me is that interesting. I think there is so much more we can unpack. But from perspective of how the story is going, it was very interesting because a lot of people start on the bottom, but I think I had like highs and bottom after, and that really hit me in my bum a lot. So first of all, like I was, the young person that is super happy, excited about life, and I was super brave and super adventurous. And I started my business. It was such a great life. And I was like, wow, okay, this is too small. Let's do something crazy. So I sold my business and I said, I'm going to open a business in Thailand. And I was like, yeah, let's do it. I came to Thailand. It was crazy, scary. I still did it. After 3 years, I was like, okay, so this is not very stimulating. It's just a holiday place. So let's pick up something different. And I was like, what is on the other side of the planet? And I was like, wow, okay, Caribbean. So I moved to Caribbean. I was living there, opened up the business there. And I was like, this is great life. So what's next? And in Thailand, I met my husband. And he was like, oh, what if we will just get together again? And it's like, let's move to Perth. And I was like, oh, I never really wanted to go there. It's like, So that was kind of where it all started, where I was kind of moving to Perth, Western Australia. And and I was like, wow, okay, so this will be easy. I'm brave, adventure, I can do everything. And I trusted myself a lot. And I think it was almost, I think it was silly, it was just like that naive, probably brave and silly way. I didn't really count, with things that can happen. I didn't really predict anything. So I came to Perth and I couldn't find a job for almost 20 months, basically. I was applying for every job you can imagine, and I didn't get one interview. So there was 1,024 CVs sent and no interview. And that just slapped me so hard. And I was like, wow, okay, so maybe I don't know enough, maybe I'm not enough. So I was developing those doubts about myself. And then I had ectopic pregnancy. So I realized that after probably 3 years of IVFs, I couldn't have kids. It just all ended up really bad. It really hit me hard because, like if you can't do the basics, while you are here in this world as a woman, you just kind of lose the identity. And it was my second time that I lost the identity of who I am in career space or business space. I lost my identity as a woman. And I was not a nice person. I was really on the bottom and I felt like I'm not to value to anyone. Like I can't add value. I was sad. I was angry. Oh, I was so angry. and I don't know where that was coming from, right? And now I see in front of me someone that I love, and I'm in Perth, Western Australia, with no family, with just someone that I love, but I feel like I'm destroying him. Like it's just all our life is going down. Like my husband wasn't happy, and And there was one day when I was looking at him, and I was like, actually, I'm trying to change him. I'm trying to tell him, you need to be more fun. You need to, take me out more. You need to do this. You need to be laughing. And oh my gosh, like I was pushing him even more to change. And I realized that that's not him who needs to change. And that was really shock for me. And I was already kind of in personal development and started to study coaching and started to kind of understand what, psychology is, what we are, how we are, what is our psyche. But I still didn't get it. And when I saw him and I got this moment of awakening, I was like, wow, so leadership, right? Like how we lead people, we don't tell them to change. We don't tell them to do something. And it all kind of one moment came together. And that was the moment when I said, no, this is it. I'm changing. And I started to really work on myself, but truly hard, still doing that. And I believe I will still do it for all life, as all of us here, I believe, we are on the journey of personal development or development in general. And the evolution was interesting. So I was like, you know what, I'm going to change how I feel. So we started with, diet and lifestyle. And in 4 months, I know there was like 16-week challenge. And in 4 months, my husband lost 16 kilos, started to be happy, started to go back to his sport. And I was so happy. So I realized how massive impact we have on people, how massive impact our energy, our emotions, our perception of the world, our perception of ourselves has actually on other people, like how we impact people around us every day, every moment. It was crazy. And I didn't change anything. I feel like I didn't change anything, right? And he didn't need to change. There was no pressure. It was no expectation. It was not requirements. But it was just, what? I want to change. I want to do something in my life. So that's where it started. And, a few months later, I would say years later, I love what I do. I love my business. I love people around me. I'm meeting most amazing people you can imagine. I'm probably feeling the most fit in my life as well. in age of 47, I'm like, oh wow, I have energy. So it is totally different life, like it was 8 years ago. So it's probably that's in short.
And it's such an amazing journey. And like you said, yeah, it seems like you started out, on this high and then had to go through this low to be able to make the shift. And I think and I wanted you to tell that story because I think that plays straight into the theme of today of where, this theme of maximizing your life. So like we think about what Jeff just talked about. So there was a point, he had to have a pretty traumatic episode, if you will, in order for him to make a shift. And we heard it come from Sherry this morning. She had to have a pretty massive episode to make a shift. But I think the theme is there's a point, something occurs somewhere. And I think it's different for everybody to where all of a sudden you realize that you're being called to something. Right. And I had a great mentor that used to tell me that coaching isn't a decision, coaching is a calling. Like when you decide to be a coach, you're being called to be a coach. And Jeff was a minister. You don't just decide to be a minister. Well, maybe somebody does, but like he was called to the ministry to do that thing. So, in this space of where you are now, in my opinion, and I have a relationship with you. We've talked before. I do feel that you're called into this space, the passion that you have of where you are now, this mind body connection piece that you're looking to create. So like, I don't want to say fast forward, but let's plug in at that space and go, all right, you're called to this space. Like what keeps you here?
Okay, that's actually a really good question because I feel like first when I started, I wasn't really called because I was doing coaching for an American company for a while. And that was the time when I realized that I can actually observe people, I can understand people, and actually I love people, and I can watch them and I can give them the points that probably no one else see and help them to improve. But it wasn't really, it was very different when you work for corporates or in corporate space. Coaching is very superficial, it's not very deep, it's not very transformative, it's more KPIs and performance focus. And we still, of course, we focus on performance and KPIs, we still run businesses and we still need to be the best, right? So we try to actually improve performance all the way. But there was the moment when I realized, and I was working with clients, and I think you need that space of few years, that experience to work with clients, when you realize what is the source, what is that magic, when you see them, one day you see someone that is very analytical, very much KPI, very much engineer, very much oriented on just numbers, not people. And you see one day that person totally transform in a space of being super emotionally fit and connecting with people, loving people, and crying through the meetings because he can't express how he actually loves. So open up the emotional part of our bodies and realize that emotions are your guide. Emotions are actually a learning curve. Emotions are showing you what's going on in your life. And when you see people open up, and those I'm talking about people that are 50s, in their 50s or 60s, and they just open up, and now this is first time they feel their body, and they feel people, they feel love, they feel sadness, they feel everything, and they feel so alive. And when you see that, when you see, men, women crying from happiness, from joy, you realize that that's it. That's it. If I'm here just to bring a little bit of sunshine in the world, just a little bit of light, a little bit of joy, that's all. And then then you start to feel like maybe you are on a mission, you're on something. And I think that point has to come, like you mentioned in our conversation, Jake, before. The moment when you see the inside, when you see that people get that, right? Like people get it, and you have goosebumps, and even you are transitioning. So that moment is always worth it. Like that's the best moment, because we are not bored with all these guides and mentors around us. They can tell us, hey, I can see it, and you can't see it. Even if you look at the mirror, you can't see it so many times. So it's such a beautiful to have someone who can actually give you back that mirror, who can challenge you, who can ask questions that maybe no one ever asked. Someone who is not scared to have conflict with you, who is not scared to say, hey, this is the time, like you need to probably look inside. And so many people are really scared or afraid of that conversation, right? Because coaches have hard conversations all the time with their clients. And I think that's what the world is missing, having those conversations day to day, having those conversations in family, having those conversations in the team, in the business, right? And that's what is missing, because I think everyone can be a coach. Everyone can be that transformation for other people. I think we all have it, but we are not focusing on that. We are not focusing on other people. We are focusing on ourselves. Is this person is going to like me? Is this person going to be pissed off? Is this person going to be maybe never talking to me because I said something, right? So we make things about ourselves, but the moment we focus on others, I believe that's when the magic happens. So that's basically when I realized that that's my life. That's where I want to go. I don't want to focus on me and being the important person in the room. I want people to feel that way. I want people to feel loved. I want people to feel valued. I want people to feel they transform. They discover something inside them. And they're like, wow, actually, I have the power. I have the power inside that I can grow the business. I can take care of my family. I can be the best. I can be leader. I can be example. I can be that person because I have that energy. And we all have that. We all have that genius zone inside of us. We all have that.
I totally I'm just sitting here like my neck hurts. I'm nodding in agreement so much because
I love that.
Yes, go Alex, go. Because you're totally nailing it. So like I want to go back just a hair and repeat something she said. I want people to feel empowered. I want them to feel loved. I want them to feel valued. At no point did Alex say, I want them to like me. That's like that. And that is a critical element of coaching. It's so important. And that's where I think, in my opinion, right? And I'm going to say this, I'm going to get phone calls. Cool. Put it in there. Go for broke. I think that's what separates good coaches from great coaches, because good coaches are going to go so far and they're going to get right up to that threshold of, if I ask them this one more question, they might not like me, and they're going to pull the pin. A great coach goes to that spot and goes, that's the question I need to ask. I have got to push them so that they can see it, because it doesn't matter. I mean, we can see it. We're coaches. We get to see it in people all the time. Our job is to get them to the place they do too. Like that's where Alex is talking about that moment. It's so hard to describe it too, because as professionals, we see it, right? we that moment, you'll see the light go on in somebody, however you want to describe it. They'll take a pause, they'll take a breath. There's a moment that yep, I pushed the button. They see it, and that's why you do it. And that's one of the things I know Alex knows too.
There's something, Jake, because you guys are all about visibility, right? To make people to be seen, basically same thing, right? Being seen, valued, understood, being out there, and connect with the right audience, connect with the right people. And I realized that I wasn't always like that. It was a lot about me, right? When I started, it was all about me, asking the right questions, being the best person for people, but being the best as well, seen as the best, right? So it wasn't always I wasn't always, I guess, in that servant space, and serving others and being there for them. And I can recognize that now, and I can see it. But what happened as well from visibility perspective, there's something I love. Jeff said it. I actually wrote that. Even if people disagree with you, they still respect you. So that's what you need to create. And I think that's when the point comes in marketing, in sales, in business, in everywhere. Because I couldn't succeed in my business when I was all about me. Because people feel it. When you come to the sales conversation, and it's all about you and you just want to sell, they feel it. And there's something that I truly believe in, and it's studied and researched, that energy walks first before your words. So who you are as a person, that's why you need to work on yourself, right? From visibility perspective, when you come and you show up and you're still you, just, not taking yourself lightly and being scared what you said and trying to be perfect and copy everyone else and being the same as everyone else, you're never going to stand out. And that was my big transformation when I worked with my coach. I was like, there's something missing. There's this small thing missing. I said, I need to change something because I still can't get the breakthrough in my business, even though I do the right strategies, I do the right things, and we promote, we do all marketing, and we spend so much money on trainings, having the best sales trainers, and still there was something missing, and it was that I tried to fit in, and I never ever understand how else to belong. So I tried to go to all networking events where everybody was going because they are all small business owners, right? I was going to other networking events because they're all medium business owners. You try to find your tribe, but it's actually not your tribe. You don't need to go where everyone else is going. And I think that was really, really big discovery for me because I was spending hours, days on networking events. And I tried to be something I'm not. And finding who you truly are and what really matters to you, and Jeff mentioned that as well, values, your mission, your vision, your purpose, it's so important. And that was shocking when my coach just sit there and he was like, wow, why are you trying to fit in all the time? And I was like, I just cried. And I was like, wow, that was the difference when I go, back 20 years ago when I was younger and brave and bold and adventurous. That was it. I was just me. I was just living my life for not trying to fit in, not trying to please anyone, not trying to fill all the expectations of others. I was there, just be there to connect with people. And I think that is the missing point we have here, right? Like we don't connect. We are chasing money, numbers, quantity of people, quantity of followers. We need the quantity, but it's not about that. It's about that one person. When you can make that first person feel like they're valued, they're seen, they're understood, they will call another person to come to your community. And then you do the same with the second and third. You don't do it with hundreds and thousands of people in once because you can't. We can't do it. We can't make everyone feel good. And this is what I was missing. I was just a number in every community. I was just another number. You know what I mean? Like you don't.
Yes, I do. Yes.
I'm sure you have the same experience, and I'm sure that a lot of people have that same experience. They try to come because they want to belong, because they want to get connections. It's actually that first thing when you come into networking is not just about business. Even if we say it's all about business, but most of the time it's actually being there as a human being. But they never treat you as a human being. They treat you as a coach, as a marketing director, or like a lawyer or finance advisor. They never treat you as a human. They always treat you as a position, right, person, right? This is it. This is your label. And I didn't like it so much because I felt out. I felt like I can't even express what I'm doing because people didn't understand me. I felt like no one understands what I'm saying. I say yes, people hear no. It's like, how this is happening, right? So that's why I decided to take a break and go deeper, go inside and understanding who am I? What is the authenticity, right? Like, what is that actually? What is the concept of authenticity? Is don't try to fit in, just be you. Sit down with your values, with your mission, what truly matters to you. What is the small thing you love to do today? What is the small thing in your day that you really enjoy? Is that sales meetings? Is that actually just meeting people? Is that coaching? What is that? Maybe you realize that maybe it's not a coaching. Maybe that's, maybe it's not the marketing. Maybe you want to be director of the company. Whatever it is in your day that you really love, try to focus on that. Try to bring that to people, because all of us, and I believe majority of people in the world, missing the deep, real connections. I'm sure that you remember when you were younger, right? Like, we have these amazing conversations with friends. We just sit there. We're just watching the stars or sitting, in a coffee shop and just talking. And we talk about opportunities, options, things that can and may happen, things that we can influence. And when we were younger, it was all about, we can change the world. Oh my God. And we went so deep and it was so much fun. And I realized 20 years later, we don't have those conversations. We don't have it because everybody's very superficial. We don't go to chat about things that may happen. We stop creating in our mind because we are stressed. And there's a lot of science. Like, I know today is not probably about science, but there's a lot of science when we are, worried, anxious, stressed, that we can't really use creative brain. We are very superficial. We are so focused on one thing, and that's A or B, black and white. It's all what we can focus on. But the moment we actually work on ourselves, take ourselves away from the noise, find out who we are, and we connect with ourselves in that stillness, in that beautiful moment, we realize there is so much more in life. There's so much more in human beings. And we are amazing, right? Like, human beings are amazing. And the conversations you can have, they are transformative. And you don't need to be a coach.
No, I totally agree with that. We've heard it said a bunch of times, and I've heard it more recently. I don't know that it's being said more, or as much as I'm listening to it more. I'm hearing it more. The difference between a human being and a human doing.
Yes.
And even where you were talking about that, and I think you and I talked about that last time we talked, and it's, where you're really, really focusing on the being part. Not the superficial doing, but just the human being part. And I really, absolutely, I love that about where you're going. So tell us what let's go this way. Let's go to the transactional piece. I don't want to leave it all the way out there. Like, people, they know that, one, how do we find Alex? What's the easiest way for the audience to connect with you?
So easy way, thementoringeffect.com on the website, or LinkedIn, Alexandra Terry. You can find me everywhere on socials as well, Facebook, Instagram. Easy way is DM, send me message, or connect via calendar on my website. Easy.
Okay, pretty easy. Now, what's the next thing coming up in your business? Are we writing a book? Are we launching a new podcast? Like, what does the audience need to do to engage with you?
Everything, right? No, I'm joking. I launched the book. So if anyone is interested in Limitless Soul, I can share with you some website is limitlesssoul.com. And you can guys find out more about book and buy it if you are interested to become limitless. But what I'm doing, what is my kind of changing business, we still run the Mentoring Effect, but we are creating also, it calls Limitless Lounge. So all what we talk about today, deeper connections, co-creations, collaborations, we are opening up basically the small community of people. It's not going to be massive. We don't plan to be crazy. We really just want to have some people inside with us. They are willing to have big conversations. They are willing to transform internally. They're willing to connect with their authentic self and find out what their purpose is, and then co-create purposeful projects. So we have a lot of different charities that we are personally connected and helping already. So we want to bring more people together and try to find a way how we can support the world, how we can actually do something more than just business. So even if we do business on side, of course, we are creating revenue, we are creating profits, we are working on business, we are working on ourselves. But there is this part of the world that I really want to remind to everyone, like everything what you have right now, 90% of people don't have in the world. Having the house, having the roof over the head. You have cars. People don't even own cars. We forgot that when you look at in the 30s or 20s, when you go, 1920, 1930, everything what we have right now, we're living like Rockefeller. We're living like the most richest people in the world. 70, 80, 100 years ago. We have everything and we have much more, right? We have internet, we have so much. And so many times we forget to be grateful and forget that we are fine. We just need to start to look at how to take care of others and how to collaborate more. So I want to create the basically it's like I don't want to call it container because that just sounds so weird, but it's like a hub where people will meet, people will collaborate, people will have play games, play things, and they will talk, they will work together, and they will transition to connecting to that higher self. They will actually work on connecting to that intuition. They will work on understanding what techniques, all science-based techniques and tools that can help them to actually start to listen to their heart, connect with their heart and soul, vision and mission, and start to really live the life they want. And money is a vehicle, right? Like they will come as a result of you doing the right thing. And I truly believe it because when we just focus on money, it never really works.
Love that, man. Absolutely love the message. Alex, thank you so much. I really appreciate
Alex.
you getting up really early to come hang out with us. Alex is another one of our overseas contingent. She's in Australia. Jeff was Tasmania. So it's great. Again, the gift of this virtual piece, we do have the ability to connect to anybody in the world. We've got to make the effort to connect, not just, dial up the phone. Hey, Alex, how you doing? But literally what are you doing? Why are you doing it? So love that, Alex. So thank you so much. I cannot wait until you get your space for retreats. We're coming. That's how that's going to go.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much for having me, guys, and you're doing an amazing job. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Alex.
Thanks, Alex.
Hey, man.
All right, that was awesome.
Oh, she is just so much fun. And it's just like, how do you hate the accent? Like, how do you just want to hang on every word? She's one of those, she's got a voice. I want her doing all of my intros like that.
Yeah,
She's
right?
just one of those, like, yeah, like everybody's like, now I want to hear from Jake. So yeah, no, Alex is super, super cool. Check out her article, her editorial article in the magazine, the Total Disruption magazine. If you have not gotten it, reach out to us and get on our mailing list so you can get it in
I'll hook you
email.
up.
Yeah, we'll hook you up. We'd love to. We've got several. Chris is going to be in the next one. She's coming up next. Jeff is going to be in there. Jane Slack is in there. Who else has been on today? Anthony was in there. We got lots of people, lots of cool things that you guys need to reach out to. So, what'd you get out of that? Anything else that you took from that space right there? Let's just keep the audience updated.
I like the fact that she referenced, one of the many things. I like to keep my points of view a little on the simpler side just for the sake of it. But when she said, we were living as the Rockefellers were way back when, no one thinks of that, And
I thought that was beautiful. And
we are living a total life. We've all
how often do we take it for granted that, the reality is, yeah, we're living Rockefeller lifestyles right now and all things when in reality, what a great point of view.
I don't mean to minimize any of the other things she said, but I think it was an exceptional interview. So I got a lot out of it, and being limitless and those kinds of things. Again, and maximizing your life. That's just those are key components on moving that needle forward. So I'm pretty excited to hear from Chris. Actually, our next.
Oh no, Chris is amazing. She comes to us from as well. I was able to meet her through Los Angeles Tribune, Michael Silvers, as part of the podcast network. Was able to again see her on stage at Barnes and Noble event in Los Angeles. Great speaker. Really diverse in her knowledge. Like I had a ball interviewing her on the podcast the one day. I know I'm dating myself horribly today with the way I say things. I
Awesome.
really enjoyed my time. If you'd like me to sound more PhD for you, but I had a good time with it. Super, super smart, really passionate about what she does. Follow her on social media. So, with no more of that, let's bring up Chris Ashley.
I'm bringing her. Hello, Chris. Welcome to Total Disruption.
Hi, Michael. Hi, Jake. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Thanks for being here.
Thrilled to have you on today.
I've been having so much fun listening to all the speakers. You've picked an amazing lineup of people.
The fun part of this, and here I was going to point this out earlier. Alex was talking about energy, and she was talking about that attraction of rather than trying to go and fit into a group, like when we've got the right energy going on, the group shows up. So that's the really fun part of this is we just kind of put out the vibe and everybody's like, hey, I'd love to speak on that. Yeah, I'd love to come be part of that. Yeah, let's be part of that. That's been the fun part. We didn't have to go hunt everybody down.
No.
It is really easy when you get in alignment. I dig that part of it.
I feel like that also says a lot for the two of you, like how you show up and
Thank you.
your energy that you're putting out.
No, that's awesome. I really appreciate it. So,
Thank you.
all right, man, let's dig into this. Let's hear from Chris Ashley today.
Let's do it.
Chris is a professional speaker. She's a podcaster. She is an author. She's got a TV show coming up. She's got all kinds of cool things going on in her universe. Like, let's hear about them. Hit me with all the stuff and whatever we can bring with today, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to just hear about the things I'm doing that you just listed, or what do you want to know about?
You can go
Wanna hear my
deeper on
story?
all of those. I kind of told you.
Yeah, so I'm the author of a book called Change Your Mind to Change Your Reality, and somehow manifested, I like still am in awe about it today, somehow manifested really great endorsements. I got 3 people from The Secret, Michael Beckwith, Marcy Shimoff, Bob Doyle, all endorsed it. John Gray, who of course wrote Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. And then on the more woo-woo side, I got Anita Morjani, who was like Wayne Dyer's protege. She wrote Dying to Be Me. I got Bob Frissell, who's like this cult author in spirituality, cult following. He's just not cult author. He has a cult following. So I wrote this in the comments earlier. I can't remember. I think it was Jeff was talking about, I don't know, like you have that calling, right? It's not like you want to be a pastor. You're like called to. I didn't want to write a book. I needed to write a book. And I put that out there, and then that kind of snowballed into all these other things that you're talking about. And I feel like I'm living the life I'm meant to live, and it's really fun.
Yep, full on Rockefeller. Like I'm gonna coin that from Alex.
Yeah,
I
love that, Alex. By the way,
Yeah.
I was like, ooh, I wrote that down too.
Absolutely dig it. So, all right, so all of the things, and you're a mom. I mean, you're doing all of the things in this world, and like let's talk about your purpose. Let's drill down from where Jeff was talking about. Let's go for your big why, like your big reason for doing all the stuff and the things.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Jeff, I have to say I was like so moved by his talk.
Oh,
Jeff, I don't know if you're on
I
here
know.
listening.
Yeah.
The more I'm getting to know Jeff, the more I'm like, damn, he's awesome. But I appreciated what he was saying about, a lot of times starting out on this journey, it's about like making money and being that person in the spotlight. And the more I travel down this path, the more I'm like, no, that's not really what it's about. Right. It really is about, or at least for me, I'm like, I want to serve people. Like, here's a good example. So something I teach, and you've heard me teach this like a million times, is to have people create what I call a manifest memoir, where I walk them through all these exercises that gets them clear on their vision. And then I have them write it out in a journal and read it every night. And my journal from a few years ago is so different than today. And I was reading back on it lately, and it almost like hurt my soul a little bit to read it, because it was so focused on outcomes, right? It was like living that lifestyle, like Jeff was talking about, and having this money. And like now it's like I'm a kind person, right? Like I make an impact on others. I leave people better than I found them. And there's still those aspirational goals of getting my message out into the world, but it's coming from a different place. And I think having a kid had a lot to do with that shift.
No, I think that's absolutely brilliant. So, all right. I love the fact that you point out I went back and read my journals again. Tell me the reason you chose to do that.
Uh, I just found it, honestly. And I have so many journals, like so many. I've been on this manifesting journey for over 2 decades. I had a spiritual awakening in 2002, and I've lived and breathed and just been obsessed with all of the information that I teach. And I've just been this student of it and this truth seeker. And it's my passion and my purpose. So I have stacks and stacks of journals. And I happened to come across one while I was just kind of reorganizing. And I didn't even like read the whole thing. I flipped open to it. And it's funny. It's like a lot of my goals are similar. Like, in terms of like what I want to be doing, but the why behind them is what shifted. So yeah, it's interesting to self-reflect on that.
And it's such a big deal. Anthony talked about that earlier, right? And he called it the IOU, which I thought was a great acronym. And it always amazes me on every one of our events that we've ever done. Something occurs that drives a really common theme throughout the day, regardless if we plan it to do it. Here's what we want to talk about. That's never what we talk about.
Yeah.
Like the IOU, like this inward introspective piece that's driving the calling. Like, and that's where Anthony was talking about. You got to look inward. So talk to us a little bit about that spiritual awakening, because that was that moment. I'm going to make the broad jump of assumption to go, that was probably the moment that said, okay, Chris is being called in this direction.
Yeah. And I'm a big believer in, we decide big life events we're going to go through before we even are born into this world. And they give us that choice. Like, you have this opportunity to grow and follow that path if you want to. And this was definitely one of those. So mine comes from my own trauma. That's kind of been a recurring theme today too. So when I was 12, I was sexually abused by a family member for 4 years. And I had this really big, tight-knit, extended Italian family. And when a lot of them found out what happened to me, many of them disowned me, and they kind of took the side of the other family member. And I was getting phone calls and letters telling me they didn't love me anymore and I wasn't their family anymore. And I was 15. And that put me in a really dark place. I was self-harming. I was doing drugs. I was getting in trouble in school. Like, I was just like every cliche, like PTSD symptom. And my life changed when someone handed me a book. And that book changed my way of perceiving life and made me realize there's other ways to look at things and the nature of reality than maybe what I was taught. And I remember just feeling like this sleeper agent, right? Like something inside of me just kind of woke up when I read it. And I started reaching for more when I finished it. And I just became obsessed. I was reading and devouring every metaphysical, spiritual, personal development, psychology book I could get my hands on. And I started going to retreats and finding teachers to study under, and my life really changed. And then the other catalyst that followed shortly after is as I was changing my mind and starting to get better, my mother started to get worse because her family had been ripped down the seams and she didn't have these books and teachers and healing modalities. That was another one. I was trying every healing modality. And it manifested as physical illness for her. She got cancer. She got some really weird afflictions that her doctors had never seen before. And she was over medicated. They gave her a fentanyl patch. They gave her like 10 different pills to take every day. And so she was sleeping for all but a few hours of daylight. She was forgetting conversations we had just had. She was falling down all the time. And that lasted almost 15 years. And I realized that my mother was my biggest teacher, because every step I watched her take deeper into depression and illness and victimization, I climbed in the other direction out of that tunnel. And I was seeing more and more as like our paths like split away from each other, how much my life was changing and what was happening to her as she chose those things. Because I really do think healing is a choice. And I made a promise to myself that I would do everything I could to heal physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. And as someone else said earlier, like the learning never stops, right? I'm still reading a book a week. I'm still taking all the courses I can. And there's so much more to learn. But that's what really put me on this path.
No, but I love that. So I'm not going to ask you the name of the book. We talked about that, but we talked about it in the editorial article. I want
Right.
people to go read the article about you on
Yeah,
that
that's
one
cool.
because we'll go down that road. Now I want to go a different way today.
Okay.
In that, who handed you the book?
I think you asked me that. Maybe I think you did. But so I was 17 and it was a guy I was dating, of course, and he was really mysterious. He had this like curtain over one of the walls in his bedroom and he wouldn't tell me what was behind it. He just said it was an altar. And I was like, I want to know, like I was so hungry for something and I was like, give me something. And he was like, all right, you want to change your life? Go read this book. And I did, and I just took off with it. And I have bought more copies of that book than I've probably bought like 50 copies of that book and given them to people because I want to spread that knowledge. And only one other person has taken off with it. It's like pretty out there. I will tell you, it's called The Ancient Secret of the Flower of Life. But yeah, I don't know. You know that saying, like, people are in your life for a reason, a season, or a lifetime? Like, he was definitely in my life for a reason.
Yeah, which is the interesting part, right? And that's why I wanted people to hear that. It has to do with a who in that moment.
Yeah.
Like that was a who, the book was life-changing. Absolutely true. And you and I've talked deeper about that. But it took a person, it took a who to help you there, to hand you the book, to say, read the thing, do the thing. Like somebody had to point the path in
Yeah.
that space. And I look back at that in my world, it's happened. It's absolutely happened multiple times. And I know for a fact, every time I hit a wall, every time I hit an invisible ceiling, I hit, what the end of my rope, pick your cliche norm, thing that you want to talk about. It's never a thing. It's never a process. It's always a person. It is always a person that gets me further every time. I can catalog it every single time. So that's why I point that out for you because I know about it. So like here's where I want to go with this. Where you're going next. Like so you've got a TV show that's getting ready to come out. I want to play this game a little bit just to see if I can play my theory. Right?
Yeah, no,
Like
I appreciate you bringing that up though, because that's a really interesting insight, and I hadn't thought about it like that, but you're totally right. Like as you were talking, I was like thinking back about all the moments in my life, and it's always been a person.
right,
So yeah,
wrong, or indifferent. It's always a person. It's always a
yeah,
person that can cause the trauma, and it's a person that can help heal it.
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah. I mean,
I
even
found that
that
to be
book
true.
originally was, and like my mother, right? Like the book was written by a person. So you asked where I'm going. So I have the podcast Change Your Mind with Chris Ashley. I have a TV show on it's actually in the process of getting rebranded. It's going to be called Expanded Awareness. It's on New Reality TV. And then I have a second TV show that's launching, and I can't disclose the network yet, but I will say it's a pretty major network, and that's going to be called Beyond Reality.
Which I'm super excited about you.
Yeah, I'm excited.
So let's play the game a little bit.
All right, let's do it.
Who was it? Or think about it. Who was it that said TV show to you? Who's the one that put you on that path?
Okay, so this is actually kind of a funny story. I love that you asked that question. Okay, so I have my podcast, right? And over the course of like 3 weeks, I had 5 different guests come on my show, and they were promoting a new show that they had coming out on this other TV, on this TV network, this brand new TV network. And they kept being like, "Oh, you'd be really good for that." And I was like, "Okay, whatever." And then the 5th person was a medium. And at the end, a lot of times on my show, if I have someone who reads like astrology or human design or something, I have them like do a little sample on me live just because it's cool for the audience to see them in person, and it's fun for me, right? And the last person was a medium, and I was like, "Oh, hey," at the end, I was like, "You never gave me a reading." And he was like, "You're going to be on TV." And he goes, "Oh, you should be on this network. Like, I'm going to make an email introduction." And I'm like, "Okay, whatever." And like, he never made the email introduction, by the way. But right after that, I get on Instagram and I open my DMs, and there's a message from a woman I've never met before, didn't know her. And she goes, "Hey, I'm a creator for this TV network, and I'm trying to get in touch with other creators for it because I just want to like start this community. And I saw that you're a creator for it. Like, let's chat. And I was like, that's weird. I'm not a creator for it, but you're like the 6th person that's mentioned this to me like the last 3 weeks, the 2nd person today. And so I finally went on their website. They had an open casting call that closed like the next day, and I was their last person. And they were like, yeah, you'd be great. And I never meant to have a TV show, and now I have 2 coming out. So it's just strange.
Yeah.
There were many people.
There were many
Yeah.
people, which is so here's what I find interesting about that.
Yeah.
Is it took 6 people in order for you to say, I should explore this. 6, beyond coincidence, which is, no harm, no foul. I'm not picking on you, but
Really
like
funny.
more people had to show up in your life. And the reality is, and you and I both believe that, energy is energy, and we know where energy comes from. We know where energy goes. Like, you manifested that. Plain and simple. At some point, you said, TV show, okay. And the universe said, okay, TV show, and sent the first person, and then had to send the second person, and it had to send the third person to validate where you were with that space. So
I love that. I love that insight. And what's funny is we were talking about going back through old journals a moment ago. One thing that I've written consistently is I'm in documentaries on this one specific network. And it's one of the networks I'm in like final talks with right now for that other one. And I never meant to make a bigger TV show like that. And it just happened. And I had all these amazing people sign on. I don't know if this is going to mean anything to the people listening, but it's all about metaphysics. So I have Dr. Raymond Moody, who literally coined the term near-death experience. I have Dr. Eben Alexander, who was on the New York Times bestseller for over 2 years, who had an amazing NDE. I have just like all these huge spiritual teachers that have just joined on that I'm like, it's the same with the endorsements. I'm like, wow, why there's so much ease here, right? With something that I would have thought years ago would have been a lot of work.
Well,
or
it's
just
a lot
or
of
there
work.
would have been barriers, I should say. Yeah.
Well, and there will be barriers. True, right? That's the entrepreneurial journey. There's something that we don't know yet that's going to jump up. It's going to get in the way, and it's going to make it challenging. It's going to make it hard, right? That's going to happen. That's part of the path. That's part of the journey.
Yeah.
We know it's going to happen, and it's okay. But we as entrepreneurs we know that, like, yep, there's going to be things that get in the way. I don't know what they are, but things are going to get in the way, and we're going to figure it out. We're going to find out, and we're going to find out who that person is to get us around, because they've got the resource, they have the knowledge, they've been there before.
You're making me think of is like relationships. Like I see all this stuff online where people are like, relationships are a lot of work. It takes a lot of work. And I've been with my husband 14 years and I've never felt that way. Like not once. It's just been nothing but ease. And it kind of feels that way with this new project. And I totally agree with you. There's going to be challenges. There's going to be things aren't going to go the way that I had envisioned. And like, there's going to be things, right? And you have to make adjustments and you have to pivot. And, we talk about that a lot with leadership, but there's also this like undercurrent of ease with it. And I think maybe that has to do with like the passion behind it or the excitement behind it or like the momentum that like your energy brings behind it. Because if you're grinding at something that like you're not really that excited about, those roadblocks feel a lot bigger.
There you go. You're totally nailing it right there.
Yeah,
absolutely love where your head's at with that. Because that's the reality. Like if it's the path you're meant to be on, whatever your beliefs are, Mike talked about this earlier, Jeff talked about it, I talked about it. Whatever your beliefs are, doesn't really matter. Yeah, Alex is right. Alex, you grow through challenges. When you are authentically you, Alex talked about this a little while ago. I didn't feel like I fit in over here, but I fit in over here, right? When you're authentically meant to go down a path, it's easy. It feels easy. But when you are fighting tooth and nail for something that may not be the right path, there might be a reason the roadblocks are there. They might be standing there on purpose, not necessarily to keep you from the thing, but maybe to protect you from the thing. might be why some of those are there. Much like it
Totally.
took 6 people to push Chris to do her show. They're like, Chris TV, Chris TV, Chris TV, right? The same exact thing. They weren't roadblocks. Those were green lights. Every one of those. It works that way when we pay attention. When we're watching for the how many of this, throw a yes in the chat box if you've ever heard somebody say, well, I'm waiting for a sign. I'm waiting for a sign.
Yeah, all that waiting for signs.
Yeah. How many signs do we miss? Because how many signs do we miss? So I know we went like way off the rails in a totally different way, but it's kind of fun.
No, it's fun. It's super fun. I mean, that's what I love about these conversations is you don't know where it's going to go.
Yeah, they're really entertaining. So, all right, man, where do we get your book, Alex?
Well,
Alex is over
I'm
there.
not Alex, but
Chris,
I think
where do we get
Alex's
your
book
book?
was. Congrats on your new book, by the way, Alex. So you can get my book anywhere you get your books. It's in paperback, ebook, audiobook, Amazon, Walmart, Target. I don't know, everywhere you get your books. Barnes and Noble.
I have a signed copy on my bookshelf. I'm very happy about my signed copy on my
You're
bookshelf.
awesome. Yeah, you snagged one. This one's fast.
Yep, that's a good one. All right, where can we watch your podcast?
Podcast is everywhere you watch your podcast. So it's Change Your Mind with Chris Ashley. You can find it on the Los Angeles Tribune page too, but quick Google search will get you there too.
Awesome. Anything else you want to bring that was on your agenda today that you want to bring to the audience that you know would impact them?
You know, it's funny. I when I was thinking about maximize your life, I was thinking about like a lot of what I talk about is getting really clear on your vision. But it's funny, this conversation has kind of taken the opposite path where it's like, be open to opportunities that you might not have seen. But I did journal all that. So I guess what I'll say is have a vision in mind, but be open to the how. Because how it presents itself might come in a completely unexpected way, right? Like you want to be in a documentary, maybe you have to have your own TV show first. So.
All right, I will absolutely roll with that. So we've got a couple more minutes. I wasn't paying attention because I love the conversations. We covered a lot really, really fast. Like what else do we need to cover today? Like I know what all right, let's go this way. You've got some specific things that you always teach that you is, I would call it the core of your curriculum. So like let's walk the audience through a quick 3, 4, 5 minute tutorial on your core curriculum.
Yeah, totally. I mean, a lot of what I teach is how to manifest the life of your dreams, but also how to remove the things they're keeping you from manifesting. So things that might keep you from manifesting are things like our unconscious programming, a lot of which happens before the age of 7, right? Because kids under 7 are in theta brainwave state. So they're literally programmable. They're downloading information. So the opinions of the adults they grew up around, cultural conditioning, that teacher that says you suck at math, to bring it back to math. I know someone was talking about math earlier. All of that becomes your lens, your voice, your inner voice. And also things like repressed emotions, right? Things like not forgiving people. All of this is poison that you can hold on to that seeps in the way of your manifesting. It filters how you view the world, how you view interactions. So there's a lot of self-healing to do to clear those blocks. But on the flip side, on the positive side, to manifest the life of your dreams, it's get really clear on your vision, like I was just talking about. Embody the person that you want to be. So in that sense, kind of fake it till you make it. So like, how would this future version of me dress? How would they act like? Who would they surround themselves? Would they step out of their comfort zone and go to this event and speak on stage? And be really grateful for that future version of you or that future thing that you want before you even have it, because it tricks your brain into thinking that it's real. And then letting go of the how, which we talked about a little bit today. Right? We think as humans, I have to make $100,000 this year to make $200,000 next year. But the universe can quickly move barriers out of your way. Doors that didn't even exist can appear and unlock. And I kind of think of it like that game of Chutes and Ladders. Did you ever play that when you were a kid?
Oh, yeah.
Like we think we have to like.
Yeah, we're all dating ourselves a little bit with that one, but yes, we all played that one.
Do they not have that anymore? I'm going to get that from my kid. But it's like we think we have to go from square to square to square, but really we can just like go up this ladder, right? And skip a lot of levels. And then, yeah, it's just like this trust fall with the universe, right? And just being open to all the beautiful possibilities that come your way.
And I agree with that. I think it is being absolutely open to the possibilities that come your way. And I'd plus one that one, as long as they align with your core values,
Yeah,
because
bring it back.
not all opportunities are the right opportunity. So that's where, and we've talked about this a little, and Jeff talked about it a little bit earlier. Really knowing your core values and knowing your why, and then you use that as a filter. Like, use it as the filter of, this opportunity shows up. Does it align with my why? Does it align with my purpose? Does it align with my core values? If yes, we get to move forward a square. If no, down the chute. Like, we can throw it in the chutes and ladders game in the exact same way. If it does not align with what we want to do, we don't even have to look at it, because that's how we're going to hit those roadblocks and do those weird things.
Yeah, totally. I had a mentor that told me, say yes until you have a good reason to say no. And I've really lived by that. And I think that kind of says the same thing in a different way. It's like, do you have a really good reason to say no? Not just that you're scared or you're nervous or it's out of your comfort zone or you think you don't have time or whatever, right? Because you never know where an opportunity is going to lead. But yes, I agree with you. Yeah, to bring it back to
Absolutely
core
true.
values.
Chris, you're always so much fun to talk to. Like,
You make it easy.
it is a joy. It is an absolute pleasure to do so. So thank you so much again. You guys can find our podcast, LA Tribune Podcast Network website, anywhere you find the podcast. Grab our book anywhere that you get your books. And we are so excited and so grateful that Chris was spent a little time with us today.
Thank you both so much. You make it so easy.
Thank you, Chris.
Hey, man.
So
we're rounding it out. This has been a fast 5.5 hours today, and it always impresses me. I always get up in the morning, the day of conference, and I'm like, okay, got to build it up, got to get ready to go. I got 6 hours to sit down and do this, and like, I don't know why I build that up in my head, because these always go so quickly. They go, we have a few tech issues, we always have, because that's live. But by and large, like, I have more energy now than I did this morning.
Absolutely.
Between calls, I've been lifting weights and I've been stretching and moving and taking care of my body while we're feeding the mind all day long. So love all this. All right, man. This is you rounding us out for the day with the amazing Jane Slacksmith. Again, this is another one that was in the magazine. She's got such a killer background, and it was fun to write the title of the article, From Explosives. Because I like the word explosives. It was really cool. So, like, I am looking forward to this conversation. Jane is also, we started the day with AI and we're going to end the day with some AI. She is deep into that puddle and has some amazing insights. And another one that is coming to us from Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. And she is another Aussie, other side of the pond, way other side of the pond. So without any further, man, Jane Slacksmith, how are you today, my friend?
Yay! I'm great, thank you. Oh my gosh, what an incredible summit you guys have been facilitating. I keep catching a bit of it. I'm like, yes. I find myself nodding like you are, Jake. You're like, I'm sure you're going to have
all day. I'm hurting my neck.
I know, it's so
awesome.
good.
So, Jane, welcome. I am so excited to dive in a little bit with you here today. The theme of this thing is maximize your life. And I wanted to kind of step back. AI is big. You're big into it. You're big into several things. And I like the exit the matrix idea a lot. Let's go into detail. When it comes to maximizing your life, the entrepreneurial journey, and exit the matrix, why don't you take us down your path, and
Sure.
I'll ask you some questions as I see fit. But for now, I'd love to hear the exit the matrix, and let's get on this journey.
Well, when you're ready, and if you're ready for it, I actually have a presentation because I thought you've spoken to so many people. Maybe I can bring it together with a bit of a PowerPoint, landing some of the myths that people do have about what it is like to exit the matrix. and live a life maximized. And when I was thinking on this topic, what really hit me was that, we have these thousands of hours to live. We have billions of breaths. We have millions of thoughts just daily that go through our mind. How do we actually maximize the return on investment for that? So, I talk about AI for ROI, and my background, as alluded to by Jake, was I was an explosives engineer. I spent 15 years teaching people how to blow stuff up on mine sites and quarry sites around Australia, around the world, and I learnt how to assess risk. And I went down that logical path so hard, and built a multi-million-dollar property portfolio, taught tens of thousands of people in Australia how to do that. Wrote a book, had a podcast, did huge funnels, great, worked with some of the best digital marketers in the world here in Australia and overseas, traveled and spoke at events in marketing events in Europe and science events and property events. And what struck me was there was something always holding people back. And even though I gave a lot of blueprint, there was often something that just went, yeah, there's something missing. And I stepped into teaching people in the last 5 years business acumen, how to build their businesses, but still there was this little thing holding them back. And so my current podcast, Exit the Matrix, Stories of Success, the beautiful interviews that Jake's taken Jeff and Alex through today that I had a chance to glimpse, everyone had this sliding door moment. There was this point of awareness. And I guess what I would like to share with your audience today, and presuming they're mostly business people, is that AI is not just for a return on investment for your business, but for your personal life too.
All right. So how is AI return on your investment in your personal life and in your business? I mean, how is that?
So glad you asked.
I mean, I'm sitting there and I'm thinking to myself, what are you talking about? Return on investment. I mean, my $20 a month in ChatGPT, what is that really getting me, right? Besides help with my kids' homework. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Well, how about I share a bit of a story? Can I share my screen?
I don't know if you can or can't. You might need to add the screen. Oh, share screen. There's a function that should say share screen.
I'm all up. You tell me that you can see it when you can see it.
Let's see here. Let's see. There you go. And then we're going to go. There you went.
Well, I'm gonna click this off so that you can see it. Because first of all, I want people to think about how they define wealth and success, because we can't maximize something until we know how we define it, right? Mm-hmm. And when we're thinking about wealth and success, something came to me. As parents, and we try to, and Chris mentioned this about bringing games for your kids. You kind of think that you're the teacher, and I have a 17-year-old son, and I very much have been in that role of finding opportunities, teaching points. And I got to a point when we were talking recently, we just had this most amazing meal in Singapore, and we'd found in this huge, great big shed this Michelin star dumpling place. We were feeling really content. And I was sharing with my son the fact that my friend had just landed this most amazing job with this incredible opportunity. And he turned to me and said, "You must be jealous." And I was floored. And I said, "Why?" And he said, "Because she's so much more successful than you." And I was like going to defend mode. I was going to go into all of these kind of, parenting, teaching opportunities.
I need a drink.
Yeah, right. I'm like, let's go back there to the bar. And what happened was I had this opportunity to stop and reflect and went, isn't that amazing? At 17, he's defined success as this. And I said, tell me exactly what success is. And he said, the person with the most money wins. And it stopped me because I thought of all the tens of thousands of people that I've worked with and taught about property investing or business wealth generation. And I think we never took the time to actually define that. How do we maximize our life unless we know what the vision is? And Chris mentioned this exactly. We need to embody and really understand what the vision is. So that's kind of what I wanted to share today. I've got this this thought that, a lot of times we're hustling, and we're not aligned to actually what we want. And I just think this advent of AI, and, I've been very fortunate of, being in the Australian inaugural AI Awards and being a finalist for a lot of the things that I've developed. And, I've been on a user, obviously, for many, many years and teaching it for over 3 years, but it can accelerate where we want to go. And I call where we want to go our sovereign state, the state that we want to operate from, that we're always searching for. What we think wealth is going to get us is God mode. So so that's kind of I guess my thoughts on that, because I do think that a lot of people believe that AI is just for technical tools or helping the kids out and not for personal growth. And, I've got a little glimpse of your own God mode AI tool that I've developed that I want to share with your audience a bit later. But, we do hustle, we grind, we think financial success is about doing it harder, better, smarter. And in actual fact, once we align what we do and where we're coming from and what our goal is, we can actually create some of these amazing tools or tap into the knowledge of others who have done that to allow you to escalate straight away. And wealth is not all about money. And I think that's probably one of the biggest things that I wanted to talk about.
Okay, so wealth is not money. AI is leverage. You're gonna God mode AI tool. That's what I want to get into. We should have got into this earlier, but I knew you were coming on, so I wanted to get into it. So why don't we talk about let's get clear on what AI is and like some tools, some different versions of AI, right? Like what are we looking at when we say AI? Everyone goes to ChatGPT. Right? Or they go to the Canva ChatGPT, right? Everybody in our like little world, right? This microcosm of world, not in your world, my world, Jake's world. We're everyone's surface scrubbing. You see a lot of advertisements for AI. You see a lot of this. Okay, it has this for $20 a month. You can get all these features. It's like great, but if I don't know how to drive a car, I'm glad I can get all these features, and I don't know what's going on. So,
absolutely. And I think, let me just screen share this again. I think the thing is that what we need to recognize is that.
Did you hit the screen share button? Because there you go.
AI is just a tool, right? And we've all done it. Like I've gone to create things like what is something that is a pain in my life right now. And for instance, one of the things that's a pain in my life is that end of the day, you rush home, you're like, what am I going to cook for dinner? So I've created a little GPT that takes a photo of the fridge, takes a photo of the freezer, takes a photo of the pantry. And I say, I'm feeding a family of 3. My son's training for rugby. He needs lots of protein. My husband doesn't want to eat red meat. I'm not feeling that hungry tonight. What can I cook? Like, we can be as simple as that. I treat AI as like a little assistant that's sitting there waiting for me 24/7 with the problem I have.
That is wild. Seriously?
Hey, look, if people at the end, if people drop me a note, I will send you that GPT, because I just use it to make life easy.
Where do I drop you this note? I mean, I don't have that.
Exactly. Well, I'll give you a heads up. If you go to exitthematrix.today/disruptor, there's some information there, and I'll make sure that I have a little link there as well. But look, this is the myth that I think people have. First, about wealth is that they're not aligned to their vision. And really, we need to work on the inner game first. And AI is going to actually allow us to work on that inner game. Because the reason that I think the inner game is so important, and, Chris talked about this is like reclaiming your vision. And I'm an engineer. I study neuroscience. I study quantum physics. I study spiritual texts. I study the Stoics. I study how the Nobel laureates used the Vedic texts of the Hindu religion to quantify quantum physics. Like, I know everything's connected. And I think, what we do with personal development today, we layer on more. I need another course. I need another coach. I need this. I need that. Where in actual fact, what we need to do is reclaim who we are. We've put on societal or matrix type of coats to protect us, how we need to turn up. So first of all, that reclaiming the vision, I believe, is so fundamental. And the next stage is realizing that there's an algorithm going on in our head. We have, when we go to flight, fight, fawn, or faint, there is a 3-second time frame between our amygdala and our prefrontal cortex that goes, do we have a story that we can refer to here that will be a default that we can operate from? And we only are operating within the matrix of the stories and experiences we've had. So no wonder we repeat the same things. And I find people who, have money or success or imposter syndrome, stories running, we just need to understand what that is. So this is an awareness stage, and AI can help accelerate that, because I think, the glimpse of the God mode AI tool I want to be able to gift the listeners helps you reclaim your vision. But then rewriting the code, I have a tool for my coaching clients, which is Exit the Matrix. Once you see it, you don't unsee it. And it asks you questions about patterns and things that have come up. And when you see the fact that there has been a pattern of the fact that you may date the wrong person, trust the wrong partner in business, you're always getting ripped off, money comes in, money goes out, you hustle, and you get a result and then it's all gone. These are algorithms that are running. So I just want to expose that. And so AI can accelerate it. But the things that I've learned, I think, Michael, and you would experience this as well, when you're speaking to your coaching clients or speaking to people, is they say, I don't have enough time and I don't have enough money. And so I thought, okay, I've helped thousands of people become millionaires in property. I've helped so many people build businesses. What if I help people quickly create wealth? So the time element's gone. How can I do that? And I waited and waited. AI came about because I believe this true ROI of being an aligned life is what we're working for. We want wealth so we can have time with the family. We can have better health. We can go traveling. We can have the relationships and the impact that we want with our community and humanity and make the difference. So for me, I'm always about, how can I get somewhere faster? So I have so many tools in my business that, I've got a tool in my emails that saves me 10 hours a week by sorting my emails before I even look at them. If I have to do something twice, I go to a little tool called Tango, and it takes screenshots as I'm going through a process, and that becomes a procedure for my VA team. So I don't do anything that I don't want to do that is going to take me away from what my aligned purpose is, which is, basically bringing people to their true self and creating the life that they want.
Wow. How do you learn all that? Like, not learn all this, but like, what do you do? What are you talking about? Like screenshots, VA teams?
Yeah.
I want to be with you. I'm pretending I'm the audience here, right? And you're like, you're sprinting down the road. I'm like, hey, Jane.
Well, let me
Jane.
let me tell you about Colin, right? Colin rang up and he said, look, I want to maximize my business. And I said, let's start with your ideal client. And he's like telling me about his client. And he's like, oh, and then they do this and then they do that. I was like, you're a bit contemptuous for your client, Colin. Like, you're going to love your client if you're going to be spending, 10 hours a day working for him. And I said, let's stop this. I said, what do you really want to do? What makes you wake up in the morning? What excites you? He said, I've got this business idea. And we explored that. Like, his heart burst open, right? He just was too scared to admit it. And, I guess what I do is I try to listen to what is people are really saying. What is the algorithm going on that they're not hearing, but the way that they turn up is actually telling me. And, Colin basically came back. Within a month, he'd created this business, and he'd been looking for permission like he was a little boy, that he did when he was a little boy, because from neuroscience, we know from the age of 0 to 7, we're programmed. 80% of our stuff is programmed. And he was like still looking for belonging and acceptance and permission to do something. And I was like, who are you waiting for permission from? You have permission, do it. He created this most amazing business. And I guess that's what I want people to think about. If you in the next 90 days could reconnect with your business or your life purpose or what you're really here for, and reclaim that and take and shed these layers that have been put on you. The matrix has created these prison bars, and really you're the prison guard as well. You've created these limitations and conditions, and it's about seeing what you want to do so you can release it. And I really think, AI allows us to get out of the pot, that the pot of hot water that gradually gets hotter and hotter and the frog boils to death. We get caught up. And if we can have, better insights, and we can have, like the AI, as I said, we can have this junior team member, never sleeps, trained properly, that could be the army that helps you out. That's what I want people to have. I want them to have like a on-demand employee. And it could be something as simple as this. I helped Paul create an AI marketing assistant, and he's just like, it speaks in my voice. It saves me time. And he sent me a message last week and said, my wife's taken it over now and she's doing the marketing for the company because it's just plug and play. Like, it knows me so well. And, I think that we think that AI is this potential threat. And I sat back a couple of years ago and went, if I could take my 20 years of property investing knowledge and put it in one platform and democratize property education by giving people access to that, how good would that be? And I developed it. I've got 4 million pieces of data, and this is perfect for podcasters, coaches, anyone who's written articles, and I help people put this type of platform together now. But I've got 20 years of knowledge, and people don't have to make a call with me. They don't have to pay $500 an hour to talk to me. They don't have to go and buy a $3,000 course, because it's all there. And people, all they need to do is ask the question. I don't know if you can hear this, but this is a question that came through. And this is AI Jane speaking, because you can actually video call me. Do you want me to give it a go?
Let's try. I'm sure it's on scene. So
Okay, let's have a chat.
I'm trying to.
Can you hear that?
What loan terms are available for investment property?
Did you say, can you hear that, Michael?
Yes.
Great. Because AI Jane gets a little sassy here.
Investment property loans typically offer a range of terms to suit different strategies. You can choose between variable and fixed rates. Variable rates provide flexibility but come with fluctuating interest rates. Fixed rates offer stability with a locked-in rate for a set period. Loan terms can range from 5 to 30.
How did you create this?
It sounds like you're having a bit of a surreal moment. Let's focus on your investment property loan.
So you can see, I've now got clients asking questions, and AI Jane is not just, if they type it in, it goes to the point in the podcast where I mention it, or it goes to the point in the video where the course material is, or it references my book, or it goes to, a document that will give them the insights. And people can ask in any language. And it turns out AI Jane knows every language.
Wow, AI Jane's pretty awesome.
I
want to be friends with AI Jane all of a sudden.
Just go to propertychat.ai. She'll look.
Sure. I'm just going to talk to AI Jane all day. I'm a new friend. Thank you.
Well, I got to say, my 17-year-old son said it's more interesting talking to AI Jane than me, which did hurt my feelings. But at least he's learning about property investing.
So to echo something that you're covering, a friend of mine, his name is Joel Green. He's a biohacker. He's got books and all this knowledge, right? And he's in this ethereal diet world. And what he's doing right now is something very similar, right? He's populating the AI agent, or we'll call it not as good as AI Jane, but he's populating these AI so that you can ask as a customer a question and he can give you an answer. It's all the things that he knows, right? It's everything that he's read, said, done. It's going to be that to me right now. And we said this earlier, Jake and I tried to do this with outbound sales. We tried to have this bot system call people. It failed miserably. I'm not going to go all the way back to the beginning here, but it was terrible. This is light years ahead. And that video, I saw something like this a year ago. That video is light years ahead of that.
Yeah, and this was a year ago.
Right. That was light years ahead of that. So whatever you're doing is definitely
anyone
right
wants
there.
and support, I can definitely. And what I love about this is that often I'm getting questions that you're too scared to ask. I've got a mortgage broking business, I've got a property education business, I've got a business that teaches people how to get over their mindset and create businesses. So I've got 3 companies, and here's the conversation that people are having. I'm behind in my mortgage payments. What should I do? The follow-up question was, how do I tell my wife? Like this came through at like 2 a.m. I don't need to be there. People can have the questions, and I'm getting the insights on the back end. And then every day I get hey, this is what people want to know about. You should probably create some content on this. Now, here is the key here, Michael, is that I have this as a public facing free, like, go and knock yourself out. If people want a mortgage, there's a timely thing that says, did you want to speak to a mortgage broker? Do you want to speak to a sales agent? Do you want to speak to someone who can help you with development? Whatever. And, I have links to people and products. Did you want to buy my book? There's a book there. But it only comes up if they specifically ask a question. Did you want to trade discount card at Bunnings so that you can get discounts? But what is I love about this is that I've created this for someone else. So I'm using a platform, and people can do it themselves. And if you want, once again, I'll put a link on the on the page. But
why would you have AI Jane do it? Can AI Jane put a link somewhere? Where's AI Jane?
AI Jane.
AI Jane.
You don't want to say that too loud around here. You never know what could happen. But so this is the thing, right, is that people are using it internally with their sales team. Like, they've uploaded the entire founder's information, all the safe operating procedures, everything they've got, and it comes through Slack, and the sales team is on a call going, I don't know the answer to that. Here's the answer. So, and a pastor is using it. He's got 20 years of all of his past sermons, and all he's doing is his team's getting in there and saying, okay, we want a theme for today on marriage and relationships. Here's the clever thing. They can take that and put it into the video like Hey Jen, but it's not Hey Jen, and have the pastor speak it. So my team now, they're like, we need a thank you page video for Jane. Now, the video that you'll go to on the link I'll give you at the end, it's the real me. But, the video will say, hey, thank you for signing up. Check your email. I don't have to do any of those. Oh my God, did I do hair and makeup? Kind of things. And I say you get that all the time, right? But I've got AI Jane working for me. So I just want to recap, because I know we've got some time and you've got some questions, but I really believe, having spent 20 years of helping people create wealth, is that we miss this inner game component. We miss this reconnection to what we're really working for. We're told that we get good marks, we go to university, we get a job, we get married, we buy a house, we have kids. In 40 years, we can retire on 40% of our income and be happy. Like, not enough. And so, connect to, what did you want at retirement? Like, what was that freedom feeling? And, and I think we should know what's holding us back. What are these algorithms? What are the stories? What are the money stories? How did your parents talk about money? Because between the years of 0 and 7, neuroscientists prove that is when we're programmed. So what is the program, and who are you looking to, give you permission, belonging, love, trust, protection, safety? Because these are the fundamental human needs that we're fulfilling. And then, for me, I'm like, look, most people think that they need time and money to create the life they want. Let me fulfill that. So I've got a property investing stream and a business stream. And, I want people to understand, what is that vision? What is God mode for them? And God mode isn't a religious dogma. God mode is you being the sovereign agent of your destiny and creating your best life. And I think it's possible, that we can create this life of wealth, of abundance in all things spiritual, mental, physical, emotional, and financial, so that we can, live part of what we really want. And that's what I do. I use AI to bring people in, almost to go, okay, here's a way that you can make life a little easier. We've got people here like marketing and AI tools, etc. But for me, my coaching Recode for God Mode is really about just those 5 steps. And I really believe that, when we're ready to receive God Mode, when we're ready to be the authentic, true purpose of what we're here for, we can have a whole little army of, staff. And I've set up all of these tools for the people who choose either business or property, but we can use AI and be familiar with it, have it there as a chat, that it allows us to say, geez, I've got this discovery call coming up with this client and he's got this big company and it's bigger than I thought. Or, the AI property tools, like I've got these 2 suburbs. How do I decide? Or how do I decide which property to sell? And the agent said this. Here's the website for the property. Go and check things out. Like I have an AI task set up that gives me a presidential brief at 7:00 every morning that scans every major newspaper for anything to do with the property market, anything to do with business disruption and people are doing things interesting, and any implementation of great AI. So that's pretty much what I think, that maximizing your life. You can use AI to really improve the ROI of your life. And I'll just keep this up for a second, but if people want to test that glimpse of God mode, and I'll make sure I'll go in there and put on that GPT so you can cook dinner tonight the easy way. But I really think that as business owners and parents and just humans operating in the human environment, we have ways that we can just chat with AI and we can make it a part of our lives that isn't a threat and does not take our own sovereignty away, but elevates and escalates and accelerates what we want to create.
Well, I think you've answered all the questions I have. I mean, thank you for coming on and thank you for doing all this stuff. Let's, the screen share is perfect. Thank you. We will definitely be, okay, cool. You got spotlight. All right. So we would definitely, we will definitely be in touch. We probably need to do a separate segment with you. There's a lot more to unpack. I feel like we talked a little bit about it earlier. We should probably do a deeper dive with some of our audience, a more focused, targeted webinar where we could actually go through like a 90-minute presentation and go through it. But Jane, thank you so much. People get a hold of you by, what is your website one more time?
Yeah, if you just go to exitthematrix.today/disruptor, you will be able to grab all those little tools that I mentioned. Otherwise, just go to yoursuccessclub.com.au and you can find me on LinkedIn, on Facebook. I'm there.
Thank you. Have a great day. Have a great weekend.
All the best to your amazing audience, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
All right, Jake. Well, that is a wrap, my friend. That was a powerful interview. Jane is great. I think it's all been said. It's all been done. We're done for the day, man. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for tuning us in. Jake is.
There you go. I know. There you are. What? That should have been one of the happiest moments you could have had all day. Me on mute. Let's be honest.
And I pulled you off of it.
And enjoyed it, every minute of it. And that was all you. So one more time, let's throw up the banner for the Guild. And this is your opportunity to join our community, be part of this at a bigger level, more grand level. Like we talked about it all day, of get in with the people, be part of bigger groups, be part of more community, connect authentically, connect with every one of the speakers today. Like that's a great way to find them too. If you can't generally find, I'd be shocked that you can't find them. But if you want to go to total-disruption.com, you can find them there because they're all on our website. Connect with them more. Go out and connect with them, do their courses, run through their programs, get the free cool, like Jane's GPT that's going to figure out how to cook dinner out of my pantry and my freezer. I want to use that. That looks like a good challenge. So, man, we're there. We're there. Right. That's the day. I'm so grateful to all of our speakers. I'm so grateful to our audience today. Everybody on all the platforms. You guys are absolutely amazing. Jane will throw hers up one more time. There is her exitthematrix.today/disruptor. So you can connect with Jane. Make sure you guys do that. Mike, that's it.
On behalf of Jake Clendenning, I'm Mike Libersi. Now it's your turn to disrupt.